Dreamscape presents The New Friends by Daniel Hurst. Narrated by Danielle Cohen, Jason Munn, Gemma Dawson, and Mike Cooper. Prologue. I wish we'd never met them. I've lost count of how many times I've said that since that damn holiday in Spain. It must be dozens of times. Certainly enough to make my husband get tired of hearing it, although he shares the sentiment too. Of course, I have good reason for saying the same thing over and over again. It's the truth. I couldn't mean it any more than I do. I really do wish we had never met them. But we did. We got chatting to them. Or rather, my partner got chatting to them. But as we're married, everything either one of us does always ends up impacting the other. So I can't just blame this one on him. It wouldn't be fair to do that. We're a team, and we both made our mistakes. He shouldn't have spoken to them, and I shouldn't have allowed that conversation to continue once it had got going. But how were we to know that we were making a grave mistake? We were just a couple in a bar on holiday, our exuberant moods fueled by all the vitamin D we had soaked up by the pool earlier that day, and all the sangria we had consumed during the evening. Holidays are supposed to be fun, and that night, we were having a lot of fun. That was why we made some new friends. And that was why we also made the biggest mistake of our lives. 1. Becky. Before we met them. I stand in line at the bar, just in front of the overweight German man in very tight swim shorts, and just behind the mother and child, who are deep in conversation about what they're going to order when they finally get served. It sounds like the young boy is demanding a burger and chips, but the mother is telling him that he can't have the same thing to eat every day of this holiday, and that it might be a good idea to opt for something slightly healthier this lunchtime, like chicken nuggets, perhaps. But the child is adamant that he wants a burger, and by the time the mother shuffles forward to place her order with the Spanish man on the other side of the bar, it seems that she's given in to her son's demands. She orders him a burger and chips. The child is happy. The parent is not. I believe that's how it usually works in families, right? I feel slightly smug that I don't have to deal with a hungry child's food demands every day during my vacation, whilst also feeling a little downbeat about the fact that I also don't have a little person who depends on me to keep them nourished and safe. I want a child of my own soon, but I also enjoy the freedom of not being a parent yet, because I can tell how demanding it is. This woman in front of me at the bar might look suntanned and dressed for a day at the pool, but I can see that she isn't fully in the holiday mode. The bags under her eyes indicate that she was up early this morning, no doubt chasing her son around the hotel room and making sure he didn't end up falling off the balcony, while the way she conceded so easily to her child's demands for lunch suggests that was just one of many battles she has to go through on a daily basis, and she wasn't up for the fight on this particular occasion. I don't blame this woman for allowing her son to have a cheeseburger for what must be the 4th day in a row. Not only is it easier, but it's also cheaper, and price always has to be something that people take into consideration. I know that I do. That's why I'll be ordering 2 waters when I get to the front of this queue. It's not just because it's sensible to keep hydrated in this heat. It's also because it's free. Glancing back over my shoulder, past the sweaty German man behind me, who is energetically adjusting his swimwear beneath his bulging belly, I see my husband lying on the sun lounger at the far end of the pool. He has his headphones in, his arms behind his head, and his eyes closed, looking very relaxed. And I'm glad about that. He deserves this holiday. We both do. Looking away from Jamie, the man I married 10 years ago when I was in my mid-20s, and the man who convinced me that we could afford this 5-night stay in this 3-star hotel in southern Spain, I watch the mother and child finish placing their order before they move away, allowing me to step forward to place my own. Dos aguas, por favor. The Spaniard on the other side of the bar seems to appreciate my very limited use of his native tongue, and gets to work on filling a couple of plastic cups with ice and water before reaching out and handing me the chilled drinks. I thank him again in Spanish, feeling that smug satisfaction that all Brits do when they say a few words in another language, before turning and leaving the bar area, carrying the drinks back to my husband, while the German man behind me wastes no time in pointing to the beer tap that he would like his own drink to be poured from. I know that Jamie would much prefer me to be bringing him back a beer from my visit to the bar, because that would almost certainly be more refreshing for him in this midday heat. But that would cost money, and we're on a strict budget. He can have a couple of drinks tonight with our evening meal, but we've agreed that during the day we'll do our best to stick to water, or agua, as the locals call it. We're also refraining from ordering meals, like the burger and chips that the young child in front of me will soon be hungrily tucking into. Not just because the chef here might be a little dodgy, but because we only have the funds to eat out once a day, not twice. Our lunch every day of this holiday consists of a couple of salami sandwiches that we make up in our room each morning before coming down to the pool, bread and meat that we purchased from the nearest supermarket shortly after arriving at our hotel. This is day 3 of our holiday, but so far we have kept to our rules and managed our money well. Being sensible might not be something that is fun to do on vacation, but it is necessary. At least for Jamie and me, anyway. Money has always been tight in our relationship, a result of neither of us having a particularly high-paying job. Not that it means we aren't happy. We love each other, and we love our lives back in England. Although, we'd both be lying if we didn't say that things would be much easier if we weren't always worrying about our finances and spending most of our time depriving ourselves of the things we really want. It's not as if either of us are chasing fancy cars and yachts, but it would be nice to at least be able to eat and drink what we want while on a very rare holiday. This is the first time we have been abroad in 3 years. Even so, I told Jamie that I didn't think we could afford it and were better off keeping the money in the bank. But my husband persuaded me that we needed a break. If not from our jobs, then at least from the perma-grey skies that hang over our hometown of Stockport in northern England. In the end, I conceded easily, desperate for a break from the monotonous routine of life at home, as well as desperate for a little Spanish sun to brighten up what would have otherwise been just another dreary day in northern England. Now here we are, Jamie and I, poolside on the Andalusian coast, beneath the rays of sunlight that bless this part of the world with their warmth for the majority of the year. It's not as hot as it would be if we were here during the summer months, but it also wasn't as expensive to visit this part of the world in mid-October, when peak season is definitely over, and most of the holiday makers around the pool are here more for the cheap prices rather than the sizzling temperatures. But it's still warm, certainly much warmer than it is back in sunny Stockport right now, and it's good to be here on this rare break before we return back home to endure another dark winter in the UK. I reached the sun lounger and placed Jamie's cup of water down onto the hot tile beside him, before carefully taking a seat on my own lounger and bringing the cup of ice-cold liquid up to my lips. The water is refreshing and hydrating, and I try to convince myself that it's much better than the colourful cocktail that I can see the blonde woman drinking on the other side of the pool. The woman is older than me, by at least 10 years, I'd say, and I've seen her around the hotel ever since we got here a few days ago. She's usually carrying a large and flashy handbag, obviously fake, while her partner follows behind with his garish gold watch on his wrist, which is also clearly a fake. Not that it seems to bother either of them. The fact that they are staying in this hotel at this time of year, at the same time as we are, suggests that they are probably just as money-conscious, although they are certainly giving it a good go of making it look like they are more well off than they actually are. Jamie and I aren't like that. We don't have much money, but we aren't trying to fool anyone with fake watches and handbags. We're happy enough with who we are and what we have in life. Sure, I wish we had a little more money, but who doesn't? But the most important thing is that we love each other, because real love is something that money can't buy, and we certainly have that. I'm grateful for this holiday, and I'm grateful for this cold cup of water in my hand. It seems that Jamie is grateful for his own cup, too, when he opens his eyes and sees that I've returned from the bar with his drink. He thanks me before leaning over and giving me a kiss. I ask him what he's listening to, and he tells me that it's a football podcast, which sounds about right. I tell him that I'm going to put my own headphones in and listen to some of my music for a little while, before we agree to take a dip in the pool in around 20 minutes or so. Then we both recline and relax, feeling happy and content with where we are and what we're doing. We're just two Brits on holiday, enjoying ourselves, but being sensible too. If only we had carried on that way.
2. Jamie. Come on, let's go into town. It's our last night. I don't make a habit of pleading about anything with my wife, usually because she gets her way a lot more than I get mine. But I'm making an exception tonight. That's because it's now or never. Like I just said to Becky, it is the last night of our holiday. Tomorrow we'll be on a plane back to England, where the only things waiting for us will be our small house, our boring jobs, and a whole load of drizzly rain falling from the sky. But tonight, we have much more exciting things that are potentially awaiting us. Refined restaurants, beach bars, classy clubs. We're on holiday, and I think it's time we started acting like it. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like my wife feels the same way. We can't afford it. Yes, we can. We've got nearly €100 left here. But we need some of that for the shuttle bus to the airport. And we'll need to eat before our flight. We don't get food on the plane, remember? I'm not saying we spend all of it, but we can at least have a couple of cocktails somewhere. What's wrong with the hotel bar? We've spent every night here in the hotel bar. Don't you want to go somewhere else? Of course I do. Then let's go. But why spend more than we have to? Town is a mile away. We'd have to get a taxi. We can walk it. It's pitch black out there. We get lost. We'll be fine. Or we'll just get a taxi. It'll hardly break the bank. I regret saying that last part because it's a sentence I've said several times during the course of my relationship with Becky, and she never takes kindly to me using it. She always takes it as me mocking her worries about money. She thinks I don't care enough about being as sensible as she does. Of course I care, and I'm definitely not mocking her concerns. It's just I get frustrated at times when it feels like we can't do the simplest things that so many other people our age are doing. All I want is a few drinks on holiday with my wife, perhaps in a bar by the sea, surrounded by a load of other tourists doing the same thing. Is that too crazy an idea? Stop saying it won't break the bank. Imagine I let you spend money every time you said that. It would break the bank then. I realise I need to come up with something good now, to salvage this evening and prevent it from ending up as the pair of us sitting at opposite ends of our hotel room, in a mood with each other. I just want us to have a nice night and do something a little different. This is our first holiday in years, and who knows when our next one will be. Okay, we might end up spending a few euros more than we planned to, but if so, I'll cover it and pay it back once we're home and working again. I made sure to keep my voice low and calm and my body language passive as I spoke just then, not wanting to antagonise Becky any further and risk a full-blown argument that the tourists in the rooms around us might be able to overhear. I think it's worked, because Becky doesn't erupt after I have finished speaking. Instead, she takes a seat on the edge of the bed and seems to be considering my plan. I guess it would be good to actually see somewhere other than the hotel, she eventually says. I smile at her, realising that she is coming around to the idea. We'll find a cheap bar, and we'll buy the cheapest cocktails, I promise, I assure my wife. This time, it's her turn to smile. You really know how to show a girl a good time, she tells me, and I laugh before giving her a wink and checking the time at my watch. Shall we go in half an hour? I ask, and Becky agrees before getting up off the bed and heading into the bathroom, where I presume she will spend every single one of the next 30 minutes applying her makeup and fretting about what to wear. I, on the other hand, plan to spend the next half an hour doing something a little more relaxing than that. So I scoop up the can of lager from my bedside table and take it with me out onto our hotel room balcony, the one that overlooks the small pool that we spent all day sitting beside. Cracking open the cheap can that I picked up from the barman before we went back to the room, I take a sip of the warm liquid and grimace at the taste, only slightly, before sinking down into one of the 2 plastic chairs that make up the furniture on this balcony. As I sit, I shiver slightly and note how much colder it is now that the sun has gone down in this part of the world. The days in Spain are still hot in October, but the nights aren't as warm as I would like them to be, and I decide that I'll put on a jacket before we make the walk into town. I'm looking forward to going somewhere a little more vibrant this evening as I sit and watch a solitary hotel employee start cleaning the pool below me. This hotel is nice but basic, and most of the people staying here are either elderly retirees who disappear into their rooms at sunset, or a few younger people who presumably go to town after realising that the hotel doesn't provide much action after dark. It's this hotel that Becky and I have sat in every night so far on this holiday, sipping our soft drinks and making them last as long as possible while playing a few card games and laughing about funny times in our past. I enjoyed those nights, don't get me wrong, but I also know that we deserve to do something a little more exciting with our last night than just playing Snap and chatting about old memories. We deserve to make some new ones. I keep watching the hotel employee as he cleans the pool below my balcony, all the while wondering how much he earns for his labour. It's probably not much, and I doubt it's much worse than what I get paid to be a warehouse assistant back in Stockport. But it's honest work to pay the bills, and that's all anybody can try to do. It's my meagre wage that is part of the reason why holidays are so few and far between for Becky and me, as well as why my wife was so reluctant to agree to my idea about going into town and spending a little more than we should this evening. But it's also the reason why we haven't started a family yet. Having a child is not only going to be exciting, fulfilling and wonderful, but it's going to be expensive too. I want to be a parent just as much as Becky does, but I don't want to struggle, and I certainly don't want Becky to struggle either. That's why we have held off on having a baby for so long. The time has to be right. Or rather, our finances have to be right. Becky would say that we are a long way off the time being right yet, and I have been agreeing with her in principle, although I've also been keeping a little secret from her. We're not rich by any means, just as my wife thinks, but we're also not as poor as she thinks we are. I've been saving for many years, just putting away a little money here and there when I can, and I've been doing it for one reason. I want to take the pressure off Becky when we do finally have a baby, and give her the option to take a break from work during the early part of the baby's life if she needs it. Her maternity leave would not be great, or well paid, so I know she would feel under pressure to return to her job as a teaching assistant quickly after becoming a mother. I don't want her to feel like that. That's why I have been secretly saving. I have a decent sum put away now. Not life-changing by any means, but enough for us to be a little more comfortable when a baby does come along, and we suddenly have all the extra things to pay for that we don't pay for right now. Nappies, formula, clothes, toys. It's all going to cost us. But I know it'll be worth it, and I can't wait to be a dad. Becky can't wait to be a mum either. The only thing we need to do is actually have the baby. We're not getting any younger. We need to start trying soon. I'm hoping that we can start tonight. That's why I was so desperate for us to go out this evening. I don't just want it to be some average night we'll never remember. I want it to be one of the best nights of our life, and as I sit on this balcony now, I have a strange feeling that it just might be. Unfortunately, I was very, very wrong.
3. Becky. Jamie was right. Leaving the hotel and going into town for our last night was a good idea. It's much busier here, and there is a far better atmosphere in this bar compared to the one we've spent every other night in so far. Okay, so the drinks are slightly more expensive, and yes, we did end up having to get a taxi after we got lost on the dark roads leading into town, but I'm glad we're here, and I'm having a good time. I can see that Jamie is too, because he's standing at the bar chatting away with some guy next to him as he waits to be served. I wait patiently for him to return to our table by the window, not at all bothered that my husband is so chatty with other people. Although it might be a different story if he suddenly started chatting to the two attractive women in the corner who have been eyeing him up ever since we walked in here. I don't think Jamie has noticed them checking him out, but I certainly have. And while I can't blame them for being attracted to my handsome husband, I can certainly drag them out of this bar by their hair extensions if they try anything on with him. I'm not a violent person, but I do have a good imagination. I continue to use that imagination to entertain myself, right up until the moment when Jamie returns to the table with our fresh drinks and takes his seat beside me. "Who was that you were talking to?" I ask him, before putting my straw in my mouth and taking a sip of the very strong mojito the barman has just made for me. "Dave from Bradford," Jamie replies with a big grin on his face. "He's a lorry driver back home. Comes over here at the same time every year for 2 weeks with the wife and their kids." "Where are his wife and kids?" "Back at the hotel. Just the way he likes it, apparently." I roll my eyes as Jamie laughs. I'm not particularly impressed by the chauvinist behaviour from the man my husband has just been chatting to, but hardly surprised by it either. Looking around this venue, it seems like most of the men in here are on their own. I suspect a lot of them are taking the opportunity to have a peaceful drink while their other halves deal with putting the kids to bed. I'm sure Jamie wouldn't be like that if he was a father, but maybe every wife thinks that until the kids come along, and suddenly the man they married is making all sorts of excuses to get out of the way. I'm just about to initiate another conversation with my husband when somebody else speaks to him. I turn my head to see that the voice belongs to the man sitting at the table beside us. I couldn't hear what he said, but I'd noticed the man before. He's been sitting at this table with another woman ever since we arrived here, and I've seen her glance over at me a couple of times, to which I smiled back and left it at that. I think they're English too, and I got the inkling they might be looking to make new friends tonight. I hadn't bothered to engage them in conversation because I'm not quite as outgoing as my partner is. But Jamie has no problem chatting to anybody, and now, it seems, he is chatting to this couple on the table next to us. "We're from Stockport," I hear Jamie say, and the man he's talking to smiles widely before loudly proclaiming that he and his wife are from the north of England too. That might not seem like anything to get particularly excited about, but on holiday in another country, a set of people finding out that they're from a similar place back home generally tends to lead to much more conversation. And so it proves, as the man leans in closer to our table and introduces himself and his partner. "I'm Phil, and this is my wife, Mel." "Nice to meet you," Jamie replies, shaking Phil's hand and nodding his head at Mel, who smiles back. "I'm Jamie, and this is Becky." The eyes of Phil and Mel are suddenly upon me, and I feel a little self-conscious, which is silly, but I try to disguise it by picking up my glass and raising it towards them in some kind of friendly greeting. "How long are you guys here for?" Phil asks us both, and I decide to jump in and answer that question so I can start to integrate myself into this new conversation. "This is our 5th night. We're going home tomorrow." "Oh, so you're out making the most of your last night, yeah?" Mel suddenly chips in, and Jamie and I glance at each other before nodding our heads and agreeing that we're out to have fun this evening. "Cool. We got here yesterday and we go back next Wednesday," Phil tells us, before taking a sip of his drink. That's when I notice that both he and his wife are drinking champagne, which isn't unusual for a couple on holiday, I suppose, but I haven't seen many other people in here drinking such a lavish beverage. "How are you so tanned if you only got here yesterday?" Jamie asks them, and that's a good point, because Phil and Mel do look very sun-kissed, which surely can't be a result of just one day in this sunny part of the world. "We had another holiday before this one," Mel tells us. "Dubai for a week." "Wow," I blurt out, and the word is out of my mouth before I have a chance to stop it. I didn't mean to seem so shocked, but I couldn't help it, and I notice that Phil and Mel seem a little surprised. "Have you guys ever been there?" Phil asks us, but I shake my head and leave it to Jamie to explain why. "We'd love to, but isn't it really expensive?" he asks. "It can be, but it depends where you stay," Phil replies. "We love it out there, don't we?" "Absolutely love it," Mel chimes in. "We've been twice now." "That's great," I say, whilst silently praying that this couple don't ask Jamie and I how often we go on holiday or where we have been, because they are surely going to be very disappointed in our answers if they do. But thankfully, they don't, and that gives my husband the chance to move the conversation along. "Which hotel are you guys staying in?" he asks them. "We're at the Angel on the seafront," Phil replies. "You?" "Oh, just one down the road about a mile away. You probably won't have heard of it." I can tell from my partner's coy response that he is obviously embarrassed about where we're staying, and I think I know why. Phil just told us where he and his wife are staying, and we know the place. The Angel is one of the hotels our airport shuttle bus stopped at before it dropped us off at our hotel, and neither of us have forgotten how amazing that place looked. The hotel is a huge white structure overlooking the Mediterranean Sea, and Jamie and I had peered from the glass windows of the shuttle bus in awe at the marble fountain outside the hotel, as well as at the guests who departed our bus and took their luggage inside the glamorous venue. Needless to say, the hotel we are staying at does not have a view of the Med, or a fountain. It barely has running water at all. "I think we need another drink." Mel suddenly says as she lifts up the champagne bottle from the ice bucket between her and her husband to reveal that it is empty. I think we do, Phil says with a grin, and then he looks towards Jamie and me to check on our situation. Do you guys want to join us for another bottle? Oh, I mumble, worrying how much that might cost and if they would expect us to pay half of it. Or worse, buy our own bottle for the next round. Jamie also seems a little unsure, even though I know he would love to keep drinking and chatting with this other couple. The more the merrier, as far as he's concerned. Don't worry, we'll get it, Phil says as he gets up out of his seat, obviously aware that we might be a little shy about paying for a bottle of champagne. We've got to help you celebrate your last night, haven't we? With that, he heads for the bar, leaving the smiling Mel to stay and chat with us until he returns. And chat she does, asking us all sorts of questions about our holiday, which Jamie is only too happy to answer, and I hope not just because she's good-looking and holding strong eye contact with him. I do my best to stay a part of the conversation too, but things get much easier when Phil returns with the bottle of fizz, before complimenting me on my tan and asking if my colleagues back at my workplace in England will be jealous of it. I laugh at the compliment and sip the free drink he has just poured me, feeling more and more relaxed in this couple's company as we keep talking and getting to know each other. As the night went on, the champagne continued to flow. So did the conversation. It was turning into a very good last night on holiday.
4. Jamie. I can hear my wife's heels clip-clopping across the marble floor that covers the reception area of this plush hotel I am sitting in. I hear her before I see her, but I know that the noise belongs to her because there aren't many other people around now. It's late, and most of the guests staying here are in bed. 2 of the guests in this hotel are still up, though, and they are sitting on the sofa opposite me while the glass table in between us holds the champagne and glasses that we ordered when we arrived here shortly after leaving the bar where we first met. Phil and Mel invited Becky and me back to their hotel for a nightcap, an offer that we accepted despite the late hour and the fact that going to this hotel meant going in the opposite direction to our own. That increase in distance means the taxi back to our room will likely cost more than it did when we first took a cab into town. But right now, that's the last thing on my mind. I've had a great night, and it's not over yet, although perhaps I should start thinking about winding it down. I think the champagne may have gone to my head. Considering what I've just been saying to Phil and Mel, while Becky has been in the ladies' room, I've confessed to them that my wife and I are thinking of starting a family soon, which is something that only my closest friends back home are aware of. But there's just something about Phil and Mel that make them feel so easy to talk to that it almost feels as if they are old friends. Not only are they asking me lots of questions, but they are listening carefully to the answers too, as if I'm the most important thing in their world right now. While it might seem obvious, not many people I talk to listen to me in such a way. I've got school friends who don't show as much interest in me as this couple do. I like it, and I guess that's why I keep talking and opening up about myself. I guess it's also why I go on to mention that I have been secretly saving some money to surprise Becky with, and to make things easier for us when the baby does come along. Phil seemed very impressed with my ability to not only save for the future, but keep it a secret from my wife, joking that there is not a single thing he can do in this world that his wife doesn't know about. Becky finally comes into view across the reception a moment later, passing the smartly suited hotel employee behind the desk and continuing on until she reaches the sofas and table. I notice that my wife is a little unsteady on her feet, which is to be expected after the festivities this evening, but it's okay, because she has a big grin on her face, and I can see that she is having as much fun as I am. Phil and Mel really are great company. I'm glad we ended up meeting them in that bar. If we hadn't, then Becky and I would surely have called it a night many hours ago, and we'd probably be fast asleep right now, having already packed up our suitcases in preparation for our flight home tomorrow. As it is, we are still out having a good time. The packing can wait for the morning. We're still on holiday, and it's not over yet. This place is amazing, Becky says as she sinks into the plush leather beside me. That has to be the best bathroom I've ever been in. Phil laughs before prompting Mel to tell us both what some of the bathrooms in Dubai were like. She initially seems a little reluctant to do so, and I wonder if she is starting to get tired. But she eventually shares a few experiences, including telling us all about the bathroom she frequented in the desert city that had special doors where the glass frosted over when they were locked, before going clear again when unlocked. To some people, that might not seem particularly exciting, but to my wife and I, it sounded thrilling. We are definitely not as worldly as Phil and Mel, and it's clear that they have been to far more exotic places than we have ever been. It's also clear that they have a lot more money than we do, and there is no clearer sign of that than the fact that they are staying in a 5-star hotel. How much does it cost for a night here? I ask Phil as I look around the expansive reception. Oh, it varies greatly. It depends what kind of room you stay in, he tells me, perhaps trying to be modest and not admit to how much he is paid to be a guest here. But I push him until he gives me a better answer, and when he finally tells me, I can't disguise the shock on my face. Really? That much? I ask, before feeling a little embarrassed that I have probably just revealed to my new friend that I could never possibly afford to stay in the same room that he is. Phil does seem to get the hint that I'm nowhere near as affluent as he is, so he, perhaps rather politely, tries to move the conversation onto something that might make Becky and I feel more comfortable. So what do you guys do for fun when you're at home? Is Stockport a good night out? Becky is just about to answer him, and it will most likely be a very short answer because Stockport is definitely not considered a good night out. But I interject and change the subject again. Sorry, how can you guys be retired at such a young age? Amazingly, Phil and Mel have already told us that they are retired from their jobs despite the fact that both of them are barely 40. That came as a surprise to Becky and me, because, like most people, we expect to be working in full-time employment until our mid-60s, at least. Yet here is a couple who seem to have figured out how to escape the rat race many years ahead of everybody else. What's their secret? I tried to find out earlier, but I didn't really understand what Phil was telling me, so now I'm going to try to find out again. I want to find out if there is any way I can do what they did, so I can be financially free, too. But just like the first time, Phil's answer just leaves me confused. We made some sound investments when we were younger. I worked in the financial industry, stocks and shares, that kind of thing. But it was very dull, and I was glad to get out a couple of years ago. I'm having much more fun now going on holiday with my beautiful wife. Phil reaches over and puts a hand on Mel's leg, smiling at her and presumably expecting her to be pleased with what he just said. But Mel doesn't seem as pleased as I thought she might do. She is getting quieter and quieter as the night goes on. Is she tired? Has she had enough of the evening? Or has she just had enough of us? I check my watch and see that it is almost midnight. Becky and I should be going, especially if the local taxi companies around here increase their fares once the clock strikes 12, as they tend to do back in England. But I don't want to go yet. I'm having fun. It's not every day that I get to sit in a hotel like this one. It's also not every day I meet a guy like Phil. He's certainly not like any of my friends back home. Their idea of a good night out doesn't extend beyond the local pub, and they wouldn't order champagne if it was the only thing on the menu. There's nothing wrong with that. They're all just working-class guys like me who love a beer and a game of pool in a pub with a jukebox. And I'm no different. But there is more to life, and Phil seems to be a person who could show me that. Him and Mel inviting us back to their hotel is great, but where else could he take Becky and me in the future if we saw each other again? What if we met up again when we were all back in England? What if our friendship extended beyond this one night? I realised that I would love to see this couple again, and I'm sure Becky feels the same way. The only problem is that I'm not sure how to broach the subject. I don't want to embarrass myself by asking for Phil or Mel's number if they have no desire to keep in contact with us after this evening. It would be very awkward if they said no, and I guess they would be likely to, because how often do people really swap numbers when they meet abroad? Phil and Mel have probably got chatting to loads of people during their various holidays overseas, but I doubt they see it as a way of making new friends, rather as just a way to have a fun night. Maybe I should just finish my champagne, enjoy the rest of the conversation, and then say goodbye to this couple, thanking them for a lovely evening and just putting this night in the memory bank for Becky and me to look back on occasionally. Phil is a cool guy, but I hardly expect him to be interested in socialising with a warehouse worker from Stockport when he gets back to England. He must have loads of mates from his financial industry days to go out with. But then I tell him another joke, and he laughs wholeheartedly, as if he really is enjoying himself. I realise I should have more confidence in myself. I'm fun. So is Becky. We might not have much money, but we are nice, sociable people. Surely Phil and Mel will want to see us again back in England, if we can make it work. I decide that I'm going to suggest keeping in touch, but just before I can, Mel stands up and says that she is feeling tired and needs to go to bed. She says what a pleasure it was to meet Becky and me, and we both stand up to give her a hug before she departs across the reception in the direction of the lifts. I'm disappointed to see her go, and I'm sure Becky is too, but I can't help but wonder if Mel wasn't having as much fun as the rest of us this evening. That thought leads me to think that maybe this is a good time for the rest of us to call it a night too, so I reluctantly decide not to try to get Phil's number. But just before we go, Phil has something to ask me. He inquires about getting my phone number. It seems he wants us to stay in touch as well.
5. Mel. I closed the door to the hotel room, the one I share with Phil, the man who is still downstairs in the reception area with the couple we met this evening. Their names are Becky and Jamie, and they are polite, pleasant people, just like all the other people we meet whenever we go on holiday. And just like all those other people, Becky and Jamie couldn't refuse free drinks, nor could they refuse the invitation to come back to a 5-star hotel. People are so predictable. That's why what Phil and I do is so easy. But just because it's easy, it doesn't mean that it's enjoyable. I used to like what I do for a living. But now I'm starting to have second thoughts. Taking off the high heels that have been fastened to my aching feet all evening, it feels good to release my toes, and I feel them sinking into the cream carpet beneath me before I peel off my dress and walk into the bathroom. My bare feet pad over the marble tiles in here as I reach out and turn on the shower, feeling the heat from the water as soon as the handle is turned, and I don't waste any time standing beneath its soothing jets. I wash quickly, my hands scrubbing my arms as if I can remove the sins of my past as easily as all the dead skin cells that linger on me. Then I move on to my hair, massaging my soapy scalp, although I'm not feeling anywhere near as relaxed as I should do during such an endeavour. As I shower, I visualise Phil still downstairs in the hotel reception now, the champagne bottle on the table in front of him, tantalisingly in reach of Becky and Jamie, our new friends. He'll be disappointed that I left him alone before the night was through, but I don't really care about that.
He knows I'm not happy with him, and he knows exactly why I decided to make myself scarce when I did. I left because I know what is going to happen next. By now, I'm sure that Phil has asked for Jamie's phone number. He will have done so under the pretense that he has had a fun evening tonight and would like to keep in touch with the couple he has just met, because he now considers them to be friends, and friends should meet up again in the future. In the past, I have been the one to ask for the phone numbers of the people we have just met, but by leaving the party early this evening, I left Phil with no choice but to do it himself. He won't care about that, but he will care if I keep making a habit of leaving him alone. That's the thing with what we do. It needs two of us to work best. If Phil could do it himself, I have no doubts that he would, but he can't. He needs a partner, a wingman, a pretend wife. Phil and I are not married. We don't even use our real names. We're not who we say we are at all. Of course, the people we meet have no idea about that. They just believe everything we say because why wouldn't they? We give our names and we have wedding rings on our fingers. How would anybody know that the names are fake and the rings are too? There's always the chance that people can start to suspect that we're not being honest, the more we talk to them and the more they ask us questions. That was more of a problem in the early days, but Phil and I have been doing this so long now that our chances of messing things up at this stage are negligible. The only way we could ruin it is by self-sabotage. That's why I left Becky and Jamie tonight, while Phil was still talking to them. It was my pathetic attempt at sabotage. It won't have worked, though. It wasn't anywhere near dramatic enough to do that. All I did was say that I was tired, and then go upstairs to bed. Becky and Jamie might have found it disappointing to see me leave, but they wouldn't have found it strange. After all, most people get tired and want to go to bed at midnight. But I could really have given them something to worry about if I'd told them my real reason. In reality, it was about my desire to leave a situation that is only going to end one way for them. Badly. Becky and Jamie are nice people. Becky is a teaching assistant at a local school in her hometown. I could tell from the way her face lit up when she described working with children all day that she enjoys her job, even if it is low-paid. That is commendable, because far too many people take jobs just because they pay well. Becky is obviously not one of those people. Neither is Jamie, as it turns out, because while he openly admitted that he didn't make much in his role as a warehouse assistant, he did say he liked his working environment and enjoyed the great banter with his colleagues on a daily basis. It seems that for him, just like Becky, job satisfaction is much more important than salary. But they're not as poor as their roles would suggest, because Jamie has confessed to having some savings tucked away for when he and his wife start a family. While he might have been telling us that from a place of pride, the problem for him now is that pride usually leads to a downfall. Phil and I are always on the lookout for couples who are friendly yet gullible, and, most important, could do with a few extra pound coins in their pocket. People like that are not hard to find, especially in a place like southern Spain. This part of the world is always full of British holiday-makers who come away on cheap flights and stay in cheap hotels to soak up a little sun and break up their otherwise dreary lives back home. The truly poor can't afford to come here, and the truly wealthy wouldn't want to. It's those people in between whom we are interested in. Those who have enough money to have a holiday, but those who could also do with a lot more funds in their banks. It's up to Phil and me to draw them in and entice them with stories of our lavish lifestyle. We appear rich, and we want them to know it. But more important, we want them to eventually think that they can be just as rich as us. It takes time to run a scheme like this, and it can't all be done in one night, which is why me leaving Phil alone in the bar won't make too much of a difference to the plan. If everything goes as well as my pretend husband wants it to, then we will be seeing Becky and Jamie again back in England, and that's when things will really start to get interesting between us. But I don't want to see Becky and Jamie again. I don't want to carry on pretending to be their friends. I don't want to ruin their lives. Only Phil does. That's the problem. My partner and I are not on the same page anymore. We used to be, but now I feel like going in another direction. I've had enough of what I do for a living. I want it to stop. I want out before any more people get hurt, and more important, before I get caught and end up paying for my crimes. It's time to quit. It's time to leave this life behind. The only question is, will Phil let me?
6. Phil. The lift doors slide open and I get in, pushing the button with the 10 printed on it before waiting for the doors to close and feeling the lift beginning its ascent. I lean against the wall to my right as I travel upwards, a sign that my body is tired, and not just because it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning and I've been drinking champagne since yesterday afternoon. I'm tired because I know that I won't be going to sleep when I get back to my room. I'm going to have a conversation with the woman who is probably asleep in one of the 2 beds in the room right now. Mel, my wife, the woman I supposedly love. She's not my wife, and I don't love her. She's just my partner. But she's also becoming a nuisance. The screen above the lift door tells me that we're just passing through floor number 5, so the fact that I'm now halfway to where I'm going makes me stand up straight away from the wall and focus on how I'm going to proceed from here. I could storm into the hotel room and make it clear from the first minute that I'm angry at Mel for leaving me alone with Becky and Jamie and potentially risking the whole plan before it's barely got off the ground. I'm angry, so that would be a very easy way to do things, but I'm not sure that it is the best way. Mel and I have had a few arguments before, and I know she doesn't respond well to me when I raise my voice and vent my frustrations in an aggressive manner. Besides, showing her how angry I am might give her some satisfaction, and I don't want to do that. I'm annoyed, but I don't want her to know it. As the lift passes floor number 7, I decide that I'm going to stay calm and composed and not lose control of my emotions as I seek to get an answer to why Mel did what she did tonight. That has to be the best way for me to get some serious answers out of her without it just erupting into a full-blown argument and her locking herself in the bathroom, which has happened once before. If I have to guess, I'd say Mel's reason for leaving early tonight and going upstairs to bed instead of staying with me and getting even closer to Becky and Jamie is because she doesn't want to pursue them as targets. She would rather we just left them alone. But there's a problem with that. The problem is Becky and Jamie are perfect targets, and more important, Mel works for me. She doesn't get to decide whom we go after and whom we don't, and she certainly doesn't get to decide to just leave midway through work. Mel is very good at what she does, so she should be, because she's been doing it for a long time alongside me, but lately she's becoming more of a hindrance than a help. I need to rectify this immediately. By the time the lift reaches the 10th floor, I am confident that I will be able to do that. Leaving the air-conditioned box that has just taken me from the bottom of the hotel to the top, I move into the air-conditioned corridor, then to my air-conditioned room. This really is a nice hotel, but as pleasant as it is to stay here, I have ambitions to stay at even better venues in the future. But if I'm going to realise those ambitions, then I need Mel's help. It's time to find out if she is still willing to give it to me. Removing my room card from my wallet, I tap the white piece of plastic against the electronic display below the door handle. The green light that appears lets me know that I'm in. Pushing the door open, I feel the cool air in the room and figure that Mel must have turned the aircon up even higher in here since she got back. It wasn't this cold when we left the room several hours ago to go into town and start looking for gullible couples to talk to. That's no surprise, because I know Mel always gets warm at night, and if she's too warm, then she can't sleep. Well, there will be no sleeping now I'm back. If Mel is asleep, then it is time to wake her up. Walking past the door to the bathroom, I notice the discarded towel inside and figure Mel took a shower, but she isn't in the bathroom now, so she must be in one of the beds. As I round the corner, I see that she is. "Wakey, wakey," I say, as I step towards the bed and Mel's horizontal body. While her eyes are closed, I'm confident that she will be able to hear me. If not, then I will have to raise my voice even louder and just hope that she isn't going to pretend like she can't hear me, like some child who's pretending they can't be woken up when their parents are trying to get them ready for school on a Monday morning. But Mel spares me the theatrics. She opens her eyes and sees me standing over her, my hands on my hips and my facial expression stern. "What was all that about?" I ask her. "We'll talk about it in the morning." "No, we'll talk about it now." Mel attempts to roll over and turn her back to me, but I stop her, causing her to flinch and pull away from my touch. We might look like a happily married couple in public, but if only people could see us behind closed doors. "It's late," Mel moans. "It's no later than any other night we've had this week, so what's different now?" "Nothing. You left me alone down there. Why did you do that? You know it doesn't look good in front of the targets. I told you, I was tired." "Rubbish. Why did you leave? Is it because you don't think we should go after Becky and Jamie?" "I don't know." It's a yes or no answer. "Fine. No, I don't think we should go after Becky and Jamie." "And why is that?" "Because they're nice." "When has that ever stopped us?" Mel doesn't like that comment. She shakes her head at me, though she might as well be shaking her head at herself, because what I just said is right. We've never worried about how nice a couple might be in the past. So why should we care now? "I don't know if I want to do this anymore," Mel tells me. While that is surprising to hear, it does explain the way she's been increasingly distant with me lately. We've been in Spain for 2 weeks, not one night like I told Becky and Jamie. We haven't just come from Dubai, although I wish we had. Instead, we've been travelling along the southern tip of Spain, visiting various bars that are filled with various British tourists who might turn out to be people we can extract money from. It's not as glamorous a lifestyle as the one I pretend to have when I meet the couples and tell them how I'm a retired ex-trader who made a fortune by making savvy financial decisions, but it's not as bad as it sounds either. I travel Europe, meet plenty of new people, and at the end of it usually make a decent amount of money. Things could be worse. They would definitely be worse if Mel stopped accompanying me on these trips. "You're not stopping," I tell my partner firmly. "We're in this together. Just find somebody else to work with." "I don't want somebody else. We work well as a team. We won't work well if I decide to stop." "But you aren't going to do that, because if you did, there would be a price to pay, wouldn't there?" I'm aware that threatening Mel might not be the best way I have of getting her back on my side, but it's late, I'm tired, and I can't be bothered beating around the bush. Besides, threats can be useful, and it might be just the thing that snaps Mel out of her trance and gets her to start working properly with me again. "Okay," she says, giving in rather easily, and I suspect she's only doing so because she wants to go to sleep, but I'll allow her to do so for now. I step away from the bed and go into the bathroom to brush my teeth, as Mel rolls over and closes her eyes again. By the time I leave the bathroom, Mel is quiet and still, possibly asleep, though I wouldn't bet on it. I'm not sure how easy it is for a woman to sleep after a man has just threatened her, but I'm not going to worry about that now. It's time for me to get some rest. I lower myself into the other bed, rest my head on my pillow, and stare up at the dark ceiling above. Mel and I always share a hotel room, but we also get our own beds. We keep things strictly professional these days, even though we were once romantically involved. That's because we have a good thing going together. We make money. It works. We don't need to change that, and we certainly don't need to risk ruining it. So why does Mel want to stop doing this? I don't understand. As far as I'm concerned, we're just getting started.
7. Becky. I keep my eyes on the tip of the plane's wing as it slices through the air outside my passenger seat window, aware of how fragile this machine is that's keeping me hurtling through the sky. It won't serve me well to spend too much time thinking about it, so I decide to look away from the clear blue sky outside and back into the cabin where my husband is sitting beside me, flicking through the brochure that the cabin crew provided after takeoff. "I might get some crisps. Do you want some?" Jamie asks me, but I shake my head. I'm not hungry, nor do I fancy paying the exorbitant prices that this airline will charge for what should be a very cheap and simple snack. "I'll leave it," he decides after a few more moments of contemplation, closing the brochure and tucking it into the flap on the back of the seat in front of him, before looking around the cabin and seeing that everybody else around him is just as bored and just as ready to stretch their legs again upon landing. "I can't believe we're back in work tomorrow," I muse mournfully. It went so fast. I know. I told you we should have gone away for 7 nights. 5 was plenty. I could have done with a couple more. I was just starting to unwind. Me too. Oh well, back to the real world. Jamie sighs, which tells me he is really not looking forward to going back to his job at the warehouse tomorrow. I guess I already knew that would be the case, and he's not alone, considering how we'd much rather be spending another day lounging by the pool in Spain with the sun's rays on our skin and a cold drink in our hands. It will be nothing but rainy days and hot cups of tea for the foreseeable future. I wonder what Phil and Mel are doing today, Jamie ponders as our plane keeps racing towards England. Whatever they're doing, I bet it involves champagne, I quip, and my husband laughs before suddenly seeming a little downbeat. Must be nice to be them, he says. Retired young, always on holiday. What a life. We're not doing too badly. I know. But we could be doing better. I'm used to my husband being a little down after our rare holidays, because any kind of change in our usual routine tends to leave him pondering the meaning of life and wondering if he's missing out on things. To be honest, the end of a holiday always makes me feel the same way too, but I'm just a little bit better at disguising it than Jamie is. Leaving a sunny place where work doesn't exist to go back to a cold place where it feels like all we do is work can be bleak. But it only gets worse if I spend too much time mulling over my life choices and wondering if I didn't go wrong somewhere down the road. Of course I didn't go wrong. I have a partner who loves me, a modest but cosy home, and stable employment, not to mention family and friends in the local area. I don't think I've failed in life by any stretch of the imagination, and I don't think Jamie should think that either. Besides, things might be about to get even better for us, if what we talked about last night ends up leading to us having a new person in our lives in 9 months or so. After the fun night with Phil and Mel, and after we had exchanged phone numbers with him and arranged to keep in touch, Jamie and I took a taxi back to our hotel. We were back in our room and still a little tipsy from all the champagne that Phil had kindly lavished us with, when Jamie brought up the subject that he tends to talk about a lot less often than I do. Having a baby. I'm not sure how much of what he said was a result of his excitement about being a father, and how much of it was just down to the fact that he was feeling good after a fun night on holiday, making new friends. But my husband told me he was very eager to start trying for a baby. As in, he wanted to start right there and then, without wasting another moment. I was thrilled to hear him tell me how excited he was about the possibility of being a dad, because while he's been enthusiastic about it before, he had never shown himself to be super enthusiastic. Now, he clearly didn't want to waste any more time. I had to agree with him, but, as always, it wasn't as simple as that. Like everything else we do, we had to consider one thing that usually dictated whether we could or couldn't do something. We had to consider the financial aspect of it. But that was where Jamie surprised me again. He told me that he had been saving hard for the birth of our first child, even harder than I was already aware of, and that he had actually been able to put away considerably more money than I had expected. Around £8,000. I was shocked, because I didn't think our savings amounted to much more than a couple of grand. But Jamie admitted that he had been able to put away more funds by doing extra work around the warehouse. We still weren't rich by any means, but my husband had worked hard to give us a better chance at being able to afford a baby. And now he wanted to get to work on bringing that baby into the world. What's more, He told me that he had kept the money a secret from me until he had enough of it, because he wanted to give me the best news. When the baby was born, he didn't want me to feel under pressure to go back to work too soon. The money was there for me to stay at home with the baby for as long as possible, even after my maternity leave had ended. It was an extremely sweet gesture. I had felt quite emotional last night when I realised just how hard my husband had been working for us. The rest of the night had been spent engaged in what I will politely call trying for that baby. All this explains why both Jamie and I are feeling very tired on this plane ride home. Both of us are very much looking forward to getting to our house and laying our weary heads on our pillows again. But it seems my husband is also looking forward to something else, too. "How long do you think we should leave it before calling Phil and Mel?" he asks me as he takes out the brochure again and flicks back to the page with the photo of the crisps on it, letting me know that he's still tempted to buy himself a snack on this flight. "I don't know. Do you think we should wait for them to contact us?" "What if we both end up waiting and none of us get in touch?" "I'm sure Phil will call at some point. He seemed to be getting on really well with you." "Mel absolutely loved you. She was laughing at your jokes, and they weren't even funny." "Yes, they were." I playfully hit my partner on the arm, and he gives me a wink before deciding that he's going to get some crisps after all. As he attracts the attention of one of the members of the cabin crew, I look back out of the window at the plane's wing, which is still thankfully doing its job in helping to get us home. Maybe this holiday being over isn't such a bad thing. Jamie and I have plenty to look forward to now that we're officially trying for a baby. What's more, we managed to make a couple of new friends that we are surely going to see again soon. Jamie was right. Mel was laughing at my jokes, and as much as I'd never admit it to my husband, they really weren't that funny. I guess she did like me. I wonder what she will be up to when she gets home.
8. Mel. My hand runs over the various garments that are hanging on the clothes rail beside me, and I make a mental note of some of the price tags. But really, my heart isn't in this shopping trip today, so I doubt that I'll buy anything. I'm just here killing time between jobs, and it's either this or sitting around at my apartment by myself, waiting for Phil to give me a call and tell me that one of the couples we met in Spain last week has been in touch and wants to meet us again. In total, the Spanish holiday yielded 6 phone numbers for us, all belonging to couples who innocently believe that they have just made some new friends, whom they can keep in touch with back in England. The couples are all of a similar age, late 30s or early 40s, because Phil has decided that's the age group that tends to deliver the best chance of success for our plan. Perhaps that is because the two of us are close to 40, so it's easier to make friends with people of a similar age. I know that Phil did spend a while trying to crack what he calls the older market, by which he means those in their 50s and 60s, whom he views as having more money that would be ripe for taking. But either they are too old for us to become firm friends with, or they are just too sceptical about anybody who buys them free champagne and asks for their phone number. Whatever the reason, that market never really took off for us. I know that annoys Phil because he is very ambitious, or greedy, as I call it. He wants better targets with more money so he can get richer faster and move on up the social ladder, swapping holiday resorts in Spain for ones in the Caribbean. Not only is that perhaps foolish on his part, but it's also needless. As much as I have grown tired of doing what we do to other people, there's no denying that it works. So many of the people we meet on holiday end up handing over money to us once they have seen our lifestyle, and once Phil has hinted that they can have a taste of it too, with just a couple of savvy investments here and there. It seems like everybody we meet wants more money in their lives. What a shocker. Phil and I have been doing what we do for the best part of 8 years now, and we have made a very comfortable living from it from virtually day one. We actually started out as nothing more than lovers, meeting in a bar one night, having a little fun together and just generally doing what two young people do when they are single and free to enjoy themselves. But it was during one of our early dates that Phil told me that he wanted more from life. He didn't just want to work like everybody else. He wanted to have fun, take risks, dream big. At that time, he was saying things that greatly appealed to me, and the more he said them, the more I became enamored with him and his ideas. Looking for some excitement in my own life, I ended up agreeing to be not only his partner romantically, but professionally too. We were going to work as a team. And we were going to take money from gullible people. I paused when I noticed one particular dress, and I inspect it a little more closely, running my fingers over the fabric before locating the price tag and making a cursory check on it. It's within my budget, and I think I would look good in this dress, but I'm hesitating to pick it up and take it into the changing rooms. It's because of what it will represent. This won't just be a dress that I can wear while out with real friends or mingling in a crowd at an event I have been invited to. It will be a dress that I wear the next time Phil and I are working on a new couple, charming them with our conversation and our champagne. The money we will most likely end up extracting from that couple will more than cover the cost of this dress, but that doesn't mean that I should feel comfortable buying it. I used to have no problem spending my ill-gotten gains, but those days are over. I seem to have developed a conscience about what it is that I do for a living, or perhaps I have just come to the realization that while I spend all my time pretending to make new friends, I don't actually have any real ones. Phil is the only person I have in this world, and even he is only a part of my life because I help him in his pursuit of making more money. Any romantic feelings we felt towards one another died a long time ago, which was probably to be expected once we both saw the real versions of each other and realized that the only thing we were good at was conning other people. It's hard to love a man when you see him lie to somebody else so easily. Likewise, from his point of view, it must be hard to love a woman who he knows has told just as many lies, if not more. Neither of us are good people, so it could be argued that we deserve each other, but that's where I would disagree now. I don't deserve this life anymore. I don't deserve to have to keep doing something I don't want to. I don't deserve to be so lonely. I made it clear to Phil in Spain that I wanted to get out and stop being a part of his scams, but he didn't accept that decision. In the days since, he has only reminded me more and more what my miserable life would look like if I was really to leave him and go it alone. I'd lose my only source of income, for a start, because running scams with Phil is the only way I generate any funds for myself, and most of what I have already accumulated is tied up in the account that Phil has control of. He has been giving me an allowance to live on ever since we started our business relationship. While it has been a generous one, I've usually spent most of it by the time it comes to the next job, leaving me with no savings to venture out on my own with any confidence of surviving in this harsh world. But it's not the threat of losing my job that is keeping me in Phil's clutches. It's also the physical threats he has made to me from time to time, whenever he feels like I am straying and need putting back in line. Phil is a very dangerous man, not just because he is clever, cunning, and confident. He also possesses a violent streak, one he has demonstrated a couple of times when he's had too much to drink and got frustrated, either with me or with one of our scams falling apart at the last second. I dread to think what he would do to me if I really did just leave him one day. I know I could just run, but I don't have enough money to disappear. And what if he found me? To him, I am just the woman he needs on his arm so that he looks less like a con man and more like a happily married man who is on holiday and looking to make new friends. I had hoped that meant I was disposable, that he could just find some other woman to take my place when the time came for me to move on. But I was wrong. He wants me by his side and nobody else. He says that's because I'm good at what I do, and I suppose that I am. But I fear there is another reason why he is unwilling to let me walk away. I know too much about him and what he has done. and I suspect he will do anything to keep that information a secret. Anything. I decide not to buy the dress and walk away from the clothes rack, passing by a couple of shoppers on my way to the exit before re-entering the busy corridors of the shopping centre that I am in. As I go, I see various kinds of people around me, but it's the sight of the two women sitting at the table outside the coffee shop, a few yards away from me, that gets my attention the most. The women are around my age and deep in conversation with each other, chatting, laughing, and clutching their cups of coffee while several shopping bags sit by their feet beneath the table. A couple of friends out on a shopping trip, very simple, very innocent, and very much out of my reach. I wish I could be friends with some of the women I met in Spain, instead of just relegating them to targets, like Becky, for instance. I really liked her. Her husband was nice too. What was his name again? Jamie, I think. Yes, that sounds right. I really would like to see the two of them again, but not because I want to extract whatever life savings they have, however small or large those funds may be. I just want to see them again because I need some friends. They might feel like they could use a couple more friends too. That will be why they will surely, one day, contact Phil and arrange a meet-up between the four of us. But if they do that, they will be making the biggest mistake of their lives.
9. Jamie. The holiday seems like a distant dream as I jam my house key into the front door lock before turning it in a weary fashion. I've just gotten home from work, and as I step inside my home, I wonder if I have ever unlocked my door in anything other than a weary fashion. After all, most of the time I arrive home, I have come straight from another long day at the warehouse, so it's reasonable to think that I only really have one style of turning my key these days. I should be happy, because now that I am home, it means I can relax and unwind for a few hours before getting a good night's sleep and doing it all over again tomorrow. Yet I don't feel happy. I just feel tired. Tired and bored. And worst of all, it's only Tuesday. "Hi, love. How is your day?" Becky asks me when she sees me enter the kitchen, and I give her a kiss before shrugging my shoulders and murmuring something about it being all right. I notice that my wife already has tonight's dinner well underway, which is typical because she finishes earlier than me every workday. But that doesn't mean that I slack off from my household duties. To prove it, I take the full rubbish bag from the bin and head outside to dispose of it before the smell starts to get too bad in the house. My boots scrape across the concrete at the back of our terraced house until I reach the black bin and open it up, depositing the rubbish bag inside. It's just yet another mundane part of my routine, and by the time I get back inside the house and pull off my boots, I'm wondering how much more of it I can take. It's not that I'm lazy or don't see the value in an honest day's work. It's just that I feel like there is more to life. Meeting Phil and Mel on holiday last week only reinforced that to me. What's that famous saying? Work smarter, not harder. Well, Phil and Mel sure seem to have figured out how to do that, because while they did their fair share of work in the past, they now have their feet up while I'm still slogging away in my exhausting job and coming home to even more menial tasks. If they have been able to figure out a way of escaping the rat race and enjoying every day of this life before it ends, then surely I can figure out a way too. The problem is, I have no idea how. Mooching back into the kitchen, my socks padding across the cheap lino flooring, I reach the table and sink down into one of the chairs. With my weary head resting on one hand while my other hand scrolls through social media on my phone for anything that might entertain me for the few seconds I have left until dinner is served, I feel like this is just going to be a weeknight like all the others. A bit of food, a few hours of TV, and then bed. That is, until I see the message flash up on my screen. "Hi, mate. Hope you guys are well. How bad is this weather? Wish we were all back in Spain sharing another bottle." I'm surprised by the message, but also thrilled. It's from Phil. I've been thinking about texting him ever since we met, but have been deliberately holding off because I didn't want to seem too keen or desperate. But I guess I don't have to worry about that anymore. He obviously had a good enough time with us to be genuine when he suggested we swap numbers. I guess I better text him back. But before I do, I update Becky on the development. Guess who's just messaged me? I say, taking my phone over to the kitchen counter, where she is carefully spooning some sauce from a pan onto the plates that already contain a couple of chicken breasts. She pauses while she reads the message on my phone before smiling. Probably because she knows how happy receiving such a message will make me feel. Great, now you can stop asking me when the best time to get in touch with him is. What should I message back? I don't know. You're a big boy. I'm sure you'll figure it out. I roll my eyes at my wife before taking one of the plates and carrying it over to the table. She joins me there with her own plate a few seconds later, and we start eating with my phone still unlocked on the table beside me, the message still on the screen. Do you think we should invite them to stay? I ask after I've devoured a couple of mouthfuls of chicken. We could do. Or we could suggest meeting up with them in the middle, so it's not as far for them to drive. They're not that far away from us. I know, but it's nice to offer. I was thinking we could invite them here and make a proper weekend of it. We could do. I pick up my phone again and think about typing out a message, but I'm still undecided on what I want to say, so I put my device back down and return to eating. I'm not sure why I'm so nervous about replying to Phil's text. Maybe it's because I don't want to mess things up with one of the most interesting couples I've met in a long time. Neither Becky nor I have any friends quite like Phil and Mel, that's for sure. Our old friends are pretty much exactly like us, but Phil and Mel are different. That's what makes them interesting. But as I keep eating and thinking about it, I also realise that my anxiousness might also stem from the fact that when I was with Phil and Mel, it felt like they weren't just possible friends we could meet every now and again for nibbles and drinks. It felt as if they were people who could change our lives. They had such an energy to them, particularly Phil. Mel was on fine form too, although she had tired quickly as the night went on and left early. When I was with them, it felt as though I were young again. They were vibrant and positive, not worn out and bitter at the world like I sometimes feel I am. They made everything seem fun, which it should be, or at least as it used to be when I was younger. I don't know about my wife, but for me, potentially seeing Phil and Mel again isn't just about having another couple of friends to catch up with on a weekend. It's a chance to figure out if they have any tips on how I can make my life as exciting as theirs is. I finish my meal before picking up my phone again. By the time that I do, I have decided what I am going to say. So, what are you writing? Becky asks as she pushes her empty plate a few inches away from her and watches my fingers typing on my phone screen. I'm just making a joke about the weather and saying we should meet up soon. I'll say they are welcome to come to us if they want to. That's okay, isn't it? Only if it's a funny joke about the weather. It's one of my best. I seriously doubt that. I laugh as I finish typing the message. After a quick reread, it's ready to go. Feeling foolish for being nervous about pushing the send button, I go ahead and do it anyway, and the message zooms away into the ether, due to land on Phil's phone any second now. As I get up from the table and give Becky a hand with clearing up after dinner, I realise that I'm feeling much better about things than I was when I got home from work a short while ago. But it has less to do with my wife's delicious home cooking, and more to do with being in contact with Phil. He's a cool guy with a pleasant wife. And now, it seems like we'll be seeing them both again very soon. I can't wait.
10. Phil. The new message on my phone makes me smile. Jamie has replied to my text, letting me know that he wants to see Mel and me again, and he has done so by inviting us to come and visit his home on a weekend to be determined in the future. That's very kind of him and Becky to extend that invitation our way. But then again, why wouldn't they? They think seeing the couple they met on holiday again will lead to another fun night. That's what they want. But they'll get a lot more than that. I decide to share the news of Jamie's text with Mel, so I walk into the lounge area of the apartment that we share and show her my phone. Jamie and Becky want to meet up, I say, as Mel's eyes scan across the message on screen. Then I pull my device away and slump down onto the sofa opposite her. I want you to be on form this time. No going to bed early. This is where things start to get serious. Did he text you first, or did you text him? She asks me. And while it isn't that important, I might as well answer her question. I texted him first, thought I'd grease the wheels, so to speak. It's not that common for me to be the one who sends the first message to one of the couples we met abroad. Ideally, they will message me first. I want to avoid looking like I'm too keen, in case they start to get suspicious a little further down the line when I start giving them investment opportunities. They might wonder if all of this sounds too good to be true. But lately, I've found myself growing a little impatient with my targets. I've been messaging a few of them first, Jamie included. I think it's down to the fact that I'm getting tired of playing it safe. I want to start taking a few more risks, and most of all, I want to start making a lot more money. I'm not sure if Jamie and Becky are the ones who are going to give me the kind of windfall I'm truly after, but whatever they have stashed away, I'll be sure to take it. What I do know is that I am very ambitious. While what Mel and I do together has been working for a long time, I have visions of this operation getting bigger. Much bigger. I don't want to spend the rest of my life stealing money from average couples who go on average holidays. I want to work my way up to taking money from the upper classes, those with not just thousands in the bank, but millions. The problem is that usually, if someone has that much money, they're clever. At least too clever to not see a con man like me coming a mile off. Everybody wants to be friends with a millionaire, and mostly for the wrong reasons, which is why they keep their money safe by keeping their social circle small. But nobody's breaking their necks to make friends with a couple like Jamie and Becky, which is exactly why they were so receptive to me when I started chatting with them and offered them a drink. They felt flattered that I was interested in them, and they'll feel very stupid when I take every penny they have. What if we didn't try to take their money? Mel suddenly says. What are you talking about? What she said is frankly absurd. I mean, what if we didn't try to scam them? What if we just treated them like they're treating us, as friends? What would the point of that be? I don't know. Maybe it would be nice to actually treat other human beings with a shred of decency for a change, instead of just seeing them as cash machines. Don't you want a friend? Don't you want more than this life that we have? I want a lot more than this. You know that, I say, getting up from the sofa and strolling over to the glass windows that overlook the city of Manchester, where we have based ourselves these days. I want money. I want yachts. I want to be somewhere more exotic than this. But friends? That is one thing I am not interested in. I turn back to look at Mel, but she just shakes her head. You remember I said I wanted to stop doing this, she says. I nod my head. And you remember how I said that wasn't an option? I get that, and I've changed my mind. I'll stay and keep working with you, but I need something. I need a friend. Let me have that. Let's treat Becky and Jamie nicely. Just do what anybody else would do with them. Meet up, have a few drinks, have a laugh, and then arrange to do it all again another time. Let's not ruin their lives. You do realize that our entire business operation depends on us doing the exact opposite of that, right? If we don't try to scam them, then we aren't making any money. I'm not saying we do this to every couple, just them. I really like Becky, and I know you like Jamie. I've been with you long enough to know when you're warming to one of the marks. I like Jamie because he's gullible, just like the rest of them. That's it. I decide that I've had enough of this inane conversation, so I make a start for one of the bedrooms. But before I can leave, Mel calls after me. Don't look at it like we're losing money. Look at it like we're gaining something. And what's that? Friendship? Great. Can I pay for this apartment with that? Can I buy food with it too? No, but you can make some nice memories with it. You have to admit we live a very lonely existence. So what if we have money? We don't have anything else. I laugh at that last comment, as if there is anything else more important in the world than money. Then I turn and walk away from Mel, the woman whom I once felt like I was falling in love with, but now consider more of a burden with each passing day. Maybe I should just let her go, pay her off after the next job and find myself a new partner. I could train somebody else up. But that would take time, and it would be risky, because how would I know that the next woman I choose wouldn't just run to the police when I told her what I did for a living? Besides, Mel is damn good at being my partner, or at least she used to be. She makes great conversation with both the husbands and the wives we target. She knows how to maneuver the situation to help me get into position to start my scam, and she looks great in a dress, which always helps. On top of all that, she knows everything about me, and that is information that I need to keep under wraps. If I let her loose, how will I know she won't wind up in some cocktail bar a year from now, telling some new guy about how she used to date a con man and how that con man is still out there? That news could filter its way through to a police officer. I don't want that. I want things to stay as they are, with me and her working side by side, scoring easy money from stupid people. If anything is going to change, it will be a positive change. By that, I mean Mel and I will start going after richer people. But one job at a time. Becky and Jamie are next. I'm not going to overlook them. I'm going to take what they have, and then I'll move on. It's not about making friends. It's not even about making enemies. It's just about getting paid. Mel used to understand that. Hopefully, she'll come to her senses again soon. I know that Becky and Jamie will come to their senses soon too, but by then it will be too late. I'll be long gone, and so will their money.
11. Becky. I pick up the glass of wine and study it for a second before taking a sip. Simply because I'm wondering how long it will be until I put a temporary ban on anything resembling alcohol. Because that's the safest thing for every mother-to-be to do during pregnancy. But I'm not pregnant yet, so I can continue to indulge. Although I'm rather hoping I won't have to wait too long to make the switch over to water or orange juice. Jamie and I have been trying for a couple of weeks now, and I'm very excited that we're attempting to do something that will greatly enhance our lives in so many ways. I'm also grateful for the fact that when I do eventually get pregnant, I won't have to deal with all the questions from family and friends who want to know when I am finally going to pop one out. People don't necessarily mean to pry. Or maybe they do. But I've certainly had plenty of people querying why I'm getting on in age and still haven't birthed a child. I've always just said that I wasn't ready yet and moved on quickly, not wanting to tell the truth, which was that I was always so worried about money. But for all they knew, I might have had a physical problem that was preventing me from bearing a child. But that never stopped anybody from asking before. And it seems it isn't stopping the woman sitting across the table from me now. You know, you really need to get started on kids, Becky, or mine will have grown up and they won't be able to be friends. That was Gemma. She's an old friend and a mother of 2 young girls. Gemma desperately wants me to join her in motherhood, presumably so she can spend even more time in her day talking about children, which is pretty much all she ever talks about now. But I know she also just wants me to be happy. She's my best friend, so she knows I harbour dreams of being a mum one day, just like her. Leave the poor woman alone. Honestly, Becky, just enjoy yourself while you can. You too, Jamie. Trust me, once kids come along, that's it. It's game over. That was John, Gemma's husband, and the man sitting beside her at my dining table. I laugh and thank John for his words of wisdom before checking everybody has finished, then standing up to clear away the empty plates. Jamie is well trained now in the art of hosting, so he too gets up from his seat and helps me tidy up. We go into the kitchen with the dirty plates, while Gemma and John remain in the dining room in anticipation of dessert. Wow, I'd forgotten how subtle Gemma could be about things, Jamie says, as he scrapes away a few leftover vegetables into the bin while I open the door to the dishwasher. I'm guessing you haven't told her that we've started trying for a baby. No, and I'm not going to until we have some success. She'll only get overexcited and start planning the baby shower. I'm more worried about what John just told us. Game over after having kids, apparently. That sounds like fun. Everybody says that, but it can't be so bad or nobody would be a parent. I really hope you're right. I laugh as I load the dirty plates into the dishwasher before closing the door and scurrying over to the fridge, where I remove the tray of chocolate brownies that I prepared earlier. As Jamie goes back into the dining room to check that our guests are okay for drinks, I smile to myself, because these kinds of nights are always the highlight of any week. Having friends for a meal or being invited to a friend's house is my favourite way to spend a Saturday night. Particularly as the years go by, and I've realised I can no longer do my previous favourite thing, which involved nightclubs and getting home at dawn. This is much more civilised, and it's why Jamie and I are always looking to keep our social calendar full, with plenty of dinner dates to look forward to with our friends. It's also a great way of rounding off what usually tends to be a rather dull and laborious week of work. The holiday to Spain seems a lifetime ago now, even if it was only a fortnight since we were sitting by that pool getting a suntan. But that's just how life goes. The fun stuff flies past in the blink of an eye, while the boring stuff seems to drag on forever. But tonight is all about having fun, and that's why I pick up the tray of calorie-dense brownies and carry them into the dining room, where I am sure they will go down a storm with my guests. I'm not wrong, and as the brownies are devoured, the four of us around the table talk about all sorts of things. John's promotion, Gemma's latest crazy story from her adventures as a mother, and even that funny thing that happened to Jamie at his warehouse the other day. By the time the brownies are gone, I'm feeling very full and very satisfied. But more important, I know that my guests are too. That's the thing with being a host. It's not about you. It's about the people you are entertaining. Fortunately, I know Gemma and John well enough by now to know what goes into giving them a night they will be happy with, and as we all retire into the lounge area and take our seats on the sofa, I feel confident that my guests have had a good night. That's proven a few seconds later, when Gemma suggests that the four of us get together soon to do something else. "We should go and watch that new film," Gemma says, clicking her fingers together as if she has just suddenly remembered what she had been meaning to say all evening. "The one with that actor you like, Becky. It's got really good reviews. And you boys would like it too. It's got that model in from the shampoo advert. You know the one." Jamie and John do a very good job of pretending not to know which model it is, but us women aren't buying it. We laugh at their terrible acting. "How about next weekend?" Gemma suggests. "We could get a babysitter again. Or John's parents will have the kids. What do you think?" My first thought is that my best friend spends an awful lot of time talking about how great her kids are, while also seeming eager to palm them off on a babysitter at the first opportunity. I don't articulate that, of course. Instead, I move on to my second thought, which is that we aren't available for the suggested date. But I'm not the only one who has realised that. Jamie cuts in to let that be known. "Sorry, guys, we can't do next weekend. We're seeing friends." "Who?" Gemma asks without skipping a beat, clearly keen to find out who else her best friend is hanging out with these days. "It's a couple we met on holiday," Jamie answers. "We swapped numbers and they're coming here for a meal next week." "Really?" John says, seemingly impressed. "You met them on holiday?" "Yeah, in a bar on our last night," I say, thinking back to that very fun evening in the south of Spain. "I'm jealous. All the people we seem to meet on holiday are idiots I can't wait to get away from," John bemoans, and we all laugh. "So, tell us all about them then," Gemma says. "They're just a really nice couple," Jamie replies wistfully. "Phil and Mel. Similar age to us, but get this. They're retired already." "You're joking," John cries. "Nope. They go on holiday all the time, and they definitely have a taste for good champagne, don't they, Bex?" I nod in confirmation. "How the hell are they retired so young?" Gemma wants to know. "Phil said something about how he used to work in the finance industry and made some good investments, but I didn't want to press him on it too much," Jamie says. "We'd only just met, so I didn't want to seem rude and keep pestering him about money. Well, make sure you pester him next weekend so we can learn his secrets and retire too, John cries. We all laugh, even if it wasn't actually meant as a joke. Everybody wants to know Phil and Mel's secret to a happy life, it seems. And I'm no different. I know Jamie is looking forward to next weekend, and so am I. It'll be great to see our new friends again, and it will also be good to hear what other exciting things they've been up to in their early retirement. I love Gemma and John, but I can't wait for next weekend with Phil and Mel. They're just different. That's what makes them so interesting. Little did I know it at the time, but that's also what makes them so dangerous.
12. Mel. I feel my body sinking into the unfamiliar passenger seat as Phil sits beside me, behind the steering wheel, driving us through this northern town that neither of us have ever been to before. I've spent most of the 90-minute car journey giving Phil directions from the sat-nav app on my phone, directions that are leading us towards our final destination, Becky and Jamie's house. But when I've not been giving directions, I've been staring blankly out of the window at all the other cars on the road, or the houses we are passing, and all the people walking on the pavements. I'm so close to them, yet somehow I feel a million miles away. This feeling is a familiar one, and I have it every time Phil and I make a journey just like this one right here. For us, getting into a car and setting off to a new place to meet some people who incorrectly believe we are coming to visit them because we just want to be friends is a very normal occurrence. I haven't kept track of precisely how many times we have made these types of journeys to see our targets in their homes, but it's happened a lot of times. Too many times. Back in the early days, when Phil and I were not just professional partners but romantic ones, these road trips were exhilarating. It felt like we were a modern-day Bonnie and Clyde, a pair of clever criminals on the prowl for money, evading the law, skirting on the fringes of society, a society where everybody else was too afraid to take the kind of risks we were taking. But now these trips are just depressing. Every new town we visit is just another reminder that very soon a nice couple who live there are going to be worse off than before we arrived. But I know Phil still enjoys these trips. I only have to look around at the vehicle we are travelling in to see that. As always, he has hired a car for this particular part of the plan, because not only does he like to travel in style, but he likes the couples we are visiting to think that this is his car all the time. They are not allowed to know that Phil hands back the keys to his vehicle just as soon as he gets back home and settles the bill. They are supposed to believe that Phil is rich and retired. It's all part of the deception. For any con man, appearances are everything, and Phil takes that very seriously. That's why he's not only rented a sleek sports car for this weekend, but is also sporting a new shirt, designer jeans, and a pair of shoes that look like they might have been made out of snakeskin. Along with his slicked back hair and his gold watch, he clearly thinks that he looks every bit the successful ex-financier that he is trying to portray. But I have a different view on things. At best, he looks like a man hurtling headlong into a midlife crisis. At worst, he looks like a South American drug lord. I've gone for a much more understated outfit today compared to my partner, opting for a simple black dress and flat shoes, wanting to look more casual than Colombian. But Phil has made me bring the handbag that he bought for me a year ago. It's a designer one, but he didn't buy it as a present to make me feel good. He bought it because he knows every woman we meet will instantly be intrigued by it and assume that I must be doing very well financially. The irony is that I'm not doing well financially. I'm doing okay, don't get me wrong, but I'm not mega rich, neither is Mr. Snakeskin sitting next to me. Everything we make on a job generally gets spent by the time we go to visit our next target, ensuring that we always need to keep working hard to keep the profits flowing in. It would be sensible to save at least some of our funds, but Phil doesn't tend to do that. He wants to live like a king, even if he can't get a king's wages, so it's no wonder he keeps needing me to work. He has expensive taste. and worse, he can't control it. "I'm so ready to stop doing these small jobs and move on to something bigger," he tells me for the second time on this car journey. I ignore him and lower my eyes back to my phone, where the sat-nav on my screen tells me that we are now only 10 minutes away from Becky and Jamie's. "Take the first exit at the roundabout," I tell Phil, and he does, but his mind is clearly still on what he said. "Maybe I've been a little harsh on you," he says, which really does get my attention because he's never said anything like this before. "I can see why you might have grown tired of this life. Sure, we're making money, but it's gotten old. People like Jamie and Becky are small fry. What do you say we make these our last regular targets and move on to something much bigger after this job?" Phil glances at me to judge my reaction, but I stare out of the window processing his words and trying to decide how best to respond. "I don't want to stop doing this because I want more money," I eventually reply. "I want to stop doing this because stealing from other people is wrong, and I want to make something more of my life." "Whatever," Phil snaps back casually, as if he wasn't even listening. "There's this big event on in Manchester in a few months. It's going to be attended by hundreds of Middle Eastern businessmen and women who are looking to invest in various projects in the UK. What do you say we get ourselves into that event and try to snare ourselves a whale? It won't be easy, of course. Certainly not as easy as scamming people like Becky and Jamie. But I think we're both more than ready for the challenge. Sound good?" I shake my head as I keep staring out of the window, not wanting to turn and look at Phil because my blood is boiling. I feel like I want to hit him. Unfortunately, I know that it's never a good idea to hit the driver of a moving vehicle, so I refrain from doing so, but that doesn't mean that it's easy. I realise in that moment that this is never going to end. Phil will never let me go, and he will only ever want to keep taking more and more risks, to the point where one of us makes a mistake and we both end up in a prison cell, facing several long years behind bars for fraud and embezzlement. I guess my only option is to try to escape, taking my chances out there in the world with no money, no job, no friends, and the threat of Phil finding me one day and harming me for leaving him. It's either that or keep stealing until our luck runs out and we end up in handcuffs. As the app on my phone tells me that we are now only 5 minutes away from our destination, I feel tears filling my eyes. I really wish I were on my way to see Becky as a friend, not as a faker who is after her money. It would be so good to just talk freely, openly and honestly, share some stories and feel like there is at least one person in this world who actually likes me, the real me. I used to think that person was Phil, but not anymore. He is as good as dead to me these days, and soon I'm going to be dead to Becky and Jamie, as one half of the couple who took their life savings. I wish Phil would turn this car around, but instead we continue to get closer and closer to the house, where very soon 2 innocent lives are going to be destroyed.
13. Jamie. It's always fun having friends over to stay for the night. What isn't so much fun is the amount of preparation that has to go into getting the house ready for the arrival of our guests. The way Becky behaves whenever we have people coming over, it's as if the Queen herself is coming to pay us a visit. Every inch of our property has been scrubbed from top to bottom, and I've been made to do so much hoovering that our carpets almost look as fresh as they did the day we had them fitted. I know that our guests won't mind as long as our house is reasonably tidy, but no matter how many times I tell my wife that we don't need to spend hours cleaning, my words always go unnoticed. Today has been no different, and as I see the sports car pulling up at the front of our house, I'm at least relieved that the cleaning now has to be over. It's too late to do any more. Our guests have arrived. Phil and Mel are here. "They're early," Becky laments loudly when I tell her that she needs to put down the feather duster and come and join me in the hallway so that we can welcome our new friends. "They're pretty much bang on time," I remind her, checking my watch before witnessing my wife manage to get a few more seconds of dusting in before she accepts that time is up and the house is as clean as it is going to be. "I didn't get a chance to dust in the dining room," Becky cries, her face etched in worry for absolutely no reason at all, because the dining room is spotless, and Phil and Mel will think so too. And I didn't get a chance to roll out the red carpet, but here we are, I reply, making the same joke I always make when Becky gets carried away with the housework before we have visitors round. The knock at the front door a second later sends us both scurrying to answer it, and as I reach for the handle, I notice Becky glancing nervously around the hallway to make sure there is nothing that needs to be tidied away in these vital last few seconds. But there isn't, and so what if there is? Like I've told her before, we're not having a member of the royal family over to stay, just a couple we met on holiday and had a great night with. A very exciting and interesting couple who we both hope will become very firm friends as time goes on. "Hi, guys, you found us," I say, perhaps a little too enthusiastically once the door is open and I have seen Phil and Mel standing on the doorstep with a couple of overnight bags in their possession. "Yeah, it was easy to find," Phil says, with a triumphant smile on his face. "How was the traffic?" "No problems at all." "Great." I usher the couple inside, and we say our hellos, Phil and I shaking hands and the women hugging before I close the door. Not, though, before I get a better look at the car that the couple have travelled here in. "Wow, that's some motor you've got there," I say to Phil as the ladies head into the kitchen. "How much did that set you back?" "Oh, it wasn't too bad. I like my cars, so I'm willing to spend a little more to travel in comfort." "I'd say. I don't know too many people around here who drive a car like that. I don't know anybody, actually." Phil seems only slightly embarrassed by how much I'm gushing over his expensive vehicle before he decides to be polite and mention the car that I have parked on the driveway. "You've got a nice motor. I hear you get good miles to the gallon in those things." Yeah, it's not bad, actually," I reply, feeling a little awkward because Phil is obviously just being nice and trying to make me feel a little better about the fact that his car is 100 times better than mine. I tell Phil to leave the bags in the hallway before we join the women in the kitchen, and Becky already has the kettle on while Mel takes a seat at the table, looking a little tired, which I suspect is because of the car journey she has just endured. "So how long did it take you to get here?" I ask Phil as he joins his wife at the table. "Oh, not long at all. About an hour and a half, I think it was." I nod my head, thinking that's pretty good going considering where they live and what the roads are like to get from there to here. "You know, I did tell Jamie to suggest us meeting in the middle," Becky says as the kettle boils and she starts to pour 4 cups of tea. "I feel bad for making you drive all this way." "Don't be silly," Phil replies, batting the air before looking to Mel and putting a hand on her leg. "We love the chance to hit the road and see somewhere new, don't we?" Mel smiles, albeit a little weakly, before nodding her head and then thanking Becky when my wife delivers a hot cup of tea into her hands. I'm trying to get a read on if Mel is okay, or if there is something else troubling her other than the fairly long drive she has been on today. But I don't really get a chance before Becky thrusts a cup of tea into my own hands and then suggests that we all go and sit in the lounge, where it's much more comfortable. A few minutes later, we are all sitting on the sofas, me beside my wife on the first sofa, while Phil and Mel sit across from us on their own. To me, the smell of polish and other cleaning products is almost overwhelming, and I wonder if our guests are thinking the same thing. But I know Becky never would have let them come here without scrubbing this place to within an inch of its life first, so it will have to do. "So what have you guys been up to since Spain?" Phil asks us, a couple of seconds before the brief silence between the 4 of us might have started to get just a little awkward. "Oh, not much," Becky replies. "Just working, cleaning, all that boring everyday stuff." "We saw a couple of friends last weekend," I chime in, if only so it doesn't seem like neither of us have had much of a life since we met Phil and Mel. "Oh yeah, we had a couple over last weekend for dinner," Becky recalls. "One of my best friends and her partner." Mel suddenly seems to come to life at that moment and finally joins the conversation. Do you have many friends around here? She asked Becky. My wife says that we have a few, mainly from school, as well as a few work colleagues. Mel says that is nice, but I detect something in the woman's face as she says that. Is it a hint of envy? Or sadness? I don't know. I'm hardly the best reader of a woman's emotions at the best of times. Then Phil moves the conversation along. So, are there any good pubs in the area? He asks, and I gladly tell him that there are. The Queen's Arms is probably the best one around here, I say. Maybe we could all go there for a drink before dinner tonight. I glance at my wife to make sure that is something that wouldn't completely mess up the meal she is preparing for this evening, but she confirms that it won't. So we have a plan. Great. Looking forward to it, Phil says before finishing his cup of tea and placing the empty mug down on our extremely well-polished coffee table. You don't mind if we freshen up a little before then, do you? No, of course not, Becky says, taking the hint that our guests would like to be shown to the room that they are staying in tonight, as well as shown where the bathroom facilities are. We all stand up. I quickly offer to help carry the bags upstairs as we all head into the hallway and prepare to really get the weekend started now that the obligatory cup of tea is out of the way. I'm looking forward to showing Phil and Mel a few sights in our hometown, and I'm also looking forward to letting my hair down a little and having a good laugh with Phil once the ice has been broken a little more. I can sense that Phil is up for a good weekend too, and I know Becky is. That just leaves Mel, whom I'm a little unsure about as we climb the stairs and show our guests to the spare bedroom. She is still being very quiet, smiling only whenever me or my wife look in her direction. Other than that, she just seems a little down, and I'm not sure why. I just hope that everything is okay, and she'll perk up as the weekend goes on. She was good fun when we first met in Spain, before she got tired and went to bed early anyway. I assume she is just a little fatigued from the car journey. I'm sure some fresh air on the walk to the pub will do her wonders. I'm also sure that this is going to be a very fun weekend.
14. Phil. I keep my eyes on Mel as we finish our dessert, waiting for her to look up from her bowl and make eye contact with me. When she does, I nod my head. That is the sign that I'm happy with how things are going, and will proceed with the next part of the plan as soon as possible. Mel knows exactly what I mean, and she doesn't give anything away that might let the other two people at the table know that there is a game being played here. It's a relief to have Mel seemingly back on board. I was getting worried in the car as we drove to Jamie and Becky's today, and I was growing even more concerned when we arrived and Mel seemed to be making very little effort to engage our hosts in conversation. I'd have been furious if Mel had ruined this weekend, because every time we do something like this, it is an investment of not only our time, but our money. I've had to hire the sports car that's parked outside this house, and I've had to buy these new clothes that make me look more affluent than I really am, and the only way all of that is viable in the long term is if I can get some money out of the couple whose dining table we are currently sitting around. But things seem to be back on track now, after I gave Mel a little pep talk when we were upstairs in the spare bedroom earlier unpacking our things. I'd closed the door to the bedroom before fixing Mel with a stern look and kept my voice low as I advised her to get her head back in the game and not screw this up for me, because she would only regret it if she did. Rather sensibly, Mel has heeded that warning. She's been making more of an effort to play her role ever since then. The afternoon consisted of us taking a walk into town, where Jamie and Becky showed us a few of the sights in the local area, none of which were interesting, before we reached the pub that Jamie had seemed very eager to take us for a drink in. But that venue was nothing to write home about either, and the hour and a half we spent in there, sitting at a table, sipping our drinks amongst several other tables of mostly elderly couples who were out for an early bird supper, didn't leave me feeling inspired. But I played my part well, pretending like I was having a good time, because I could see that Jamie and Becky were, and that was the main thing. After leaving the pokey pub, we returned to their house for a meal that Becky painstakingly prepared. After some delay, we finally got to sit down at the table and eat it. Now the meal is coming to an end, the sun has set, and I believe that both Jamie and Becky have been suitably loosened up by the bottle of wine I kindly brought here this evening as a gift. That means that after all the faffing around, it's finally time for me to do what I came here to do. It's time for me to start planting the seeds that I hope will soon blossom into flowers, and by flowers I mean money in my bank account. "That was a fantastic meal, Becky. Well done," I say, offering my compliments to the chef, which are graciously received. She smiles at me and says that it was no trouble. Then I lean back in my seat and let out a satisfied sigh, as I always do at this point, before looking at the man of the house and pretending like I've just had an idea that might appeal to him, when in fact I've been waiting to say this line all day. "Tell me, Jamie, are you a man who enjoys an after-dinner cigar?" I see Jamie glance towards Becky, which tells me that he is not a man who usually partakes in cigar smoking and is clearly a little nervous at the thought. Of course, I suspected that Jamie doesn't smoke cigars, because not that many people do, at least not many people at his level of society. Cigars are usually the domain of the wealthy, those who have so much disposable income that they don't know what to spend it on, so they just buy themselves something that will pump a load of nicotine into their body for no other reason than it looks cool at the time. Anybody can smoke a cigarette, but the rich choose to smoke cigars. Well, I don't really smoke," Jamie mumbles, but I just smile and make it look like I have him covered. "I wasn't always the biggest fan of it either, but trust me, a cigar is the perfect way to end a meal. What do you say we go outside and I'll show you what you're missing? Unless, of course, you want to stay in here with the ladies." I'm deliberately playing on the fact that most men want to look cool in front of other men. There's little chance Jamie will turn my offer down, choosing to stay in here with his wife and my partner, when he could be hanging out with me, puffing on a cigar and putting the world to rights. Sure, let's go outside," he says, but not before glancing at Becky again, who seems to find it amusing that he needs her unspoken permission before he really commits to the plan. But Becky just laughs, making it clear that she doesn't mind if her husband wants to go outside and pretend like he knows what he's doing with a cigar, and that's all the encouragement Jamie needs. The air is much cooler in the garden than it is in the house, as we step foot out onto the concrete slabs that make up this rather small space at the back of Jamie and Becky's house. But I don't comment on how pathetic the garden is, instead just reaching into my shirt pocket and taking out a small case, inside of which are a couple of fat cigars, perfect for this occasion. "Here you go," I say, offering one of the cigars to Jamie. He takes it, handling it as awkwardly as I did the first time I held such a thing in my hand. But I'm a pro now when it comes to looking like I know what I'm doing, so I waste no time in putting my cigar between my lips and bringing the lighter up to meet it, igniting the other end of it with the naked flame before offering Jamie the light too. With both the ends of our cigars burning bright orange and the cool air in the garden starting to mix with the dark smoke that escapes our mouths, I take a few moments to enjoy both the peace and quiet and the act we are partaking in. I want this to feel sophisticated, refined, classy. But most of all, I want it to feel like this is something I do all the time, because Jamie needs to keep seeing me as a very affluent man who lives in a world that he can only dream about. "What do you think?" I asked the man beside me after a few more puffs of my cigar, the cigar that didn't cost me much at all to buy, but will easily convince Jamie that it's more expensive than it is. "I like it," Jamie replies, before getting too confident and inhaling far too much. He coughs loudly. I pat my friend on the back before looking up at the dark sky and letting out another tactical deep sigh, moving on to the next phase of this well-rehearsed plan. "You've got a nice life here," I say, keeping any hint of sarcasm out of my voice. "The house, the car, the area, your job, Becky." It's all rubbish, at least from my point of view anyway, but I'm stringing Jamie along, hoping he takes the bait and confesses to me that he wants more. "Yeah, I suppose," he replies, with a weariness to his voice that tells me it is not actually okay at all. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, it's just, I don't know." "Seriously, mate, what is it?" I put my hand on Jamie's shoulder while my cigar burns in my other hand, letting him know that he has my full attention now, if there is something that he wishes to get off his chest, and then he tells me. "I'm just tired of working so hard for such little reward, you know." "You don't like your job?" "Not really. But you're doing all right, aren't you?" "Not as well as you," Jamie replies, before catching himself and looking a little sheepish, having admitted he's judging his accomplishments and possessions against mine. Mate, you're doing fine, I say, patting him on the back again, but this time I do it in a slightly condescending way, to hopefully let him know that I think there is a way he could be doing even better. He's seen the hotel I stayed in on holiday. He's seen the champagne and the sports cars and the smart clothes and the watch on my wrist. And most important, he's seen that we're of similar age, yet he can't afford any of those things. How the hell did you get to retire so young? He asks me, turning to face me and forgetting about his cigar for a minute. Seriously, I want proper details. What's the secret to your success? I laugh, pretending like I'm surprised by the question, even though it's the exact one I was hoping to get Jamie to ask me. It's important that he thinks he's drawing this information out of me, not that I'm giving it up easily. That way, when it comes to making his big decision, he won't feel like I forced him. He'll think he made it all happen himself. I told you before, I just worked hard in my old job and got lucky with a few investments. That's it. No, I'm not buying it. You're trying to make it sound like you got lucky, but I can sense there's more to it than that. You're smart. I bet you're still making a fortune now, aren't you? Even though you're retired. I don't say anything, but that's only because I don't want to deny it. Jamie smiles when he thinks he has me figured out. Come on, give me some tips. What can I do to make a little extra money? What do you need extra money for? I study him, not wanting to make things easy. Remember I said Becky and I were thinking about having a baby? He asks, and I nod my head. Well, now we've started trying. Wow, that's great news, I cry, slapping him on the back again. You guys will make great parents. Yeah, but it's going to be expensive, and I don't really want Becky to feel under pressure to go back to work so soon after the baby is born. I wish there was some way I could take the pressure off us. You've got those savings, right? I double-checked, tentatively. Yeah, of course. Then I'm sure you'll be fine. But I don't just want to be fine. I want to be comfortable. I want to enjoy life. Jamie stops there, before he can admit to what he really wants, that he wants to be like me. Come on, mate. Have you got any advice for me? He asks me after a moment. There must be some way you know of that I can make a little extra money. You seem to have no problem making it yourself. Jamie is definitely feeling confident now, jabbering away beside me without worrying if he's going to risk offending me by talking about finances and how I seem to be doing better than him. But this is right where I wanted him. He's the one asking me for advice. I'm not offering it. He's begging for it. So now it's time for me to give him what he wants.
15. Becky. Mel and I are still sitting at the dining table, while the men are out in the garden having their cigars. I find it amusing to think of my husband puffing away on a cigar, because it's not something he has ever done before. At least, not that I know of. But he obviously wants to look cool in front of Phil, so he's out there now. I just hope he doesn't overdo it. I don't want him keeping me awake all night coughing. But right now, it's not my husband I'm worried about. It's the woman sitting opposite me at this table, because she hasn't touched her drink since the men left, and she has barely said a word either. Are you okay? I ask Mel. I'm starting to worry that she might be having a bad time here tonight and not want to do this ever again. Oh yeah, I'm fine, she replies, perking up instantly and slapping a smile on her face. Sorry, just daydreaming. I do that all the time, I admit, although I don't say that I try not to do it in the company of other people. Did you enjoy the meal? It was lovely, thank you. Do you like to cook? Sometimes. I could never make a meal like this one tonight, though. Oh, don't be silly. It was easy. I play down how hard I worked to get the meal ready for this evening. It definitely wasn't easy, but I've certainly cooked tougher meals in my time. I have no choice, because Jamie is useless in the kitchen. Is Phil a good cook? I ask. He's okay. That's good. The only time Jamie goes into the kitchen is to get a snack from the fridge. I laugh at my own joke and expect Mel to laugh at it too, if only to be polite. But she doesn't. Instead, she just looks a little glum again. I'm not sure what to do. I can't just keep asking her if she's okay, so I'm racking my brains for something fun to talk about when Mel speaks again. You guys have got a great home here. Thank you. I mean it. It's really nice. You should be proud of it. I smile at the compliment, feeling pleased that all my maniac cleaning earlier on has paid off and made Mel believe that my home is actually a lot nicer than it is. What's your house like? I ask her, imagining some kind of mansion that I'm hoping Jamie and I will one day get invited to, so that we can have a good nosy around it and see how well the other half of society lives. It's okay, Mel replies, sounding rather flat. That wasn't what I was expecting. What kind of house is it? I ask, not wanting to pry too much, but just making conversation. It's an apartment, actually. Oh, okay. I'm not sure why, but I had envisioned Phil and Mel in some sprawling home with a big garden and a huge driveway for all of their fancy cars. But maybe not. Yeah, Phil likes being high up. For the views? I guess. Mel is keeping her eyes lowered, spending more time looking at the empty bowl in front of her than at me. I'm not sure why she seems to be so awkward, but I suppose this is only the second time we have spent time with each other. We got on like a house on fire when we first met, but I guess that had a lot to do with all the champagne in Spain. Tonight has been a little more subdued, at least on Mel's part anyway. I guess she must be a little shyer than Phil, who seems to be having a great time, as is Jamie. I'm having a good time too, but I'm getting the feeling that Mel might not be, and as her host, I feel like it's up to me to do something about that. What kind of music do you like? I ask Mel as I get up from my seat and go over to the shelves in the corner of the room where our music player sits. There is a large stack of CDs beside the stereo. It makes me look very old-fashioned, considering most people listen to their music digitally these days. But I can't bring myself to throw all of this music away. These CDs are like a reminder of my youth, before iPods and MP3s and apps that let a music fan download an artist's entire back catalogue with just the click of a button. I like pop music, I guess, Mel tells me, and I smile because she's speaking my language. Nearly every album I own has been made by some trashy pop group from the 90s, so hopefully there'll be something here to please Mel, or at least make her laugh. I select a Backstreet Boys CD and slot the disc into the stereo before pressing play and adjusting the volume so that the song is loud enough for us to hear, but not loud enough for the neighbours to hear too. Living in a terraced house means having other people on both sides of our home, and that can be tricky. The dream is to have a detached house one day, but unless we win the lottery, I don't think that will ever happen. Wow, I haven't heard this song in years, Mel tells me as I carry the CD case back to the table and retake my seat. This came out in 1995, I say, reading the back of the album and shaking my head at how fast time seems to have flown by since then. I actually saw this group live. It must have been in 98 or 99. Either way, I'm feeling very old right now. Mel laughs, and I feel pleased that she seems to be warming up to me again. I'm sure Jamie and Phil are having a great time outside, but I want us two women to have just as much fun. It's not as if either of us are desperate for more friends, but it's always nice to expand our social circle. And it will be nice if Phil and Mel can become people whom we see semi-regularly throughout the year. But that all hinges on this weekend being a success. And, thanks to my seriously bad taste in music, it seems like I have lifted the mood in this room a little bit now. Did you go to many concerts when you were a kid? I ask Mel, as I pass the album over to her so that she can have a look and get her own blast from the past. A few. I used to go with my friends from school. Nice. Do you still see them? Not really. Mel's answer seems to slip out of her mouth before she has had time to process it, and she looks up quickly, a little embarrassed. That's a shame, I reply. But I guess people grow apart. I don't see that many people from when I was that age either. I thought you had a lot of friends, Mel asks, which seems like a slightly unusual thing for her to pull me up on, but I just smile and answer anyway. Well, I do, I suppose, but everyone's having babies now, so it's hard to see them as much. You guys must have the same problem with your friends. Yeah, Mel replies, before looking down again, pretending like she is busy reading the back of the album that I just gave her, but I suspect that she's just pretending to. I'm not sure why, but I'm getting a strange vibe from her now, like she's not quite the woman I thought she was when I met her in Spain. She's different, certainly different to how Phil has been since he got here. He seems like this is just another Saturday night for him. But for Mel, this almost feels like she is appreciating it much more, as if she doesn't do this kind of thing very often. Maybe she doesn't. Is she lonely? I'm still studying the pensive woman across the table from me when Jamie and Phil re-enter the room, chatting loudly and seemingly in good spirits after their cigars. If I'm honest, it feels a relief to have them back in the room, because I'm not sure where the conversation with Mel was really going. But now they're back, they waste no time in mocking the music that is coming out of the speakers. "What have you put this on for?" Jamie asks me, covering his ears as if it is torturous for him to hear the music that I used to dance around in my bedroom to as a child. "Yeah, the 90s called. They want their CD back," Phil quips, and Jamie seems to like that one because he laughs wholeheartedly. He's obviously becoming fonder of Phil by the minute. "There's nothing wrong with this music. Tell them, Mel," I say, and Mel looks up from the album with a look of slight surprise on her face, like she almost hadn't even noticed the men coming back into the room. Yeah. This music's great," she says, giving me a smile, before putting the album down on the table and going back to staring at her empty bowl instead. I'd love to sit here and try to figure out what's wrong with Mel, but Jamie reminds me that we should top the drinks up and then take the party back into the lounge, so we do just that, rising from the dining table and clearing away the empty dishes while our guests go and take their seats on the sofa. It's still early, and I'm sure there's plenty of fun to be had before we all retire to bed in a few hours' time. But as I clear up in the kitchen and Jamie scours the fridge for some more nibbles to put out, I can't help wondering why Mel doesn't seem to be as happy as she should be. I don't know her well enough to figure it out by watching her, and I don't know her well enough to just ask her outright. But there is definitely something off about her. If only I had asked her that night, things might have ended up very differently for us all.
16. Jamie. It's already gone 1 o'clock in the morning, but I feel like sleep is a long way off for me yet. Not even getting undressed and climbing into bed is making me feel ready to close my eyes and call it a day. That's because my mind is racing with all sorts of excited thoughts about the possibility of the future, and I only have one person to thank for that. Phil. I can't close my eyes yet, because tonight he has opened them. "I need to tell you about something," I say to Becky as she enters the bedroom and closes the door quietly behind herself, having finished up in the bathroom and turned all the lights out in the hallway. She's tiptoeing around because Phil and Mel are already in the spare bedroom, and they might already be sleeping, even though we only came up to bed about 10 minutes ago. Becky looks like she's ready for sleep too, But before she gets the chance to lay her head on her pillow, I have things I want us to discuss. What is it? She asks me as she pulls back the duvet on her side of the bed and lowers herself down onto the mattress that I am already horizontal on. It's what Phil and I were talking about in the garden when we were smoking our cigars. I still can't believe you had a cigar. Me neither. It was pretty gross. But that's not the point. I managed to get him to tell me about how he was able to retire so early. How? You know he used to work in the financial industry, right? Yeah, stocks and shares or something. Yep. Well, I pushed him on it, and he ended up telling me exactly how he made so much money. He has a guy who gives him tips, so he knows where to invest. What guy? Some guy he worked with. What kind of tips? Just information about which stocks are going to go up soon, which ones are best to avoid. That kind of thing. Like insider trading? No, that's illegal. And it can't be insider trading if Phil no longer works in the industry anyway. What is it then? It's just about being clever. Okay, so Phil's clever. Yeah, but that's not all. Even though he's retired, he still uses this guy for tips. So he's still making a fortune even though he doesn't work anymore. Good for him. Yeah, but it might also be good for us, too. Why? I pause, because I know it might not be easy to make Becky see things from my point of view. The way I'm looking at it now, meeting Phil and Mel doesn't just mean that we have a couple of new friends whom we can hang out with every now and again. It could also mean that we have a potential ticket to getting closer to living the kind of life that they live. An easier life. What if we could get some of these tips too? I ponder out loud. We might make some money. Isn't it risky? No, not with Phil's knowledge. He obviously knows what he's doing. Do you remember the hotel they stayed in on holiday? Yeah, but we don't have a clue about any of that stuff. That's where Phil can help us. Did he offer to help? No. Then why are you talking about it? Because I was thinking of asking him to help us. We don't need any help. Don't we? I sit up in bed, aware that it's very late. I've had a few drinks, and this conversation might be better had at a more reasonable time, when neither me nor my wife are tired. But there is another part of me that feels far too wired to just roll over and go to sleep. I'm not sure if it's adrenaline running through my body now, but whatever it is, I know that I feel more alive than I have in a long time, and there's only one reason for that. Suddenly, there might be a way to avoid spending the next 30 years of my life eking out a modest living in a warehouse. Don't you think we should look into it if there's a way it might help us out financially? I asked Becky, looking down at her as she lies beside me, her tired eyes squinting in the light from the lamp on my bedside table. I don't think we should be getting involved in things we don't understand. Phil's worked in that industry his whole life. We haven't. I know, and look at what he has to show for it now. I realised that I raised my voice, and hoped that Phil and Mel didn't hear it. It wasn't that I shouted. I just got a little carried away. I can't help it. I'm giddy with ideas, because I feel like there is a man staying in my house who might hold the key to Becky and I not having to keep working so hard for such little reward. What's wrong with what we have? Becky asks me. Nothing. But don't you want more? A bigger house? Nicer car? More holidays? To not have to stress if and when we have a baby? I don't get it. I thought you were happy. What? I am happy. You don't sound like it. Now it's Becky's turn to sit up in the bed. I fear that in my haste to tell the exciting news, I might have insinuated that I'm not grateful for the life I already have, which is definitely not the case. Don't be silly. I'm very happy, I say, taking Becky's hand and looking her in the eyes to show how much I mean it. Then why are you talking about bigger houses and more holidays? I don't know. I guess I just want the pressure to be off us a little bit. There's no pressure on us. Isn't there? What about when we have a baby and you're at home looking after it? You won't be on as much money then, and even when you go back, we'll have to pay for childcare. Do you know how expensive that is? Yes, I do, actually. But we'll make it work. And we have the savings as well. I know, but it's not that much. We'll spend that in no time. I don't know what you want me to say. I'm not exactly sure what it is that I want Becky to say either, so I pause for a moment. This isn't going well. Maybe I should just go to sleep and leave this discussion for another time, when Phil and Mel have gone, and when it's not the middle of the night. Never mind, I say as I roll over and put my head back on my pillow. But Becky isn't having that. Now she's the one who wants us to stay up late talking. Are you unhappy? She asks me, which makes me roll my eyes, because it's a needlessly overdramatic question. It sounds like she might be picking a fight now. Of course I'm happy, I say, because there isn't anything I can say to that without hurting my wife's feelings. It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you're jealous of Phil. Maybe I am. Why? Because he's practically the same age as me, and he gets to do what he wants every day while I go to that crappy warehouse. You can't judge yourself against other people. I let out a deep sigh, which I'm hoping that Becky will take as the hint that I don't really want to talk about this anymore. To further cement my position, I reach out and turn off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Becky lies down beside me, which suggests that she is settling down for sleep now, too. But before either of us can drift off, she whispers something to me. I know it seems like they have more than we do, but I'm not so sure everything there is perfect. I roll over and open my eyes, just about making out the silhouette of my wife beside me in the gloomy room. What do you mean? I don't think Mel is very happy. Did she say that? No, I could just sense it. She's fine. How do you know? How do you know that she isn't? I'm in an argumentative mood now, and it's showing, so Becky perhaps rather wisely opts to say nothing after that. She just rolls over, turning her back to me and letting me know that she is done for the night. I turn back over too, so both our bodies are facing away from each other. While I'm sure things will be fine in the morning, the atmosphere is definitely a little frosty in here tonight. Maybe that's my fault for letting on that I'm not as happy as I could be. But surely it's better to be ambitious than to settle for less? I bet Mel didn't get mad at Phil for wanting a better life for them both. And I bet they're not in a mood with each other right now, either.
17. Mel. I dig my elbow into Phil's rib cage, just hard enough to cause him a little pain and wake him up, but not hard enough for him to realise that I was the one who just caused that pain. He stirs and stops snoring, which is what I was hoping to happen. I lie still and pretend to be asleep as he rolls over and tries to drift off again, but I doubt there will be any sleep for me tonight, and not because I'm sharing a bed with a man who breathes very loudly after he's indulged in wine and cigars. It's because I can't stop thinking about Becky and Jamie and how nice they are and, more important, how upset they will be when they eventually find out that we were only ever their friends to take their money. My hands grip the pillow beneath my head tightly as Phil starts snoring again, and I curse him for being able to fall asleep so quickly after I just woke him, but I'm not going to bother elbowing him for a second time. Instead, I just let him rest. Not out of kindness, but because at least when he is asleep, it means he isn't busy scamming somebody. I knew he would invite Jamie to go out into the garden for a cigar after dinner, because that's what he always does at the end of the meals we have with the people we meet abroad. It's out there in the garden where Phil starts to work his magic, and boy, is he good at it. His talent is being able to make the target pursue him rather than the other way around. He does that by complimenting them on the things they have, their home, car, job, but really, he knows that he is superior to them because he has more, and the target knows that too. Because of that, the target will usually end up complimenting Phil on his accomplishments, and it doesn't take them long to start comparing their life with that of the well-dressed, cigar-smoking man beside them. Then, helped no doubt by a little wine in their system, the target will start to ask Phil if they have any advice on how they might be able to accrue some of the riches that Phil has. After all, everybody wants to retire young, and Phil makes it look like he has cracked that code. Being the terrific actor that he is, Phil will try to downplay his achievements and brush over all the hard work and expertise that got him to the position that he is in, but he will do so in a way that hints that he does actually possess the keys to a better life, and he might be willing to give them to you if only you can persuade him. And the targets almost always try to persuade him, because who wouldn't want the keys to a better life? This is important because now the dynamic is one where the target is actively trying to get information out of Phil rather than the other way around. It seems like Phil is doing them a favour, which is why they never see what's coming until it's too late. Eventually, after being pressed enough, Phil will reluctantly admit that he amassed his fortune by revealing that he has a former colleague who has all the best tips about what to invest in and the right time to do it. That essentially lets the target know that there is a golden goose out there who has valuable information that can lead to plenty of money flowing into various bank accounts. At that point, there are very few people who wouldn't want to know more. Phil has already informed me that Jamie was no different. If I had to guess, I'd say that Jamie has already mentioned this opportunity to Becky since they retired to their bedroom a short while ago, and the man's mind is probably swimming with ideas about what he could do in his life if only he could get this information that Phil has and use it. I'm not sure how Becky will take the opportunity, though, because she doesn't strike me as somebody who is driven by money. But then again, it's easy for someone who has never had the chance to make much money to be that way. Things are different when there's somebody out there who could potentially give you the tools to quit your job and raise a family without having to worry about how the bills are going to be paid. But Phil is very careful not to overplay his hand at this point, and I know he will have done what he always does, which will have been to tell Jamie that he can't just give up the name of the person he uses for his tips, and that even if he could, he doesn't think Jamie is suited to this kind of thing. That will only have piqued Jamie's interest even more, and made him more determined to prove to Phil that he is capable of getting involved in this world of high finance, even if he is only a lowly warehouse worker. While Phil entraps the male target outside, it is my responsibility to keep the female target occupied inside. I usually do that by keeping the conversation flowing at the dinner table, charming my new friend with stories about all the exciting things I have been up to and all the fancy things I have bought with the money I have. This is all done to make the wife just as interested in tasting a little of the high life as the husband outside. But I didn't do that this time. Instead of charming Becky and making her think that I have everything that she doesn't, I was instead just myself. I was vulnerable. I can't be sure, but I probably made it painfully obvious that I'm lonely and seeking a friend. I imagine Becky picked up on that, and it must have come as quite a shock to her to realise that I'm not anywhere near as happy as she is. But I couldn't do it with her. I couldn't act and pretend like I'm better than her just because it might make her more agreeable when Jamie suggests to her that they invest their money with Phil. That's because I'm not better than her. She has so much more than me in so many ways that she probably can't even imagine. Companionship, love, those are the real indicators of wealth. Forget money. I'd give up what I have for what Becky has. I listen to Phil's heavy breathing as I stare at the dark wall that separates the bedroom I'm in from the one Becky is in. Tomorrow, after we have woken up and had a nice breakfast, we will say our goodbyes and Phil and I will leave. Becky and Jamie will go back to work, but it won't be long until one of them gets in touch. This time, it won't just be about meeting up again for dinner and drinks. It will be because they want to make money, or rather, because they need to make more money, and they think that we can show them how. But what if things didn't go to plan? What if Phil and I didn't just keep running this scam? Could Becky and I actually be friends then? As in, real friends, not fake ones. I would love for that to be the case. And to prove it, I will once again implore Phil to leave Jamie and Becky alone during our journey home in the morning. I doubt he will listen to me because he never does, but I will try anyway. The potential of having a real friend in this world is too great for me not to. Of course, there is the option for me to warn Becky or Jamie about what Phil is trying to do to them, but that is risky in more ways than one. Not only would I potentially incur the wrath of Phil if this plan went awry, but our targets would most likely contact the police. I don't want to risk prison any more than I already have done. All around the country, there are numerous couples who have been scammed by us and have filed police reports, but so far we have avoided capture. Mainly by staying on the move, but also by using fake names and changing our appearances where we can. But the threat of being arrested is always very real. I don't want to make it easy for the police by telling Becky and Jamie that we are criminals. I just hope they figure it out for themselves before it's too late. Letting out a deep sigh and folding half of my pillow over my head to try to drown out the sound of Phil snoring, I clench my eyes shut tightly. But it's not just because I want to induce sleep. It's because I'm trying to stop the tears from falling down my cheeks.
18. Phil. Thank you for a lovely weekend, guys. We've had a great time. I smile widely and warmly at the two homeowners on their driveway, while Mel and I stand by our hire car, ready to hit the road. Our bags are packed and stored away, and our bellies are full after a lovely breakfast that Becky and Jamie cooked up. Now all that's left to do is say our goodbyes and get going, although that's not really true. Really, this won't be over until I have Becky and Jamie's money in my possession, but after how things have gone this weekend, I'm confident that it's only a matter of time. I planted the seeds, Jamie's enthusiasm watered them, and now I just need to give this couple some space to talk so they can come to the decision together to invest in the opportunity that they know I can provide for them. You'll have to come to us next time, I add, because that's what any good friend would say in the circumstances. Of course, I have no intention of ever having Becky and Jamie to stay with me, and not just because the apartment I'm currently renting isn't big enough to accommodate them. It's because they can't know where I live, so they have nothing to give the police other than my name and a description of my appearance. It's a name that's fake and an appearance that can be altered, so the information they give won't be much help to the authorities, but that's their problem, not mine. Definitely, Becky replies. We'll get a date in the diary as soon as possible. That sounds good, Mel mumbles, mainly because I give her a look that lets her know that she needs to make her last semblance of effort before we leave. Okay then, we'll be off, I say. Mel gets her door open before me and is already in her seat with her seatbelt on before I've had a chance to settle into mine, making it clear to me that she just wants to get out of here. But I'm still in professional mode, and I will be right up until we turn the corner at the end of this street and get out of sight of Becky and Jamie. But just before I can get into the car, Jamie steps forward and looks me in the eye. He lowers his voice as he speaks. I'll give you a call later in the week, yeah? About the stuff we discussed in the garden. I want to break into a large grin. What Jamie has just said to me is music to my ears, but I keep composed and play the role of the concerned friend well. Always happy to chat, mate, but like I said, I'm not really sure it's the kind of thing for you. I'll be the judge of that, Jamie replies with a wink, before he slaps me on the back and steps away, allowing me to climb into my car and close the door. The couple whose home we are bidding farewell to stand on the driveway and wave us off with stupidly big grins splashed across their faces. I make sure to wind my window down and wave to them too, as does Mel, after I've given her a little nudge on the leg to prompt her. I put us into motion and give a thumbs up to Jamie and Becky, saying goodbye one last time before accelerating away and feeling some of the tension that I've been carrying on my shoulders this weekend starting to lessen the further we go. Leaving Becky and Jamie's street behind, I let out a deep sigh because my work is done, for the time being at least. But that doesn't mean I can rest on my laurels. There are still a few things to be done before I have the couple's money, but first of all, I need to talk to my partner. I need to find out why she was so useless this weekend. Well, that was far from your best performance, I say to Mel as I drive on. If it was your aim to be as miserable and moody as you could all weekend, then I'd say you did a good job of it. I told you I don't want to do this anymore. And I told you that you don't have a choice. You're in this with me, and you're as deep as it gets. So stop wasting our time and get your head back in the game. You could have messed that up for both of us back there. I wish. That response causes me to pull hard on the steering wheel, sending the car swerving to the curb before I slam on the brakes and bring us to a stop so that I can talk to Mel without the added distraction of keeping my eyes on the road. Why are you being so deliberately stupid? Have you forgotten that you're nothing without me? This job is all you have. You might think it's bad, but trust me, your life would be a lot worse if you were to stop doing it. Mel doesn't say anything, but she's biting down on her bottom lip as if she is suppressing the anger inside. I think about admonishing my partner even further, but I'm not sure it will get me anywhere at this time, so I put the car back on the road and concentrate on just getting us home. These journeys used to be fun, back in the days when Mel and I were on the same page. We'd chat excitedly about how we felt things had gone and how long we thought it would be until we had the target's money in our accounts. We'd also swap tips and tricks for things we thought worked or things we felt like trying on the next couple. We were constantly looking to hone our craft and find the slickest, most efficient way of doing what we do. I miss those times. But as I drive on, I also realise something else. It's something that's bugging me, yet I can't let Mel know, or she'll feel like the power dynamic is swinging back to her. It's that I need her. This whole thing wouldn't work if I were on my own. It only works so well because we seem so disarming, a happy couple. Who would suspect us of being criminals? I don't want to let Mel go. If I do, then I'll be even further away from my dreams of conning richer targets and affording the kind of lifestyle I know I deserve. I guess I should take it as a good sign that even though Mel wasn't on top form this weekend, she didn't say anything to ruin things. That means she's still being obedient. Maybe she always will be. That bodes well for future jobs, but right now we're very much in the middle of one. This is the tensest time, when the targets will be deciding whether or not they want to stick or twist, carry on living their dull lives, or take a chance on having everything they've ever wanted. I have a feeling that I know what Jamie wants, but Becky might be the tricky one. Fortunately, I have an ace up my sleeve that I will play shortly. I have a feeling that when it enters the game, Becky will end up being just as eager to do business with me as her husband is.
19. Becky. I turn the key in the ignition of my car for the 4th time, but just like the 3 times before it, I get nothing but a pathetic spluttering sound. That's not good. And not only because it means I'm not going to be able to drive to Jamie's place of work and pick him up when his shift ends in 15 minutes. It's also because it's absolutely freezing in this car, and unless I can get the heaters blowing some hot air onto the frosty windscreen, both I and this vehicle are in danger of freezing over. I let go of the key and decide to give things a minute. Not because I'm expecting that to do much good, but because I know it's what Jamie would do. We had problems with one of our very first cars together, and it often failed to start, but Jamie always seemed to have a knack of getting it going again. Sadly, I have a feeling it's not going to be that easy this time, because even if Jamie were here, the sound from this engine does not sound promising. A few seconds pass before I try the key in the ignition again, but it's still no good. This car is not going anywhere. At least it's currently parked on our driveway and not by a roadside somewhere. That would definitely be worse. But it's still undrivable, and I'm going to have to call Jamie and tell him that he's going to have to get the bus home instead. We tend to take it in turns with the car, seeing as we only have the one vehicle between us. Sometimes Jamie takes it to work, and I get public transport, But often, and particularly as winter descends, I will drop him off and pick him up, as I start later and finish earlier than him. That saves either of us having to get on a bus in the colder months, where people coughing and spluttering all around us is not the best way of starting or ending a day. Now, though, there's something wrong with our car, and Jamie is going to have a look at it when he gets home, although he's going to be a lot later than he was hoping. I let out a sigh as I exit the vehicle and hurry back inside my house, feeling the cold air biting at my skin and longing for a bit of the Spanish sun that once warmed my bones. That now seems like a distant memory. But it's not the holiday that seems a long time ago now. Even last weekend does too, when Phil and Mel came to stay with us. It's barely been a week since we waved them goodbye and watched them drive away. But it doesn't take much for the joys of Saturday and Sunday to be forgotten once Monday rolls around. Now it's Thursday, and I'm feeling as typically tired as I usually do at this time of week as I re-enter my home and close the front door before taking off my coat and heading over to the dial on the wall that will allow me to turn on the central heating in the house. Jamie and I try not to use the heating too much during the colder months, because energy rates keep getting higher, and that means our bills do too. But it's freezing tonight, and I need the extra heat that our radiators can provide. I know Jamie is going to need it too, when he finally gets home after his Baltic bus ride. I take out my phone to call him and let him know that I won't be outside the warehouse shortly to pick him up. But he doesn't answer, probably because he's still on shift. So I have no choice but to send him a text message that he will see when he clocks off. He'll most likely be in a foul mood when he reads the message, but there's not much I can do about that. If the car won't start, then the car won't start. It's a job for a mechanic. I just have to pray that it won't be an expensive one. With the message sent, I head into the kitchen, where I decide that I can at least make a start on dinner and cook a hearty meal that will warm Jamie up when he gets home. As I rummage around in the fridge and the various cupboards for inspiration, I feel a vibration in my pocket and presume it's Jamie texting me back. But when I take out my phone, I see that it's not. It's a text from Mel. "Hi, Becky. How's your week going? It's so cold, isn't it? Hope you're well. Mel. Kiss, kiss." It's a surprise to hear from Mel, but a pleasant one nonetheless. I decide to text her back quickly before I start cooking and forget all about her message. I have a bad habit of not replying to people when I see their message come through, and sometimes it's a couple of days later before I realise that I never got back to them at all. I type out a quick reply to Mel, telling her that my week is okay, but that this weather is horrid, and I already feel like I need another holiday. Then I finish by asking her how she is. I think about how nice it was of Mel to randomly drop me a message, considering I wasn't expecting it, and it's only been a few days since we saw each other. It's not as if we're best friends, so I wouldn't have expected to hear from her for several weeks, probably until we arranged to meet up again. But she is obviously keen on keeping in contact a little more than that, and that's fine by me, I suppose. Some of my closer friends are actually pretty bad at messaging regularly, what with their busy lives of parenthood, so I'm not going to complain about having a new friend who likes to communicate more often. But I've barely had more than a few seconds to get back to the task at hand when I feel my phone vibrate again. I take out my phone and see once again that Mel has messaged me. She's a fast typer, that's for sure. Then I remember that she's also retired, so she most likely has plenty of time on her hands to fire off text messages to whomever she feels like. Certainly more time than I have, anyway. But as I read her second text message, I see that this one is not going to be as straightforward to reply to as the first one. That's because Mel is not just making chit-chat about the weather or asking me how I am. She is telling me how she is, and a little alarmingly, It doesn't sound like she's doing well. I'm a little fed up, if I'm honest. Wish you were closer so we could go for a drink. I stare at the words on my screen for several seconds, a lot more unsure how to reply to this message. What's wrong with Mel? I obviously have to ask now, but it's a little awkward. I don't feel as though I know her anywhere near well enough yet to start having deep conversations and issuing advice. We're still very much at the stage of friendship where we just meet up to have fun and leave it at that. But I guess Mel sees it differently. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just messaged me out of the blue to tell me that she's feeling fed up. I hesitate as I try to think of a suitable response. But in the end, there really isn't much more I can say, other than to say that I'm sorry to hear that, then asking if there's anything I can help with. I press send on my message, almost hoping that Mel will respond saying that she's actually okay and not to worry. First, that would take the pressure off me to help her out. Second, I almost assume things aren't really bad with her. And even if they are, she must have other friends she can talk to about her problems. Better friends. Friends closer to her than I am, both personally as well as geographically. But I keep my phone out, just in case Mel replies quickly again, to let me know that she is really not okay. But I get no reply this time.
20. Mel. I regret messaging Becky, and not just because Phil caught me doing it and swiped my phone out of my hand before lambasting me for being so stupid. I regret it because she is probably now thinking I'm some sad, pathetic loser who has nobody else to turn to when she feels low other than a person I've only met a couple of times. I want Becky to like me, and I really want us to be friends, but I fear I might have ruined that now. Who wants to be friends with somebody who sounds depressed and lonely? People want to have fun, not be made to feel bad. I really wish I hadn't had my moment of weakness and reached out to Becky. And I really wish Phil hadn't caught me doing it. I thought he was still in the bathroom when I sent the texts, not realizing that he had come out and was behind me, where he could see over my shoulder and see that I was texting away on my phone. He took the device from my hand before I had a chance to reply to Becky's last text, and he hasn't given it back to me yet. That's only making me feel worse, because I wonder what Becky is thinking now. "Please, I'm sorry," I cry. "Just let me text her back and let her know that I'm okay. She might be worried." "Why would she be worried? What makes you think she gives a damn about you?" "She's my friend." "No, she isn't. She's just a mark. We're going to take her money, and then we're never going to see her again. Stop calling her a friend." Phil is furious at me. It's becoming a common occurrence these days. Things haven't been bad this week, since we got back from Becky and Jamie's, but that was only because I kept quiet and stopped telling him that I wanted to quit this life. But now he has just caught me reaching out to Becky, and while I haven't given the game away and ruined our plan, he doesn't want to take any more chances, perhaps rather understandably. "Do you want to end up in prison or homeless? Those are your choices if you carry on being so stupid," Phil tells me as he continues to pace around the apartment in front of the windows that overlook the city. "Why can't you see that we have a good thing going on here? You're going to ruin it if you carry on like this." I'm not arguing with him anymore because I've already said everything that I wanted to say, but I do wish I could get my phone back to let Becky know not to worry. That is, if she is worrying. She might have already forgotten about my texts and moved on with her evening. That would be sad, at least for me anyway. I'm sorry. I'll text her back and let her know that there's nothing wrong. "You've done enough for one night. I'm not letting you contact her until we have their money in our account." I can see that Phil means it, so I don't even bother trying to get my phone, instead getting up from the sofa and heading into my bedroom, where I close the door and flop down onto the bed. Part of me is mad at myself for sending the message, but another part of me is mad because I could have just ended this whole thing right here. I could have just told Becky that Phil is trying to scam her and to forget all about us. That would have been the safest thing to do, from Becky and Jamie's perspective at least, but doing so would have meant losing any chance I have of not only seeing Becky again, but being friends with her. That's what stopped me from warning her. Instead, I just sent a weak message about feeling fed up, which is the truth, but I'm not sure what Becky is supposed to do with that information. I don't know what I was expecting. Her to call me immediately and beg me to tell her my woes. We're nowhere near being that close. I suspect she would reserve that kind of behaviour for her oldest and dearest friends. In the end, her texting me back, asking me what the matter was, is about all I could have hoped for. It showed me that Becky cares, but only up to a certain point, which makes sense because we don't know each other that well. I bet Becky felt a little embarrassed to receive that text. She probably wondered why I'd picked her out of all my other friends if she's already figured out that I have nobody else. Then that makes me look terrible. As I lie there on the bed, seething at Phil, who is still in the other room with my phone, I wonder why I've chosen to reach out to Becky now, when I've never done so with the other women we've scammed over the years. Even now, we have 2 other couples alongside Becky and Jamie, whom we met in Spain and are in the process of extracting money from. But I'm not messaging them. For some reason, Becky is different. There is a gentle side to her, a side that almost makes me believe that she could not only understand the position I'm in, but help me get out of it. Maybe it's because of her job. She's a teaching assistant, so she must have to display a caring, patient attitude on a daily basis when dealing with all those school children. I guess that's what I've picked up on, and I've now latched on to. But it's no good. It's probably all going to be for nothing. Phil will get what he wants, like he always does, and more lives will be ruined. But unlike Becky and Jamie, who still have the capacity to save themselves if only they can make sensible decisions and decide not to invest their money with us, it's already too late for me. My life is screwed, and I have no one to blame for that but myself.
21. Jamie. The quote from the local mechanic to fix our stricken car is sitting on the table in front of me, but I'm not picking it up again because it doesn't make for pleasant reading. It's going to be very expensive to fix the car because apparently it needs a new fuel tank due to the previous one being consumed by rust. That explains why it suddenly stopped working after giving us no problems up to that point. But a replacement fuel tank won't be cheap. That means dipping into the savings we have and taking a chunk out of them. I can't believe this. Talk about a bit of bad luck. There's never a good time for anybody's car to break down. But as far as Becky and I are concerned, this couldn't have come at a worse time. Learning that we have to fork out for a considerable expense right now is the last thing we need when we have just discovered that we are going to have a much more considerable expense coming down the line in a few months' time. Becky is pregnant. She gave me the news yesterday, although I was at work at the time and couldn't check my phone until I went on my lunch break. But after seeing the missed calls and text messages urging me to ring her, I had known that something big was going on. And so it proved. We are having a baby. My first reaction was of overwhelming joy. I was thrilled, and I knew Becky was too. But once that initial wave of euphoria had worn off, and I had gone back to work, I started to feel this creeping sense of dread coming over me. I knew exactly why I was feeling it, and exactly why I would continue to feel it. Unless I did something about it. It was the worry that we were going to struggle financially once the baby came along, and most likely would continue to do so for much of the child's life. That's why this problem with our car has come at such a bad time. It's going to cost a lot of money to fix, and those savings I worked so hard to accrue are going to be swallowed up quickly over the course of this year once the car is fixed and the baby comes along to suck out whatever's left in the pot. Of course, we could just try to sell the car, cutting our losses and taking the pittance that we would get for it before making do with public transport to work for the foreseeable future. That is an option, albeit not one that fills us with any kind of happiness. But why should we do that? We both work hard in our jobs, and I don't think having one vehicle between us to make our lives a little bit easier is too much to ask. We could certainly use the car when we have the baby, so I really don't want to get rid of it. I also really don't want Becky to feel like she can't take more time off work to look after our child when it comes along. But I guess this is just life. Money is always tight. These days, even saving up doesn't get a person very far. We don't have much of a choice. Or maybe we do. I lean back in my chair with the mechanic's invoice still sitting in front of me, and I think again about Phil and his investment guru friend. What if I was to get in on that action? I could ask Phil for the information that he gets and then invest some of my savings. Or perhaps I could give him the cash and allow him to invest it for me. I know there are always risks, but there are also risks to doing nothing. Allowing life to keep screwing you over and taking everything you have worked so hard to achieve. Besides, isn't investing the sensible thing to do these days? Nobody leaves their money in the bank anymore, to be swallowed up by inflation. Sensible people put their money to work and grow it, increasing their wealth and making their lives easier, not harder. I've given 2 decades of my life to working hard, and it's only got me this far. Maybe I need to start trying something else, or before I know it, I'll be old, retired, and even less well off than I am now. If it were just up to me, then I would get Phil on the phone right now. But it isn't. I have to run it by Becky too, because my money is also her money. That's how marriages work. We're a team, so I can't make any big financial decisions without consulting her first. But I'm reluctant to do that, because I know she is unlikely to go for it. Not only does she tend to be risk-averse, but she didn't react well the first time I broached this subject with her, on the night when Phil and Mel stayed over, and we were getting into bed after a fun evening with them. She took my interest in making more money to mean that I wasn't happy with my life, and wasn't grateful for everything I already had. I had tried to make her see that wasn't the case, but it didn't go well, and because of that, I haven't brought it up since. But maybe I should try again, because since that night, things have changed quite drastically. Our car has broken down, and we are now expecting a baby. If I thought money was tight before, then wait until we see what happens next. We have to do something, and I'm afraid to say it, but a few hours of overtime at the warehouse isn't going to cut it. We have to make a bold move, something that might carry some risk, but something that could also change our lives for the better and take the pressure off enormously. It seems to have worked out well for Phil and Mel, so why not us? I decide that I'm going to go upstairs and tell Becky what I want to do. I want to call Phil and get the ball rolling on the opportunity that I know he can give us. I'll need to convince Becky first. In fact, I have a feeling I'll even have to convince Phil, because he did seem reluctant to allow me in on what he does. But I'll be able to do it if I'm persuasive enough, and there's nothing quite like the motivation of having a large bill and a baby on the way to spur me into action. Picking up the mechanic's bill so I can use it in my argument with Becky, I head for the stairs, determined that things are going to get better around here. I am the man of this house, and I am going to take charge of this family's fortunes. I'm confident that good things are on the horizon. And I'm confident that Phil is the man to help us with that.
22. Phil. I was delighted when I got the phone call from Jamie asking me if I was interested in meeting up for a drink. But I'm even more delighted now that I'm with the naive man, and he's just admitted to me that he needs to make a change in his life, and he believes that investing his money with me might be that change. I smiled when I met up with him in a bar that I picked for tonight, and I listened carefully and sympathetically as he told me all about his recent troubles with his car, troubles that I actually caused myself by sneaking back to his house one night under the cover of darkness and causing chaos on the underside of his vehicle. Thanks to the wonders of the internet, I learnt a long time ago how to cause damage to a car by whipping up a simple rusting solution using ingredients that anybody can get hold of in a local supermarket. Then I sprayed the concoction onto Jamie's fuel tank. After that, it was only a matter of time until the fuel tank rusted beyond repair, started leaking petrol, and ultimately became unroadworthy. I also expressed my happiness when he told me that he and Becky were expecting a child. I couldn't have predicted that part, but it all helps. Now he's here, asking me for more information about investing. I've sat in enough of these meetings over the years to know how to play my hand perfectly and not come across like a salesman. In fact, I make sure to appear quite the opposite. I am doing everything that I can to dissuade Jamie from giving his money to me. Look, I get that you might think that this is a way to make some easy cash, I say, beginning yet another one of my fine acting performances. But it's not. There's risks involved. I get that, and I appreciate you reminding me of that. But doing nothing is risky too, Jamie replies eagerly, leaning closer to our table in a corner of this bar. And things certainly seem to have paid off for you. I can't deny that I've been fortunate. It's an Oscar-worthy performance, to be sure. You're not fortunate. You know what you're doing, and I know that you can help me. What does Becky think about all of this? That's an important question, because I doubt that Jamie is going to do anything big with money without first having his wife's permission. She's okay with it. She is. Well, she's not quite as keen as I am, but she knows that this is an opportunity that we can't miss. I let out a deep sigh, trying to read Jamie's face. He's just told me that Becky wants to invest too, but I don't quite believe that. But what this does tell me is that Jamie is very, very eager, even if it might mean incurring the wrath of his partner. That is promising. What do they say? A fool and his money are easily parted? Well, Jamie is certainly making it very easy for me, but I have to keep trying to make it difficult so that he won't suspect a thing. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to get you guys in on this action and help you make some extra money. Imagine the holidays we could go on together when this pays off, I say, deliberately putting the idea of the four of us sipping champagne somewhere exotic into my target's head. But like I said, there are risks, and I really don't want anything to potentially jeopardize the friendship that we have. I'm playing the friendship card because that's what a good person would do, not a con man. Jamie falls for it, easily. I appreciate that, mate, I really do, but with all respect, it's easy for you to say. You're not the one who's going to be struggling to make ends meet this time next year. What about your savings? They won't last long when a kid comes along, and now I've got to fix the car as well. It's all outgoings. I stroke my fingers over my chin as if I'm puzzling over Jamie's problem. This guy who gives you the information, what would be stopping you passing that on to me? Jamie asks me, pressing on. Nothing, I suppose. Then let's do it. It's not as simple as that. You'd have to send me the money you want to invest, and then I'd have to figure out which investments it would be safest in. I get that, and it's not a problem. Really? Becky thinks so too? Leave Becky to me. Jamie winks at me, and I laugh, giving this man his moment to think he's in control of his own destiny. It won't be long until he realizes that he was always powerless. By then, his wife will be the least of his problems. I sigh deeply, making it look like I'm really struggling with the idea of accepting my friend's money. But Jamie sits forward again, as if he senses that I'm almost convinced, and he's very close to getting what he wants. How much would you recommend I put in? He asks me. Now, obviously I want Jamie and Becky to give me as much money as possible, but I can't just say that. I have to put it in a context that sounds like I'm a cautious businessman, not a greedy con artist. You said you had around $8,000 saved up? Jamie nods. Okay, well, I would recommend keeping a little back, but other than that, it's however much you're comfortable with investing. After all, the more you put in, the more you'll get back. I love that last line. It's one I've used countless times over the years at this point of proceedings. It's great because it makes the target feel like they'd be stupid not to invest as much as they possibly could. I've just made it sound like they can't lose. So why wouldn't they not just give me everything? Okay, I'll talk it over with Becky. but I reckon I could talk her into investing most of it. I nod my head, whilst thinking that would not be a bad little payday at all. It's not going to make me rich, but combined with the funds from the other couples, it all adds up. That's a lot of money, I say with a stern expression. Are you really sure? Jamie has a chance there to stop and think about it, but he has pound signs in his eyes now. He isn't thinking about anything other than turning that 8 grand into a lot more money. Yeah, I'm sure. I want to do this. I nod before giving a casual shrug and picking up my drink. It's not a sealed deal yet, but it's almost over the line. There's just the matter of Becky, who could throw a spanner in the works at the last minute, but I have a feeling I might be able to prevent that. Why don't you send me that bill for the mechanics, I say. I'd be happy to help you guys out. Jamie's eyes go wide. He definitely wasn't expecting me to make a gesture like that, nor will Becky when she hears it. But it's the surprise of it that will distract them from the fact that they're about to hand over a sizable chunk of cash to a man they really don't know that well at all. You don't need to do that, Jamie tells me, but thank you for offering. The offer's there, I reply, with a friendly smile. Anything for a mate. With that, we both pick up our drinks, and I clink my glass against Jamie's, solidifying how we really are just 2 friends sharing a drink together. Yeah, right.
23. Becky. My eyes are looking at the number on the laptop screen in front of me, but the more I look, the more I have my doubts about what Jamie is telling me we need to do. It's a lot of money, I say, for what must be the 10th time tonight. That's stating the obvious, but it still has to be said. Almost £8,000 is about to leave our bank account at the click of a button, so I think I could be forgiven for wanting to take my time and think this over some more. But my husband beside me is convinced that we have done all the thinking that we need to. He is ready to transfer the funds to Phil. It all sounds so easy. But is it too easy? So when would we start to get some money back from this? I ask Jamie, still staring at the digits on the screen. Phil said within a month or 2. That quickly? Yeah, providing the investments pay off. And what if they don't? I know the answer is fairly obvious, but I ask it anyway, if only to remind Jamie that this isn't just a simple thing to do. Look, I get that there's some risk. Hell, Phil has told me again and again that there is. But I'm sick of playing it safe. Life is for living, and that means taking some chances. If we don't do this, then we know how the next 30 years of our lives will go. But if we do, who knows? We could be sitting on a beach sipping champagne this time next year and thanking our lucky stars we did this. With the baby. What? We'd be sitting on the beach sipping champagne with the baby. Oh, right, yeah. I laugh because I know that Jamie is making all sorts of exciting plans about what we could do with all the extra money. But he seems to keep forgetting that this time next year we'll be knee-deep in dirty nappies, and the only thing we'll be sipping will be warm milk to make sure it's not too hot for our new son or daughter. Shall I call Phil and tell him that we're about to transfer the money? Jamie asks me, after another moment of staring at our bank balance on screen. I look at my husband beside me and really think about if this is the right thing for the 2 of us to do. But more than that, I need to think about the child I'm carrying. Is this the right thing for them too? We're a family now, not just a couple who can do whatever they want. We have another life to consider. It's a life that I want to give the best to, a life that deserves to have whatever they want. At the moment, I'm not sure how much Jamie and I can give our future child, other than a lot of love. But if we do this and it pays off, we might be able to give our child anything. Whatever they want for Christmas. The tuition fees, if they decide to go to university when they're grown up. And some money towards setting up a life of their own when they venture out into the world alone. whether that be for a house or a car, or just so they don't have to stress and work as hard as their parents spent most of their life doing. In the end, it's the thought of my unborn child that makes me decide to give Jamie the nod. If we don't take a chance like this now, then we never will. We're not getting any younger, and we're only going to have more responsibilities as we age. This might be the only chance we get to escape the rat race and live like Phil and Mel do. Let's do it, I say, with adrenaline flooding my body. Jamie's face lights up before he pulls me towards him for a hug. He reaches for his phone as soon as we separate and calls Phil, standing up from the kitchen table and pacing around the room as he waits for the call to connect, exuding a little nervous energy, but for good reason. This is a big deal right here. We're calling our friend to let him know that we are sending him our savings. "Phil, how you doing, mate?" Jamie says, glancing towards me as I sit waiting at the table in front of the laptop. Jamie listens before laughing, and then he lets Phil know that he's doing well too. Then I tell him to ask how Mel is doing, because I'm still a little worried after that time she texted me and said she was fed up. Jamie does before telling me that Phil says she's fine. Then it's time for business. Jamie becomes a little more serious when he says that he's spoken to me and we have decided that we are both happy to invest in whatever stocks and shares Phil believes are going to give us the best returns. "Yes, we're positive, mate," Jamie says, before listening again. "Look, I appreciate that, but we're fully aware of the risks, and we aren't going to hold it against you if we lose any money. But I'm sure it won't come to that." From hearing one side of the phone conversation, I can only assume that Phil is still voicing the risks involved with this and giving Jamie a chance to change his mind. That is good of him, but Jamie's mind is made up. And I guess mine is too. But I'm not sure about one thing that he just said. He told Phil that we wouldn't hold it against him if we were to lose money. While that was a nice thing to say, I'm not sure if it's strictly true. It would surely be very difficult for us to see Phil again, and indeed Mel, if we ended up losing all our money. They would be mortified, and so would we, and any future double dates between the four of us would likely be extremely awkward. But I'm hoping it won't come to that, and based on everything that I've heard so far, I'm confident that it won't. Jamie spends the next couple of minutes assuring Phil that we really do want to go through with this, and I guess it's nice of our friend to keep giving us so many chances not to go ahead. But in the end, Jamie talks him into it before joining me back at the kitchen table. He keeps the phone to his ear while, with his other hand, he moves the cursor on the screen to the button labelled Transfer. With the cursor still hovering, Jamie glances at me one final time to make sure that I'm okay for him to go ahead. I nod. Then I hold my breath as Jamie clicks the button, instantly transferring the majority of our savings out of our account and into the account that Phil gave us the details for. "It's done," Jamie says into the phone, and it almost sounds like his voice cracks a little, as if his nerves are getting the better of him then. But then he laughs, and that helps to ease some of the tension in this room, before he thanks Phil and says that he'll be in touch soon. Then he hangs up, leaving the pair of us staring at the laptop screen, at numbers that are now paltry compared to a few moments ago. "What happens now?" I ask. "Now? We wait for the money to roll in," Jamie replies rather optimistically. I laugh, albeit nervously. I really hope we haven't just made a big mistake. But I guess time will tell.
24. Mel. I can already tell from the smirk on Phil's face that he's just got what he wanted, but he makes sure that I'm left in doubt. Jamie and Becky sent the money, he tells me, standing in the doorway to my bedroom, looking very pleased with himself. Nearly £8,000. Not bad, huh? He has his arms crossed as he leans against the door frame, and he seems to be waiting for me to give him some kind of response, but I do my best not to give him anything. Not anger, not frustration, not even a hint of happiness at the fact I'm going to be receiving a little windfall soon when he sends me my share of the profits. Nothing. That's because I feel nothing. I'm going to open a bottle of champagne. Do you care to join me? Phil asks as he goes to leave, but I simply shake my head until he walks away. Now he's gone, I can relax a little bit, but I don't feel any better. Poor Becky, poor Jamie. They have just lost so much money, and they don't even know it yet. It will be a while until they do, but eventually they will come to the terrible realization that they have been scammed. Scammed by Phil, and scammed by me. My stomach lurches when I think about how Becky is going to think of me when she realizes the part I have played in this. She'll think that I'm cold-hearted and don't have a single ounce of regret about what's happened. That isn't true, but she'll never know that. It's not as if I'll ever get the chance to explain things to her and say sorry. Even if I did, why would she listen to me? She'd be within her rights to call me names and hit me. I wouldn't expect her to listen to me and care about how I feel. The truth is that if I'd really wanted to stop Phil from taking their money, I could have done, but I didn't, and now it's too late. Becky and Jamie have now joined the long list of names of those who have fallen victim to Phil and me. None of those people have ever gotten any of their money back because we have never been caught, and I have no reason to think that we're going to be caught any time soon.
Knowing Phil, he'll enjoy tonight, toasting to his success before waking up tomorrow and thinking about the next couple he can screw out of their life savings.
That's just how he is. All business, no heart. I hear the pop of the champagne cork in the other room, and it makes me feel sick to know that Phil is celebrating another person's misfortune. But it also makes me sick to think that I used to be sharing those bottles of champagne alongside him, clinking my glass against his and sipping those fizzy bubbles after we had just scammed a poor couple out of several £1,000s. I can't believe I enjoyed it for as long as I did. I guess I was just as bad as Phil, but now I'm different. I don't want to revel in other people's misery, nor do I wish to be the one who causes it. Phil reappears in the bedroom door, holding 2 glasses that are both full. He has brought me a drink, even though I said I didn't want one. He walks closer to the bed before carefully taking a seat beside me and offering me a glass.
Come on, you deserve this. We're a team, remember?
He maintains eye contact with me until I take the glass. While the temptation to throw it in his face is strong, I resist and just put it down on my bedside table instead. I was thinking we should take another trip. Somewhere we haven't been before, Phil says after a quiet moment. How about the Lake District? There are some lovely hotels up there, and I think it will be a good place to make some more new friends. I know what he really means by that, which is why I don't answer him. All I am thinking about are Becky and Jamie. Such a sweet couple. It would have been lovely to see them again, but now that ship has sailed. Don't you ever think about all the friends you've lost doing this? I ask Phil as he sits beside me and enjoys his drink. All the guys who like you and trust you and look forward to meeting up with you. You lose them all, just like I lose all the women who feel the same way. It's just part of the job. Becky and Jamie could have been different. We didn't have to do this to them. We could have just been friends and carried on taking from other couples. Why couldn't you just let us have 2 friends in this world? Because friends don't make us money, Phil replies gruffly, getting up from the bed and heading for the door again. Only idiots do. And why would anybody want to be friends with an idiot? Phil leaves the room, clearly having had enough of me, but I stay on the bed and think about my life choices that led me here. Maybe I should stop blaming Phil for my situation. Perhaps I'm the only one to blame for it, just like I'm the only one who can change it. It might be too late for the people we have stolen from, but I can prevent us from scamming anybody else in the future. It might be suicide for the business, and it might even be suicide for me, but I'm past the point of caring. Phil won't listen to me, so it's time to make it impossible for him to ignore me anymore. The best way to do that is to hit him where it hurts. In his wallet. He doesn't care about anybody other than himself, but he's going to start caring about me again soon. He'll start caring when he realizes that I am holding him back from the life he wants for himself. Then he'll have two choices. He can either let me walk free, or he will kill me. I really hope he chooses the first option.
25. Jamie. It's funny, but the weeks tended to go by fast before Becky and I decided to invest our money with Phil. But since we transferred the funds, it seems like time is going very, very slowly. I'm sure that's because we are both counting down to the day when we see the first returns on our investment. And the more we count down, the more time seems to slow. Phil advised us that it could take a month or two to really see the share price of our chosen stock begin to rise. And that stock is in the form of an American pharmaceutical company that Phil's advisor believes is set for big things in the latter half of this year. Becky and I have been checking the price of that stock online every day since Phil invested in it for us, and I feel relieved that we are able to keep an eye on it regularly. But so far there has been little movement in its price. We haven't made any money yet, although from what I can gather, we haven't lost any either, so I guess we can't complain. But that hasn't stopped us both from spending an awful lot of time talking about it. And now that it's been 3 weeks since we transferred the money, it feels like it is becoming the only topic of conversation in our home. I think you should give him a call and just check everything's okay, Becky suddenly says, interrupting the television program that we are both watching after another long day of work. Of course everything's okay, I reply, keeping my eyes on the actors and actresses on screen. How do you know that? He would have called me if not. Would he? Yes. The silence from my wife after that suggests that she's not so sure. I turn to her and observe how pensive she looks. When did you last speak to him? She asks me, even though she already knows the answer, because she was the one who told me to contact him the other day. Tuesday. Remember? I sent him a text asking how things were looking with the investment, and he said everything was fine, and he would have more information for me in a week or so. It hasn't been a week yet. Becky nods, but doesn't seem to be worrying any less. I'll just feel better when I know we haven't lost all of our money, she confesses, and I smile because that's a perfectly good thing to be concerned about. If I'm honest, I will feel better too, once I know that our investment is bearing fruit. But I can't let my wife see that I'm starting to grow nervous about it, so I keep smiling and put my hand on her leg to provide a little more comfort. We haven't lost all our money because we've checked the stock price, and it's barely changed since we put our funds in. We just have to be more patient. We go back to concentrating on the TV for a few moments, and I'm just about starting to lose myself again in the drama on screen when Becky asks me another question. Do you think it's a good idea to try to arrange another weekend with Phil and Mel? Sure. Why not? But isn't it our turn to go to theirs? Yeah, but maybe they'll offer if you suggest setting up a date. I think seeing them both again would make me feel better about the money. You think they've run off with it? No, of course not. It'll just set my mind at ease, you know? I nod my head because I get what my wife means. I'm sure everything is fine, but meeting up with them again will be a good way of double-checking in person. Besides, it'll be nice to see them anyway. I'll send Phil a message now, I say, picking up my phone from the arm of the sofa. Thanks, Becky replies, her smile letting me know that such a thing will greatly appease her and hopefully make her less likely to keep fretting about things for the next several days. I compose a message asking Phil how he is and suggesting that the four of us meet up for another weekend together very soon. Then I show it to my wife, and she nods to let me know that it is suitable. Then I press send. As I put my phone back down on the sofa arm, I wonder how Phil is going to take my message. Is he just going to see it as me being friendly and suggesting a little socialising? Or is he going to sense that we want to see him soon because we're fishing for more information about the money? Hopefully, it'll be the former, because I don't want him to feel like we're pestering him. He must have dealt with loads of people in his career who invested money. I bet most of them were cool, calm and collected when it came to their finances, and understood the value of being patient and letting things work out over time. But I bet he has also known some investors who get twitchy and constantly feel the need to check on the status of their money, and I imagine that is very annoying for him. Of course, I'm nervous about if we're making money right now, or losing it, but I have to be a grown-up about it. If I couldn't handle the risk, then I shouldn't have done it, and the same applies to Becky. It's no good getting full of doubt and nerves now. We've sent the money. Now we just have to be adults and accept whatever happens next. Has he replied yet? Becky asks me after several minutes have passed, but a quick check on my phone lets me know that I have no new messages yet. Shaking my head, I try to concentrate on the TV, but it's getting harder, and not just because I know that Becky is not concentrating on it either. It's because the more time passes without a message flashing up on my phone, the longer the pair of us are going to worry that he might never contact us again. It's 10 minutes later when Becky's paranoia gets the worst of her, and she asks me the question that I have been doing my very best not to entertain for these last few weeks. What if we've been conned? It's impossible for me to keep watching TV after that. I look at my wife as if I'm shocked at her suggestion. But I'm not. It's just that I'm really trying not to feed my own doubts by expanding on my wife's. Don't be silly. We haven't been conned, I reply, laughing off the idea. But it's more of a nervous laugh than a genuine one. I know it sounds stupid, but I've been thinking about how we met them. They started talking to us. They bought us champagne. What if they were targeting us? What if it was all just a way of getting our money? That's ridiculous. Is it? Yes. They're our friends. They came to our house and had dinner with us. Yeah, they came to our house. Why haven't we been to theirs? Because they might not want us to know where they live. That's a very troubling thought, and I'm just about to try my best to give a good counter-argument when I hear the bleep from my phone beside me. Scooping it up quickly, I stare at my device and see that I have a new message. Thankfully, it's from Phil. He's replied, I say, opening the message quickly. What's he said? He says meeting up sounds great and it's their turn to host us. So how does the weekend of the 24th and 25th sound? I feel the tension instantly leaving my body now that Phil has proved to us that he is still a friend. Becky seems to be a little more relaxed now, too. That sounds good, my wife says, and I nod before replying to the text to let Phil know that we are free on that date and we can't wait to see them. Everything's fine, I tell Becky, sinking a little further back into the sofa. They wouldn't invite us to theirs if they were conning us, would they? No, I suppose not, Becky has to admit. She relaxes more now too, snuggling into my side and resting her head on my shoulder. With those fears put to bed, I'm free again to go back to daydreaming about the money that will hopefully soon be coming our way. It's a much nicer thing to think about than having potentially lost everything. Now we have a date in the diary to see Phil and Mel again, I am looking forward with optimism, not doubt. And I'm hoping that when we see them in a couple of weeks, it will be Becky and me who are the ones buying them the champagne this time.
26. Becky. I don't remember looking quite so forward to a weekend away with friends as I have done for this one. It's the 24th, and Jamie and I are on the road, driving towards Phil and Mel's address, and I can't wait to get there. According to the sat-nav, we're almost there, and the closer we get, the less anxious I feel. My husband is right. They wouldn't have invited us to their place if they were conning us. I feel silly for thinking that they might have stolen our money, but this weekend will put my fears to bed. I'll be glad of that, because I've got enough going on in my life without having to worry about whether or not Jamie and I have made a terrible financial decision. The dreaded morning sickness has begun, letting me know that pregnancy is not going to be all about getting my own way, eating too much food, and having strangers compliment me on my bump and the little life growing inside me. It's also going to be about feeling ill, disgusting, and exhausted, and I've certainly been feeling like all those things over the last few days. I didn't even make it into work on Thursday because the sickness was so bad, but my employers were understanding when I called them from where I was curled up by the toilet on my bathroom floor. Thankfully, I'm much better today, so I didn't have to make this journey clutching a sick bag, although I would have done if I had to. There was no way I was going to cancel this weekend. I want to see Phil and get an update on our money. As well as that, I want to see Mel and make sure that she's okay. Her text messages shortly after she stayed with us were a little strange, and while I haven't heard anything since to make me think that she is unhappy, I never did get to the bottom of why she messaged me that night and told me that she was fed up. Hopefully I can have a quiet conversation with her at some point this weekend, when the two men are outside having another cigar, perhaps, and make sure that everything really is okay with her. I'm sure that it is, but it'll be nice to check. And it also gives me a conversation starter with Mel, if she ends up having one of her less chatty moments again. It should be somewhere down here on the left, Jamie says, as we turn onto a new street, and the sat-nav informs us that we're almost at our destination. I peer out of the passenger side window at the homes we're passing, but while they all look very nice, none of them look like where I believe Phil and Mel to be living. Mel mentioned that they were in an apartment, but all the properties on this street are detached houses, so unless they've moved since we last saw them, this can't be right. A few seconds later, Jamie brings the car to a stop. The sat-nav is now telling us that we have reached our address. This must be the place, he says, leaning forward in his seat and looking at the house on the other side of my window. I thought they lived in an apartment. Maybe they moved. They didn't mention they were looking to move the last time we saw them. So don't you think it's quite a big piece of news to bring up? I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe they haven't moved and this is a second home. They've got enough money for it. I stare at the house, feeling a sinking feeling in my stomach. But it's not morning sickness this time. It's dread. Come on, let's go and see if this is the right place, Jamie says, before he turns off the engine and opens his door. I reluctantly follow him out onto the street, but as we make our way up the driveway, it feels as though my legs are made of lead. It's almost as if I don't want to get to the front door and knock on it, because once we do, my worst fears might be confirmed. This might not be where Phil and Mel live, and if not, where are they? More important, where is our money? But Jamie seems to have no such worries. He raps his knuckles against the front door, knocking 3 times to let the homeowners know that there's somebody outside. As we wait for the door to be answered, I look around for any signs that this might be the place where Phil and Mel reside. But troublingly, I don't see any. Phil's car isn't here, I note, and Jamie realizes it too. But he just shrugs and looks back to the door. I do too, and I see the silhouette of somebody on the other side of the frosted glass. Somebody's home, Jamie says, and he takes one step back from the door so as not to crowd the person opening it. But when the door swings open, it is not Phil or Mel on the other side. It's a middle-aged man, and he looks very surprised to see us. "Yes," he says as he stares at the two strangers on his doorstep. Jamie and I share a confused glance before my husband asks the obvious question. "Sorry, who are you?" The man doesn't seem too pleased about that. He fires his own question right back. "Who are you?" "I'm Jamie, and this is my wife, Becky. We're here to see Phil and Mel." "You've got the wrong house." "What?" "There's nobody called Phil or Mel here." The man goes to close the door, but Jamie puts out a hand to stop him, not forcing the door to stay open, but just letting the homeowner know that he has a few more questions yet. "I'm sorry. There seems to have been some kind of mix-up," Jamie says, taking out his phone and opening up his text messages. "This was the address we were given by our friends. Are we in the right place?" He holds the phone up so that the man in the doorway can see the message, and he reads it quickly before nodding his head. "Yeah, this is the right address, but your friends don't live here. They must have made a mistake." "How could they give us the wrong address?" I ask, the dread I was feeling in my stomach now moving up through my body and entering my throat, making my question come out more like a nervous croak rather than a calm sentence. "I've no idea, but it is wrong," the homeowner tells me. "Why don't you give them a call? But they're definitely not here." With that, the man wastes no more time in closing his front door and leaving Jamie and me standing on his driveway with puzzled looks on our faces. "Call them," I say to my husband, before we've even moved. He is already on the case, putting his phone to his ear. We both start slowly walking back to our car at the end of the driveway, but neither of us are in any rush to get going until we get through to Phil and find out what is happening. But that might not be possible. "There's no answer," Jamie tells me before trying again. Now I really do feel sick, and I put my hand out against the frame of our car as I reach it, leaning against the vehicle as if I might just fall over if I don't use it for support. What is going on? Why has Phil given us the wrong address? And why is he not answering his phone now? "I can't get through. I'll send him a message," Jamie says, and he starts typing on his phone. But I already know that it's a waste of time. "Don't bother," I say, even though that isn't going to stop him. But I have to say it, because the truth is dawning on me now, and I'm angry at both myself and my husband for being in this position right here. They've got our money. We're never going to see them again.
27. Phil. The several missed calls from Jamie's phone were a giveaway that he desperately wanted to speak to me, but it was the fourth text message that came through that really let me know it was time for me to get rid of my phone and move on. The message was a short and simple one: "You won't get away with this." But I just laughed when I read it, because if there's one thing that I was sure of, it's that I will get away with what I've done. It hadn't taken me long after reading that message to take the SIM card out of the back of my phone, snap it in half, and then dispose of it in the nearest bin. I did the same thing with the SIM in Mel's phone. Then all I had to do was pop a couple of new SIMs into our devices, and we were ready to go again, without worrying about our numbers being traced. That's nice, because it's surely only a matter of time until Jamie and Becky speak to the police. When they do, the only real information they will have will be our phone numbers. They'll hope that the numbers can be tracked and our current whereabouts traced, But that won't happen, and it won't take long for both the unlucky couple and the police to realise that there isn't much they can go on. Their next port of call in catching us will be to investigate the account that Jamie and Becky transferred their savings into, but that is only a shell account, and the money has already been moved on again via other accounts that they won't be able to locate. It's in one of those accounts where the profits from this latest job now sit, and it's those profits that mean neither me nor Mel will have to worry about money for a while. But that doesn't mean that I'll get complacent and take some time off. I'm always working, always looking to make more money. To do that, I need another gullible couple. That's why we're in the Lake District right now. Mel and I are on the prowl for our next victims. The sun is shining on this fine winter day. The view across the lake in front of this hotel is spectacular, and the bar and restaurant in the venue we're currently in is busy. A few people appear to be on business, but the place is mostly filled with couples on holiday. Two naive, unsuspecting people enjoying some time off work in a place where they feel safe and content has to be my favourite sight in the world. As I survey the scene around me, I feel spoiled for choice as to which couple to strike up a conversation with. This is the most exciting part of what I do, the part where it's all set to begin again. Another couple, another job, another payday. But if there's one thing that is threatening to put a dampener on my high spirits, it is the woman sitting across the table from me. Mel doesn't look happy. In fact, I can't remember the last time she did look happy. Her grumpy moods are starting to wear thin, and not just because I'm generally a positive, upbeat person. It's because I feel like she's being ungrateful and doesn't appreciate how lucky she is. You know, you don't seem very happy for a person who's just made thousands of pounds, I say to my partner, just loud enough for her to hear me over the noise in this busy hotel, but not loud enough for any of the people around us to hear. I told you, I don't want to do this anymore. Okay, fine. Get up from this table and walk out the door, but you won't be getting any money from me, and you won't have work waiting for you out there, so good luck. I sit back in my seat and pick up the glass of fresh orange juice that I've been sipping since breakfast, the breakfast that was very large and very filling, as it should be in a hotel as expensive as this one. But our stay here is just a business expense. By the time we check out, I expect to have at least a couple of phone numbers belonging to fools who will soon be parted with their money. So what's the plan? Mel asks me, after ignoring my invitation to walk away and leave here without a penny to her name and no one to turn to. We just do the same thing all over again? It hasn't failed so far. I thought you wanted to move on to bigger jobs. I do, but that will take time, and we shouldn't neglect our bread and butter jobs. But don't worry, I've still got my eye on that upcoming event in Manchester. Trust me, you're not going to want to miss that one. It's not easy to contain the excitement I feel about all the wealthy people that I will soon be targeting at the hotel in Manchester, but before that, I might as well get as much practice in as I can. The couple by the window, your left. You see them? I say to Mel, and I watch as she turns her head and checks them out. Then she nods, so I go on. They're finishing up their meal now. When they leave, we'll leave with them and make small talk as we walk out. I'll ask them for tips on what to do in the area today. We'll keep chatting, but I'll need you to be on better form than you have been recently. Make good eye contact, laugh at whatever the man says if it's at least the slightest bit humorous, and hopefully we'll be having a drink with them later this evening. Mel's eyes have glazed over, probably because she knows the drill by now and knows exactly what is expected of her. The fact that I have to remind her is annoying, but hopefully she'll get back into the swing of things and stop thinking about her silly notions of quitting this life and going it alone. She nods, so that's promising, but before we can spring into action, she mentions the couple whom I'd already almost forgotten about. I wonder what Becky and Jamie are doing right now. Talking to the police, I imagine. They didn't deserve it. Yes, they did. Just like all the other people we took money from deserved it too. If they're going to be so stupid with their money, then they have no one else to blame but themselves. But they're having a baby, and I'm sure they'll still have it, with no money. Why are you so bothered about this couple? You've never worried about any of the other people we've done this to. I don't know. They were just so nice. They're all nice. That's their problem. They're nice, and they're naive, and they allow themselves to get carried away with the idea that they're going to get very rich very quickly without having to work for it. And look what happens. They learn that there is no such thing as getting rich without working for it, and we have taught them that valuable lesson. I smile, as if I'm some wise old lecturer who's just imparted his wisdom on a group of young and eager students, even though I know that neither Jamie nor Becky was asking to be taught a lesson. But they have been, and one thing is for sure, they will never forget it. Just like any valuable lesson, what they've learnt now will stay with them forever. One day, they may even feel like thanking me for teaching them something so important. But not today. Today, what I taught them will be far too raw. Their emotions will be strong. I can't really blame them. Just how does a person get over losing all their money to somebody they thought was a friend?
28. Jamie. It's hard to say which is the stronger emotion, anger or shame. I'm angry that somebody would do such a thing to my wife and me, but I'm also ashamed that I would be so stupid as to fall for it. How did I end up being the kind of person who gets scammed? I've heard the stories in the news about people losing their life savings to unscrupulous criminals, but I never for 1 second thought that I would end up like them. A victim. A statistic. A bloody idiot. Yet it has happened. The £8,000 that I worked so hard to save has gone, and it's most likely we will never see a penny of it back. There's clearly no point checking the price of that damn stock online because I doubt Phil ever put our money into it anyway. It was just a ruse. And it worked. Becky and I have spent countless hours in the company of police officers, going over and over our story in the hopes that something we say will be able to help the police track down Phil and Mel and get our money back. But so far, there has been no news, no developments, no sign of the criminals who stole from us. There are many problems with catching them, not least of which is the fact that they would most likely have used fake names with us. Phil and Mel are most likely not Phil and Mel at all. But how the hell were we supposed to know that? I've never met somebody whom I was worried about stealing from me before, so I didn't suspect for 1 minute that the words coming out of Phil and Mel's mouth were lies, least of all their names. But it was lies. Everything the police have tried thus far to capture the criminals has led to nothing. The hotel in Spain have released CCTV images, but the police say those are only good if the suspects don't regularly change their appearance. We have to assume that they are clever enough to do so. The phone numbers that we had for Phil and Mel are unable to be tracked and traced now they are no longer in use. And we're not even sure which part of the country Phil and Mel really reside in. They clearly don't live where they told us they do, so the local police in that area are coming just as unstuck. I'm struggling to see how we'll ever catch them, and it's just one of the many things keeping me awake at night. I've been tormenting myself by going over our initial meeting with Phil and Mel in Spain ever since realising we had been scammed. Thinking back to that fateful night abroad when they started talking to us from the next table over in that damn bar isn't fun. But I've been doing it anyway, as if analysing it is somehow going to change what happened. I think about how Phil and Mel made such effortless conversation with us. How he offered champagne while she laughed at my attempts at humour. How they invited us back to the hotel to continue the party, dazzling both my wife and I with the venue in which they were staying and the kind of life our new friends seemingly led. It all seemed so innocent, just 4 Brits meeting on holiday and enjoying themselves. But in reality, it was just the beginning of a very well executed scam that would end in me feeling like the biggest idiot in the world, and my wife having far too much stress heaped on her shoulders. Becky has not taken things well. She burst into tears at the police station when the officers we were speaking to grimly informed us that it not only sounded like we had been the victims of a scam, but that they had heard of other couples around the country falling foul to something similar. But since then, That has been the only show of emotion my wife has displayed. She's mainly just spent the time since then glumly going to work, coming home and lying on the sofa, showing little desire to have a conversation with me or talk about the future and the fact that we have a baby on the way. I guess Becky is mad, and I can't really blame her. I was the one who suggested we look into the investment opportunity, and I was also the one who pushed for it. If it hadn't been for me, then we would never have lost all that money, because Becky could easily have just left those funds in the bank and made them last as long as possible. But I got greedy and wanted to turn that money into a bigger pile of cash, stupidly believing that if I could, then we would be able to quit our jobs and live life a little more. I was seduced by Phil and Mel's lifestyle, or at least the one they sold to me, with the early retirement and the posh hotels and the champagne that never seemed to run out. It seemed like a dream life, and it seemed like a life that was accessible for me too. But now it's all gone, and not only am I facing up to the fact that I've plunged my family into financial difficulties, but I'm also facing up to the fact that there will be no early retirement for me, nor the chance at enjoying myself more as I age. Instead, it's back to the grind of working. With a baby on the way and very little money in the bank, I imagine I will be working for a very long time yet. Meanwhile, Phil and Mel are out there somewhere now, most likely spending their ill-gotten gains and laughing all about the fact that there are people like Becky and me in the world. I wonder what they are spending our money on. Clothes? Cars? More holidays to meet more unsuspecting victims? Probably all of the above. That's the hardest thing to deal with when I lay my head on my pillow every night and try to get some sleep. It's the fact that I know they are somewhere right now, most likely doing the same thing to another couple that they did to us. If only there was some way I had of warning those poor people before they part with their cash and lose everything like we have. Alas, there isn't. I don't know where Phil and Mel are, so that means I can't stop them doing this to anybody else. That's a shame, but it's just another part of the grim reality that now makes up my life. I really need to stop thinking about those evil people. I definitely need to stop thinking about the poor souls who are in their crosshairs next. I just hope that the next couple that get talking to Phil and Mel have a little more common sense than Becky or I did. Because if not, they are going to lose their money too. Then they will end up feeling like we feel now. And I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
29. Mel. Here we go again. Phil is working his magic while another couple sit across the table from us with that look on their face that says they are enjoying themselves and are believing everything that they are being told. How we retired early, how we go on holiday all the time, how Phil used to work in the financial industry and did well after some savvy investments, but left the rat race behind, although he still has his connections in that world that do very well for him. There are jokes, entertaining stories, and, of course, a bottle of champagne. This is an old routine for Phil and me, but for the new couple we are talking to, they are getting all of this for the first time. Their names are Ed and Pam, and they are a married couple in their early 40s, who are up in the Lake District for 5 nights as a mini-break from their usual lives down south in the Midlands. Ed is a postman, and Pam works in an office, pushing papers, which means they are very normal people with very normal jobs, but it also means they cannot help but be intrigued by meeting the pair of us. That's obviously what Phil wants, because he can then seduce them with tales of another life very different to theirs, but crucially, a life that they could one day have too. We got talking to this couple as Phil suggested we would do, bumping into them as we left the hotel restaurant at breakfast before making small talk that ended up turning into a full-blown conversation about who we all were and why we were in the Lake District at this time. From that initial interaction, Phil was able to suggest that the four of us grab a drink together later that day, and Ed and Pam took the bait, saying that sounded nice. Now, here we all are, sitting around a table, and 3 of the people here are having a good time. I'm the exception. I'm not enjoying it, and what's more, I feel like ruining it for my partner, too. "Tell these guys about the holiday we had in Mauritius last year," Phil says to me, bringing me back into the conversation. "Remember the snorkeling trip? This is a funny story. You'll love this one, guys." Phil winks at Ed and Pam, who both smile and look like they are very interested in hearing all about our adventures in Mauritius, which of course never happened. But I don't feel like telling any stories right now. On top of that, I don't feel like screwing this couple out of their savings somewhere down the line. It's time to do what I should have done a long time ago. It's time to ruin things before they get out of hand. I'd love to tell that story, I really would. But how about I tell another one? How about I tell the story of the couple we have just conned out of their life savings, and how we're sitting here right now because we're trying to do it again? The colour drains from Phil's face, but that's nothing compared to how Ed and Pam react to what I've just said. That's right, we're con artists who scam people like you out of money. We're really quite good at it. You didn't suspect a thing, did you? I ask Ed, and he shakes his head very slowly, looking to his wife, as if she can help him understand what is going on. Phil laughs nervously and leans forward in his seat, chuckling away as if I'm joking, but he will already know that the game is up. Even if he could salvage this conversation, there is no chance now that he would ever be able to get Ed and Pam to send him their money. That's because I've put the thought in their head that we are here to trick them, so they will never trust us no matter what happens from here. That means tonight has been a waste of time. Not that I'm bothered about that. You'll have to excuse my wife. She's a very unusual sense of humour, Phil says with a smile on his face, especially when she's had a drink. I think we'd better call it a night, don't you? Phil looks at me, but I just shrug my shoulders to let him know that I'm happy to carry on if he is. I feel fine, I say, beaming wildly. It felt good to get that off my chest, and I'm sure Ed and Pam appreciate me doing it, don't you? Ed and Pam still have no idea what is going on, so I decide to make it obvious for them. Guys, I'm terribly sorry, but we didn't get chatting by accident this morning, nor did we invite you for drinks this evening to be friendly. We're looking to take your money, and while it might seem right now like it would be difficult for us to do so, believe me, it wouldn't. If this charade carried on, then it wouldn't be long until you were both feeling very foolish and very broke. Ed and Pam share a nervous glance before Pam suggests that they leave. I think that's for the best, I tell her with a nod. But it's been a pleasure meeting you. Don't worry about the champagne. We'll settle the bill. I watch as Ed and Pam get up from the table and slowly shuffle away, still looking confused, but no doubt feeling relieved that they seem to have a lucky escape. Now it's just me and my partner at the table. I'll be interested to see how he is going to react now that our marks have left. "The hell have you just done?" Phil cries. "They could call the police now. We have to leave." "You can leave if you want to, but I'm not going anywhere," I reply, and to prove it I pick up one of the menus from the table as if I'm thinking about ordering some food. "You've just ruined all our work." "No, I've just saved a nice couple from making the biggest mistake of their lives." "Have you lost your mind? This is our job, it's how we eat, and you just cost us money." "I told you that I wanted to stop doing this, but you wouldn't listen." "Well, I'm listening now." I look up from the menu and stare at Phil's incredulous face. I have definitely got his attention. Now it's time to make the most of it. "Give me my share of the money from the Becky and Jamie scam and let me walk away. Don't come after me. Don't try to talk me out of it. Just let me leave. Find another partner to do this with. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep ruining things for you until you do." Phil processes the ultimatum, but what choice does he really have but to agree to it? It's either this, or he doesn't make any more money, because I'll just keep telling everyone we meet that we're after their savings. It takes a few minutes, but Phil eventually concedes. "Fine. We're done," he tells me before getting up from the table. "I'll give you what you want, and I'll find somebody else. Now let's get out of here before Ed and Pam figure out what the hell just happened. I smile as I rise from my seat and follow Phil out of the hotel bar, feeling like I'm finally free of this man and this life. But that doesn't mean that I am finished. There is still something that I want to do, and it's almost as risky as what I just did then.
30. Becky. The sound of a quiet house can be disturbing to some people, but not to me at this moment. I'm enjoying it right now, because it certainly beats the sound of a house in dispute. Jamie and I have been arguing a lot recently, which is probably to be expected. But the fights haven't just been about the money we stupidly gave to Phil and Mel. They started out that way, but over these last few days, I'm finding we're arguing about anything. Silly stuff that we never used to fight about. Someone's pair of shoes left in the hallway, what to watch on television at night. To me, all these silly, pointless arguments are a sign that we're both under severe stress and aren't thinking clearly. But I'm not sure how to change it, and I don't think Jamie knows either. That's because we can't change the one thing that started all of this. We can't change the fact that we were both stupid enough to lose our money. Jamie is out at the gym, a place he rarely goes to, but has started to spend a lot more time at since the atmosphere became frosty at home. I'm glad he's out, because even I can't start an argument in an empty room. Now I'm just lying on the sofa, staring up at the ceiling, thinking about turning the TV on and finding something to distract myself with, but also not wanting to ruin the peace and quiet. As I lie here, my hands rest on my lower abdomen, which is a position I've been taking up a lot since I found out that I was pregnant. It's as if I feel like holding the general area where my baby is growing will make me feel closer to it. I know plenty of other women who have had babies who all did the same thing. It's still far too early in my pregnancy to feel kicks or other signs of life from within, but that isn't stopping me wanting to rest my hands on the part of me that is nurturing new life. I'm pleased that the morning sickness has stopped now, although that's about the only thing that I have to be pleased about these days. Everything else in my life is still up in the air, including how Jamie and I are going to be able to afford the costs of feeding and clothing this baby when it comes along in several months' time. I keep trying to tell myself that it doesn't matter how much money we have, that all a baby really needs is to know that they're loved. But unfortunately, that's not realistic. A baby needs food and drink and warmth, as well as nappies and all sorts of other things that cost money. It's just naive to think that everything is going to be okay as long as we have love. Maybe I could have convinced myself that was the case a few months ago, before I knew what we had lost. But now I've seen so much money leave our bank account for no good reason at all. It's impossible to forget about finances and to just focus on innocent things like thoughts and feelings. As time goes by, I find myself feeling even more bitter about what Phil and Mel did to us. But not just because of the money. It's because I'm realizing that the conniving couple didn't just destroy our bank balance when they left us in ruins. They have potentially also destroyed our relationship. Jamie and I have not been anywhere near as close since we lost the money, a combination of the shame and anger we both feel, as well as the fact that he thinks I blame him for what happened. And honestly, I'm having a hard time proving that I don't. The truth is that it is Jamie's fault. He is the one who wanted to invest our money. I would happily have carried on as we were. I never chased riches and an easier life. He did. And look where that has got us. Of course, I tried to play the part of the good wife and pretend like I didn't blame him, but he could see it in my eyes, and it only took a couple of arguments between us before the truth came out, and I let him know that yes, Most of this was his fault. As to be expected, that admission didn't go down well, and we spent that particular evening sleeping in separate bedrooms. Although, therein lies another problem that is making it so hard for the two of us to move past this. After that night we spent apart, Jamie came downstairs to tell me that he hadn't slept a wink in the spare bedroom, but not because of our fight or the unfamiliar mattress. It was because he knew that Phil and Mel had slept in that same bed before they cheated us out of our money, and he found it impossible to sleep knowing they had infiltrated our home and we had let them get so close. I knew exactly what he meant. I had also been struggling with the fact that we had willingly opened our home to these people who had turned out to be despicable human beings who didn't deserve to be welcomed in anywhere. It's a whole new level of betrayal when somebody comes into your house and lies. But that's what happened. Phil and Mel sat at our dining table and on our sofa. They slept in our spare bed. And then they stole from us, and worst of all, they knew what they were going to do every step of the way. I decide that the silence in the house is suddenly becoming unbearable, so I reach out for the remote control and turn the TV on, hoping to find something that will distract my distressed mind for the next hour or so until Jamie gets back. I hope we won't argue when he gets home, but there's a good chance that we will. So I might as well try to enjoy myself for what little time I have left before that front door opens. But it's only 5 minutes later when I hear the sound of somebody outside, and I wonder if my husband is back already. He can't be, unless he got to the gym and changed his mind at the last minute, turning around and coming home to see me again, rather than kill some time on the treadmill or in the weights room. But then I hear a knock on the door, and it tells me that it can't be Jamie, because he has a key. Getting up from the sofa, I head into the hallway and peer through the frosted glass of the front door. It's dark outside, so I can't really see who is out there. That leaves me with little choice but to open up and find out. It could be a friend, it could be a neighbour, or it could be a door-to-door salesman working late. It really could be anybody. But when I open the door, I see that it is the last person on this earth that I would have expected to be on my doorstep. I'm so shocked that my breath catches in my throat, and I have to keep holding onto the front door to keep my balance. It's not a friend, or a neighbour, or a salesman. It's Mel.
31. Mel. I always thought that the hardest thing to do was trick a person into believing that I was who I said I was, and not actually somebody looking to scam them. But I was wrong. The hardest thing to do is to be open and honest and tell the truth. That's what I'm trying to do now. The problem is, the person I am trying to talk to doesn't seem to want to hear it. "You bitch!" Becky cries as she reaches out and grabs me by my hair before pulling me into her house and pushing me against a wall. "What have you done with our money?" I wasn't stupid enough to think that Becky was going to welcome me in with a warm smile and the offer of a cup of tea when I came here this evening, but I also didn't necessarily expect her to be violent. But then again, she never thought she would see one of the people who betrayed her again, so I imagine there is a lot of pent-up frustration inside her that now has the chance to be released. "Please, just let me talk," I try, holding my hands up to my face in case Becky starts to pummel me with a barrage of punches, but she doesn't. She just stares at me incredulously before taking her mobile phone out of her pocket and starting to make a call. "What are you doing?" I ask breathlessly as I start to worry less about any physical attack and more about who might be on the other end of that call. "What do you think I'm doing?" Becky hisses back at me with pure venom in her voice. "I'm calling the police." "No, wait, just let me explain." I lunge forward for the phone, aware that I need to stop her connecting to the police, Otherwise, what I came here tonight to do will be ruined. But Becky ducks out of the way and keeps the phone to her ear, scurrying in front of the open door so that I can't escape, but keeping enough distance between us so that I can't attack either. But I don't want to attack her. I want to help her. I just need to make her see that, although it's clearly going to be a lot harder to do than I thought. Please, just let me say what I came here to say. If you still want to call the police after that, then I'll let you. I hope that will be enough to convince Becky to put down the phone, and thankfully it is. She ends the call and lowers the phone to her side, keeping it close in case she changes her mind, but offering me the one thing I have asked her for, the chance to explain. I'm so sorry for what we did to you, I begin. You didn't deserve it. Damn right we didn't deserve it. Where is our money? He's got it, I say, referring to Phil. He was the one who wanted to take what you had. I wanted to stop. I told him to leave you guys alone. You expect me to believe that it was all his fault? No, of course not. I'm just trying to explain that I feel bad, and I didn't want to do it. Oh, great. You feel bad. That's comforting to know. Well, guess what? Jamie and I feel bad too. We're the ones who lost everything. Becky looks like she is ready to make another phone call, so I act fast, taking a step towards her, but making sure to keep my hands out in front with palms open to hopefully show her that I mean her no harm. It doesn't work, though Becky takes a step back, clearly unsure why I am here because it probably doesn't make sense for me to just turn up and apologise, yet that is exactly what I'm trying to do. Please, you have to listen to me. I want to help you. How can you help me? You stole our money. I know, but I'm not working with Phil anymore. I've quit. You expect me to believe that? How do I know you're not just back here playing another game and seeing if you can get any more money out of us? I'm not. You have to believe me. I have to call the police more like. With that, Becky turns and makes another call on her phone, and I can see from the movement of her thumb that she has just pressed the same digit 3 times. It's the number 9. She really is calling the police. Wait, I say, and I lunge forward again. This time I catch Becky before she can move out of reach. I am able to take the phone from her and end the call to the emergency services before it connects. Becky attempts to fight back and retrieve her phone, but I fend her off, although I choose to move deeper into her home instead of just running for the open doorway. I'm hoping that will demonstrate that I'm not trying to get away with what I did anymore, that I'm here to help. Give me my phone, Becky cries, but I shake my head and keep it out of her reach. I want to help you, but you need to listen to me. Becky finally stops struggling and concedes possession of her phone, at least for a little while, which gives me the opportunity to speak again. You have every reason to hate me, and I don't blame you if you never want to see me again after all of this is over. But right now, Phil is still out there with your money, and I might have a way of helping you get it back, but you need to listen to me. Becky says nothing. I take that as my cue to carry on. Whatever you want to know, you can ask me. I'll tell you everything. Why? That's a good question. And I'm a little hesitant to answer it, but if I want Becky to trust me, then I need to be as honest as possible. Because I have nobody else, and I'm sick of going through life just taking from other people. I want to be a better person. Becky scoffs at that last part, but it is the truth. And I feel better for saying it, no matter how pathetic it might have made me sound. I'm not just here to help you get your money back, I confess. I'm here because I'm hoping that the two of us can be friends one day. You've got to be kidding me. I understand if you hate me, but maybe with time, if I can prove that I'm not a bad person, not anymore at least, then... You're a criminal. You steal from innocent people. Of course you're a bad person. I know what I've done, but I'm trying to change. How many people have you done this to before? How many people have you stolen from? I don't know. Oh my God, you've lost count. I bet you've done this to hundreds of people, haven't you? And you expect me to believe that you've changed. I have. Ask me anything, I'll prove it. Becky takes a moment to think about it before she comes up with a question. What's your real name? I freeze because that's the one question I am reluctant to answer. I'm willing to tell Becky everything about myself and what my partner and I have been doing over the years, but giving up my real name is the one thing that I'm still shy about. That's because with my real identity, Becky can give the police the information that can lead to my arrest. Without it, I can still escape and disappear. But if I want her to trust me, then what choice do I have? I'll give you my name. Once I know that you aren't going to call the police. Becky doesn't seem too happy about that, but I give her no choice. I meant what I said. I can help you get your money back, and I can hopefully help you put Phil behind bars where he belongs. But I need to know that you trust me now. How can I ever trust you again? I look down at Becky's phone in my hand and think about the night when I texted her out of the blue, letting her know that I was feeling sad. Remember my message to you about how I was feeling fed up? I ask, and she nods her head. That was me being honest. I was feeling fed up because I didn't want to steal from you. But Phil had control over me. I was scared of leaving him and being alone. But now I'm not, and I want to stop him. Will you help me? Becky thinks about that, but I do something that I hope will make her decision for her. Here, take it back, I say, holding out her phone. Becky grabs it quickly, and I wonder if she is just going to dial 999 again. But she doesn't. She just stares at me standing in her hallway, so I guess that means she is giving me the chance to say something else. I'm going to give you my phone number now, my new one. This is the one you can call me on day or night, and I'll always pick up. Why would I want your number? Because I'm going to help you get back what you lost. Becky thinks about it before unlocking her phone and allowing me to give her my digits. Once they are saved, I tell her to call me when she feels ready to talk. Then I apologize again before heading for the open door, wanting to get out of here before Becky changes her mind and calls the police. But I don't see any blue flashing lights as I'm making my way back to the cheap bedsit that I'm going to be staying in for the foreseeable future. I guess that means that Becky didn't call the police after I left. I guess that means she trusts me. For now, anyway. I just have to make sure that this time I don't let her down.
32. Phil. Some say that the worst thing about running your own business is the occasional requirement to let employees go, but I don't think that. The worst part is having to try to hire new people. There was a reason why I wanted to keep Mel around, and it wasn't just because she used to be good at what she did. It was because it meant I didn't have to go through the hassle of trying to find her replacement. But my old partner forced my hand, so I had no choice but to cut her loose. Now I have to find someone else to take her place. The recruitment process has begun, but this isn't a traditional job, so that means I can't advertise its vacancy by traditional means. There will be no job advertisements on websites or in the local newspaper. After all, I can't exactly make it public that I'm looking for a pretend wife to run comms with. I don't think the general public would take kindly to seeing somebody offering a job in which payment came in the form of scamming other people out of money, plus the police would be all over that like a rash. So that means I have to do my recruiting a little differently. I can't accept CVs and recommendations from other people who do what I do because I don't know any other people who do what I do. Instead, I have to be more discreet. I have to find somebody in the crowd who's different, somebody who wants to live a life of crime. There are a couple of ways I could go about doing that. There is the method I adopted when I recruited Mel, which was basically to become involved in a romantic relationship with her before gradually dropping hints that I wasn't like every other guy she had met, that I had riskier ambitions than just working hard in a 9-to-5 job and becoming a mid-level manager one day. But that takes time to do. I have to meet someone, date them, make them fall in love with me, and most important, I have to get the vibe that they might be the kind of person who wouldn't run a mile once I suggest working together to rob other couples of their savings. That's hard to do, and time is against me. Mel walked away from our partnership 2 days ago, and since then I haven't been able to work. That's because nobody's going to trust a single guy going around talking about how much money he has and mentioning investment opportunities. It seems dodgy. I need a woman on my arm, a distraction, evidence that I'm a good man because someone loves me. I need a new partner. But tonight, I think I might just have found one. I was on the train when I saw her sneaking a hand into another passenger's handbag and removing their purse. She was a pickpocket, and seemingly a successful one too, because she obtained the purse without anybody seeing her. Well, anybody except me. I had clocked what she had done, which is why I had moved down the carriage to get closer to her, and also why I had got off the train to stop early when I saw her leaving. I don't take any pleasure in using the train, and it certainly doesn't fit with the lifestyle I like to project to my targets, but I couldn't get a taxi easily this evening, and the train station was nearby. But it turned out that taking the train home tonight had been worth the hassle, because it was how I came to meet Zara, a woman who looked to be a similar age to Mel and was almost as attractive, which was important if she was to play my wife. After following the thief off the platform and down onto the street, I'd caught her up and walked alongside before quietly and calmly telling her that I'd seen what she'd done back there on the train and that I was impressed. Then I gave her the option to follow me into the bar at the end of the street, because I had a business opportunity I would like to discuss. Thankfully, she chose to follow me in, and now here we are, sitting across the table from each other in this low-lit venue, a flickering candle between us as if we were on a first date, and not about to talk about the potential for her joining me in a very illegal activity. "You want me to help you steal from other people?" Zara asks me, after we've got the pleasantries out of the way and I've told her what I do for a living. "That's right, I want us to be partners. What happened to your last partner?" She had enough. She took her money and started a new life. That last part isn't strictly true, because I only gave Mel the bare minimum that I owed her, and certainly not enough to start a new life, but my next partner doesn't need to know that. "So how much did she make when she worked with you?" Zara asks, her mind seemingly already beginning to fill with pound signs. "Thousands," I reply calmly, exaggerating because I never paid Mel that much, even though she was owed it, and certainly worth it in hindsight. A lot more than you'll find in the purse you stole tonight, I imagine. Zara stares at me intently, presumably trying to get a read on me, and looking to figure out if I'm just trying to con her myself. But it's hard to steal from a thief. She must know that I wouldn't even bother trying to talk to her unless I was serious. "Say I did want to do a job with you, on a trial basis, of course." "Of course. How would it work? What would I have to do?" "You'd just have to pretend to be my wife, make conversation with the couples I introduce you to, and ultimately make them feel reassured that we're not just trying to take their money. Be charming, friendly, flirty, and most of all, be a good criminal, just like you already are right now." I smile at Zara, hoping that my compliment about her light fingers will endear her towards me and make her go for this. It seems to do the trick. "Okay, I'll be your pretend wife for cash. When do I get paid?" "When we make some money." I take out my phone and obtain Zara's number before telling her that I will be in touch soon with details. Then I leave the table, walking away from the pickpocket and all the patrons at the other tables, who are out tonight enjoying their evening after another day of work has ended. But work never ends for me. I'm always thinking about the next job, the next couple, and the next time I will get paid. Now that I've found a new partner, I'm hoping that it won't be too long. The money from Jamie and Becky is still sitting in the account, but I'll need some of it for expenses for the next job, while the rest will go on finding a new place to live, in case Mel decides to send the police to the address we used to share. That means I will need more money very soon, which is why it was so important I convinced Zara to work with me. As I leave the bar, I am aware that there is no guarantee that Zara will be up to the task of playing my wife as well as Mel did. I made the job sound easy when I pitched it to Zara a few moments ago, but there is definitely a lot more to it than just smiling and chatting. But I hope that Zara will pick that up quickly, and I won't have to waste too much time training her, nor will I have to waste any more time looking for a new partner. The speed bump in my smooth business operation is hopefully behind me now. I can look forward. Mel is old news, Zara is the future, and it's time to find the next Becky and Jamie.
33. Jamie. I'm watching my wife's mouth as if that is going to make it any easier for me to understand the words that are leaving her lips. But despite this, I am still having a hard time processing what she is telling me. From where I'm standing, it sounds like she is telling me that we need to trust Mel, because the woman is now on her side, not Phil's. But that can't be right, can it? It sounds crazy. Insane. Even more stupid than the first time we let ourselves be tricked into believing Mel. But for some reason, Becky keeps on saying that we should trust her. Then she gives me the reason. She said she could help us get our money back, Becky tells me. We have to try, don't we? Never mind trying. I feel like I need to sit down before I do anything else. I lower myself onto the sofa and have another go at making sense of my wife's crazy idea. Mel was here? I ask, repeating what I have just been told. Not that it sounds any less crazy when I say it as opposed to Becky. Yes, she came around the other night when you were at the gym. And you're only just telling me this now? I know I should have told you sooner, but you should have told me straight away, right after you had finished calling the police, so they could have come here and arrested her. I'm incredulous, and for good reason. I can't believe one of the two people who robbed us of our savings came to our house, and instead of having her arrested, Becky not only listened to her sob story, but took her phone number for future chats. I'm sorry for not telling you that night, Becky apologises, but I was confused and trying to make sense of what had happened. And I'm trying to make sense of why you think we should trust that woman again. You didn't see her. She wasn't like she was before. She was so open with me, so honest. Honest? Ha! I have to stand up from the sofa again because I can't keep still while all this nonsense is going on. I'm full of energy, but not the good kind. It's all frustration and anger, and I need to take it out on somebody. I'd love for that person to be Phil or Mel, but right now, Becky is the only person who is here. We need to go to the police, I say, pacing. Tell them that Mel was here, and give them the number she gave you. They will know what to do so we can catch her. No, I'm not doing that. Excuse me? I'm not going to the police. Not yet, anyway. I want to see what Mel can do for us. I think she has done enough. I take out my phone, determined to call the police myself if my wife won't do it. But Becky stops me, grabbing my device away and pleading with me to give Mel a chance. Why are you defending this woman? I cry. She helped Phil take everything from us. I don't know. I wanted to call the police when I saw her. I really did. But then she started talking. That's what they do. They talk, and then they trick people into making silly mistakes. No, it was different this time. It didn't feel like she was trying to trick me. It felt like she was lonely and needed a friend. I don't believe this. Have you lost your mind? Let's just call her and see what she has to say. What have we got to lose? I don't know. More money? We're not going to give her any more money. That's the first sensible thing you've said all day. Come on, let me call her. I'll put her on speakerphone. She said she'll answer our call, day or night. How very kind of her. I'm still struggling to keep my anger under control as Becky takes a seat on the sofa and makes the call, placing her phone down on the coffee table, on speakerphone, so that we can both hear. I continue to pace around the room, only stopping when the call connects. Hello? Becky? I recognise Mel's voice immediately, and it feels like a punch to the stomach to hear that woman again. The woman whom I told stories to. The woman whom I offered drinks to when she came to stay. For God's sake, I checked with this woman to make sure that her pillows were comfortable before bidding her good night in our own house. Now here she is again. Except this time, I know exactly who she is and what she is capable of. Where are you? I ask before my wife can say anything. But Mel, perhaps rather predictably, chooses not to answer that question. The line goes quiet before Becky has a go at talking. Mel, I'm here with Jamie. You're on speakerphone? Oh, okay. Mel seems a little wary about that fact, as she well should be, because this call is definitely not going to be as civil as it would have been if it had just been between the two women. I've told him that you came to see me the other night, and I've said that you think you might be able to help us get our money back, Becky goes on. Yes, that's right. I want to help you. You can help us by handing yourself into the police, I cry, stepping towards the phone so that my voice comes across even louder to the woman at the other end of the line. Jamie, please, Becky says, warning me to calm down before we risk Mel hanging up. But I can't help it. I can't stay calm. Not when I'm talking to the woman who helped ruin us. How could you do this to us? I demand, asking just one of the questions I have been harbouring ever since we realised Phil and Mel weren't at the address we had travelled to. I'm sorry, Mel begins, but she's going to have to do a hell of a lot better than that. Oh, you're sorry. Well, thank goodness for that. I feel so much better now. Becky is not pleased at my sarcasm. I'm sure Mel isn't enjoying it either, but it has made me feel a tiny bit better. For all of 2 seconds, anyway. Please, if you just let me explain. Mel tries, but before I can have another go at her, my wife jumps in and moves the conversation in a more productive direction. What's the plan? She asks Mel. How can you help us? I want to meet up with both of you. You can choose the time and place if you like. Then I'll tell you everything, how I think we can catch Phil and, hopefully, get your money back. Becky looks at me with her eyebrows raised, as if that proposition is supposed to be an appealing one to me. But it's not half as appealing coming from a woman who screwed us over so easily. Why should we do that? Why wouldn't we just call the police and have them arrest you at the meeting point? I ask. I don't know. I guess I'm trusting you to give me a chance to make things right. Oh, you're trusting us now, are you? That's hilarious. I shake my head at the nerve of the woman on the call and prepare to unleash another tirade upon her. But Becky is more composed than me and interjects before I can. Okay, we'll meet you, she says. But I swear to God, if you try anything untoward, then we won't even call the police. We'll kill you. I stare at my wife, stunned at how calmly she just delivered that sentence. Mel is presumably shocked too, because the line goes quiet for a moment before she speaks again. Okay, text me where you want to meet, and I'll be there. Then the call ends. I guess the ball is in our court now.
34. Mel. I've arrived at the meeting point that Becky and Jamie decided on, and I've already spotted the two of them sitting at the table on the outdoor terrace of this coffee shop. But more important, I haven't spotted any police officers or police cars in the vicinity, and that gives me optimism that I am not going to be leaving here in handcuffs in a few minutes' time. I make my way past the other patrons in this cafe, all of them sipping their cappuccinos and their lattes on this chilly but sunny winter day, before I reach the couple I am here to meet. But we aren't friends. At least, they don't see me that way, so that means there is no warm welcome for me like there is for some of the other people arriving at the other tables. Instead, Jamie and Becky just glare at me as I take my seat opposite them, which is fair enough, I suppose. I was expecting this to be a frosty meeting, and not just because of the time of year. But I'm hoping that the thing I am about to take out of my handbag will go a little way towards thawing things out. Removing an envelope from my handbag, I slide it across the table in the direction of the married couple and wait for one of them to pick it up and look inside it. But perhaps, unsurprisingly, neither one of them is keen to touch it, probably afraid that I've already started running another con, and that picking up the envelope will mean they are already on their way to being tricked again. It's okay, I say. Look inside it. Becky and Jamie share a nervous glance before Jamie picks up the envelope, opening it up and looking inside. When he does, his nervous energy is replaced by an expression of confusion. "What's this?" he asks me, showing his wife too. "That's some of the money we took from you," I reply calmly, keeping my voice as low as possible so none of the coffee drinkers around us can overhear. "You took a lot more than this." "I know, but it's all I can afford to pay you back at this time." Becky gets a good look at the small bundle of cash inside the envelope before Jamie seals it back up and removes it from the table. Or rather, removes it from my reach. "What about the rest of it?" Becky asks. "That's what I'm here to talk about. I want to try to help you." "There's no trying about it," Jamie replies quickly, one hand gripping the envelope tightly and the other jabbing a finger in my direction. "You either help us, or we get the police here to arrest you." Unlike me, Jamie did not keep his voice low. I notice a couple of the mothers with prams at the table beside us glance over, trying to figure out if what they just heard was correct. I just smile weakly at them before refocusing on the task at hand. "Like I said, that's all the money I can give you at this time. Phil kept most of it, but I think I might know how to catch him." "What happened with you two?" Becky wants to know. "Why are we supposed to believe that you're no longer working together?" "That's a good question, but I assure you that I have left him. We used to be close, and even when we weren't, we still worked together, but not anymore." "Where is he now?" Jamie asks. "I don't know exactly, but I know that he will have found himself a new partner. They'll be planning another job, if they haven't started already." "So how do we catch him?" "We're going to trick him and give the police all the evidence they need to make an arrest." "How do we trick him?" "With the one thing he can't resist. Money." Becky and Jamie share a puzzled look, so I expand on my grand plan. "I think I'll be able to track Phil down. I know he will have changed his address since I left, but I also know that there is one place that he won't want to stop going to." "Where?" Becky wants to know. "It's a golf club, about an hour from the flat we used to share together. He's been a member for years, mainly because there are a lot of wealthy players there, and he likes to think of himself mixing in those social circles. I bet I can find him there." "And do what?" Jamie asks. "I'll tell him that I've made a mistake, and that I want to team up with him again." "And you think he'll buy it?" "Yeah, I do." "Why?" "Because despite what's happened between us, he can't deny that we made a good team. We had a great record together and made a lot of money." "You mean stole a lot of money?" Jamie reminds me. I solemnly nod, wishing that I hadn't said that last part. "But what about his new partner?" Becky asks. "What about her? However good she is, she won't be as good as me, and knowing Phil like I do, he will be hating the fact that he has to train up someone new, because that will be costing him time, and time equals money. He'd much prefer to go back to working with me again." "Okay, so say that you do get back in with him," Becky says. "Then what?" "Then we need to trap him. To do that, we need another couple." "Who?" "I don't know. I was hoping you could help me with that one. Do you have any friends who could play the part of our targets?" My question is a hopeful one, but I'm sure that Becky and Jamie have plenty of friends whom they could enlist the help of, but they don't seem very keen on that idea. "You want us to bring our friends into this? Have you lost your mind?" Jamie snarls. For a second, I fear that he is going to get up and storm out of here. "They're not going to lose any money," I protest, but the couple have a hard time believing that. "I need to try something else. Please, just listen to me. If we can get another couple to help us, I can get us near them, and Phil won't suspect a thing. He'll just start running his routine on them. When he does, we can start gathering evidence, recordings, paper trails." "We have evidence!" Jamie cries, again a little too loudly for the table next to us not to hear. "We sent you the money. We've shown the bank transfer to the police." "Yeah, but that money is gone, and the account it originally went into is a shell account. You can't prove who it belongs to, right? So there is no evidence." I have Jamie there, and he knows it. He sits back in his seat and shakes his head. "The problem you have is that the money was moved before the police got involved, so they can't trace it now. But if we set this up right, we can have the police watching while we do it, catching Phil red-handed." "And what about you?" Becky asks me, as Jamie continues to stew beside her. Won't they catch you as well? Yeah, I guess, I reply reluctantly, but I'm hoping there will be some kind of dispensation for helping them make an arrest. Maybe you could help with that. You want us to help you, Jamie says, chuckling to himself. I just want to make things right, that's it. Becky and Jamie share another look. They don't say anything, but they've been together so long they can obviously tell what the other one is thinking just by a glance. I wonder what it feels like to be as close to somebody in that way, a partner, a best friend. I wouldn't know. I'm alone in this world, but I'm trying to change that, and it starts right here. If we did this, Becky says, turning back to face me, you think we'd catch Phil and get our money back? Like I said, I think it's possible. But you have to know that it's risky as well. What do you mean? Jamie asks. Phil is dangerous. I know he might seem charming and controlled, but trust me, he has a temper. There is a darker side to him. I have seen it many times, and it always comes out when he is backed into a corner. If we are to do this, I just want you to know that there are risks. But it's not just you or whoever the friends are that you get to help. It's me, too. We're all in danger if this goes wrong. I'm hoping that by explaining that I am taking a chance here, that it will encourage Becky and Jamie to take a chance too. I have just as much to lose now as they do, if not more, because while for them, money is the only thing at stake, there will be a lot more for me, considering how close I will be to Phil. It'd be very easy for him to hurt me if he realised it was all a trap before the police moved in. We'll have to think about this, Jamie says after a moment of deliberation. I nod before giving them another word of warning. Just don't take too long. The longer we wait, the less likely it will be that we'll get your money back and stop Phil doing this to somebody else.
35. Phil. I was hoping by now that my new partner, Zara, would have gotten the hang of how this all worked, but things haven't gone as smoothly with her training as I'd hoped, and we're still yet to convince another couple that they would do well to trust us with their life savings. It's not that Zara isn't smart or ambitious, it's just that she isn't as good as my last partner at maintaining a rapport with me in front of our new targets. In other words, she isn't Mel. It's this problem that is on my mind as I stand on the green of the 18th hole and stare at my ball lying on the sharply cut grass below. I should be trying to figure out how to get this ball into the hole that's 15 feet away, but as much as I love golf, I'm more preoccupied with my other problem, because it's that problem that's preventing me from getting paid again. I still have a decent chunk of Jamie and Becky's cash, but I hate being prudent with money. I would much rather spend and enjoy it. But I can't do that until I know for sure that I will have more money coming in, and as of yet, Zara and I have failed to make any tangible progress on that front. It's no surprise, then, that I end up missing my shot and watch helplessly as my ball trickles past the hole and runs away down the green, almost mocking me as it speeds away in the wrong direction. "Unlucky," says one of the men I'm playing this round with, but I know he doesn't mean it. Why would he, when we're playing for money and every hole is worth something to the winner? But I won't be winning this hole now, and as this is the end of the round, I won't be winning the overall game either. That means even less money in my pocket. My need to start earning cash again is growing greater by the hour. I wait for my fellow players to sink their balls before begrudgingly congratulating the winner and making my way off the golf course, declining the invitation of a drink in the clubhouse because I'd rather just get going and wallow in my defeat alone. But as I reach the car park, wheeling my golf clubs behind me, I notice that somebody is waiting for me beside my car. It's somebody I never thought I'd see again. It's Mel. "What are you doing here?" I ask. Not just because I'm surprised to see my old partner, but because I'm worried that she may have brought the police along with her. I glance around the car park to see if there are any signs of officers in uniform moving in, but there aren't, and Mel confirms it. "Relax, it's just me," she says with a smile. "I knew I'd find you here. How was the game? Did you win?" I hesitate before shaking my head, and Mel rolls her eyes. "I guess nothing changes, does it?" she tells me, mocking my golf abilities just like she used to when we were on much better terms. "Why are you here?" I ask again. "Because I want to be partners." "You're the one who left me." "I know that, and it was a mistake." I study my old partner's face to try to get a read on if she's being honest with me, But she's good at disguising her emotions when she wants to, which is what made her so productive to work with, and why Zara hasn't quite been able to live up to her standards yet. Why the change of heart, I ask. I guess I miss it. You've spent all your money, haven't you? I grin at Mel, figuring that the only reason she has come back here with her tail between her legs is because she's broke and has realised that working with me is preferable to getting a normal job. But she doesn't admit it because she's far too proud to do that. Instead, she just moves the conversation along quickly. So what do you say? Can we be partners again? I take a few moments to consider her proposal, most of all because I know it will annoy her to be left in limbo while I deliberate. I don't care about making her squirm. It's the least she deserves after all the upheaval she has caused to my operation. I'm not sure, I confess, stroking my chin and really making it look like I'm having a hard time giving her what she wants. I've hired somebody else. So, get rid of them. I laugh at her suggestion because it's a bold one. What makes you think she isn't better than you? Is she? Mel eagerly awaits my answer, and as much as I would love to tell her that my new partner is better than her, I can't. No, I confess with a shrug, you were better. Mel likes the sound of that. She breaks into a big grin, but before she can get too excited, I let her know that it won't be easy if she wishes to work with me again. You've wasted a lot of time, I tell her as I step closer to her, and I won't forget what you did. I want you to know that if you do anything like that again, you won't just be able to walk away this time. There will be no coming back from it. Do you understand? I'm hoping that my threat is clear, and judging by the look on Mel's face, it is. She now knows that she is in grave danger if she tries to mess me around again. Okay, she says. So will you get rid of your new partner? I act like it's a tough decision, but it's really not, and I take out my phone to text Zara now. I'll get rid of her right away, I say. But we have to get straight to work, no messing around. Of course, I'm ready for a holiday. Me too. I'll find us a hotel today. I think I've already found just the place. I'm surprised by Mel's statement, because she usually left the locations to me. Where are you thinking? I ask her. There's a hotel in Manchester I was drinking in the other night. Lots of couples in there, and the menu wasn't cheap, if you know what I mean. That sounds promising. It is. I like the sound of it, so I let Mel know that I will check out the venue for myself before we make a move on the place together. She accepts that idea and leaves, walking away while I tell her that I'll message my old partner and cut ties with her. But as I watch Mel go, I hold on sending the message for a moment. There's something about all of this that seems a little too easy. Mel could be telling me the truth, of course. It's not hard to imagine her spending all of her money and coming back to me in order to make more. I did only give her a little bit of what we made from the Jamie and Becky scam, after all. But she was so adamant that she wanted to stop doing this only a short while ago, so it's a little strange for her to change her mind this quickly. Trust is hard to come by between any two people, but it's even harder between con artists who've already proven that they're willing to move on from each other. That's why I will stay on my guard around her now. Mel might just be looking to get paid again, or she might be up to something. Either way, I will be one step ahead of her at all times.
36. Becky. This might be the first time I've ever felt nervous in the presence of my best friend and her husband. Gemma and John are at our house with Jamie and me for an Indian takeaway and a catch-up. But, unlike all the other times when the four of us have got together, there is more to this than just good food and easy conversation. That's because, somewhere amongst all the chatting, the poppadoms and the curry sauce, a more awkward subject has to come up. Somehow, my husband and I have to convince our friends to help us catch Phil. That won't be easy, not least because neither Gemma nor John know that we lost our money to an insidious scheme. I never told my best friend about what happened with Phil and Mel, mainly because I was ashamed, but also because I didn't want them to feel sorry for us. But I'm going to have to tell them about it now if I want them to understand the situation, and why we need them to help us. I've allowed the four of us to consume our starters before bringing up the heavy topic of discussion. But as I stand in the kitchen beside Jamie and put the main courses onto plates, I tell him that it's time to get to the point. My husband looks nervous, but nods, and as we carry the food back into the dining room, we're both aware that these next few minutes will tell us whether our friends are going to help us, or whether we will have to contact Mel and say that we need another plan. Guys, there's something we need to tell you, Jamie says, as John and Gemma dig into their curries, scooping out the pieces of chicken and sauce from the silver trays and onto their plate, where they were planning on hungrily devouring it. But the tone of my husband's voice lets them know that this is serious, so they reluctantly put down their knives and forks and give us their undivided attention. You remember we told you about the couple we met on holiday, Phil and Mel? I ask. They nod, so I go on. Well, unfortunately, it turns out that they weren't who they said they were. What do you mean? Gemma asks. They were crooks, Jamie replies rather curtly, and they stole money from us. Gemma and John don't know what to say to that, so they just sit there with their mouths agape as the hot curries continue to give off steam. They told us they had made a lot of money with investments, and we thought there was an opportunity to make some money too, I confess. But Jamie puts his hand on my arm and shakes his head. No, this wasn't Becky's fault. This was mine. I thought there was an opportunity to make some money, but it was all a con. They took our savings and disappeared. I'm touched that my husband is taking the blame for this, because even though it doesn't make the situation any better, it allows me to save a little face in front of one of my oldest friends and her partner. But despite that, Gemma and John are outraged. They did what? John cries, looking almost as furious as Jamie and I did when we found out what had happened. Oh my gosh! Tell me you're joking, Gemma says to me, but I can only shake my head and confirm that it is true. How? John wants to know, rather predictably. I leave it up to Jamie to fill him in on the intricate details of the scam, while Gemma reaches her hand across the table and takes hold of my own to provide me with her support. When did this happen? Gemma wants to know, and I confess that it was a little while ago, which only makes her more upset, because she now knows that I kept this from her. I apologize and explain that it was because I was embarrassed, and she accepts that apology because she is a good friend and understands why I might have felt that way. Can't the police help you get your money back? John asks, the curry on his plate now forgotten about in the face of the shocking situation. No, they've tried, but no luck so far, Jamie admits before I jump in and inject a little optimism into this conversation. There is something we might be able to do, I say. Gemma and John both look hopeful for a moment, but that's only because I haven't told them what it is yet. But we'd need your help to do it. What do you mean? John asks. Mel, the woman who was working with Phil, she came to us and apologized for what she did. The cheeky cow, Gemma cries. I hope you called the police right away. I was going to, I reply, but then she told us that she's no longer working with Phil, and she wants to help us catch him, and maybe get our money back. Why would you believe her? John wants to know. That's a good question, and it's taken us a while to figure it out, Jamie admits. But we think she's being sincere, and at this point it's our only chance of getting our money back and having the police catch Phil. So how do you need our help? Gemma asks. I take a deep breath before answering, because I know that what I'm about to suggest is asking a lot of our friends. They would be well within their rights to turn us down, but I'm really hoping they don't. Mel is going to get Phil into a certain bar in Manchester, I begin, doing my best to make the upcoming proposition sound as appealing as possible. We were wondering if you two would consider being in that bar too, and pose as their next targets. I swallow hard, aware that what I have just asked them to do could sound ridiculous. I'm essentially asking them if they fancy not only being in the presence of a couple of con artists, but also being taken in by them too. Or pretending to, which is a whole other challenge. "You're kidding, right?" John asks. But Jamie and I shake our heads solemnly. "What happens if we do it?" Gemma asks. "How will it help you?" "If we can trick Phil into thinking that you are just a normal couple, like all the other ones he goes after, then he'll start running his scam, and we can have the police watching when it comes time for you to send money. That way, we've got better evidence for them to make an arrest at the end of it all." "But what about us? Wouldn't our money be at risk now?" John asks, and I can see that Gemma looks very concerned about that possibility too. "No, not really. It might seem that way because we'd have to make Phil think that he was getting it from you, but Mel has assured us that it would actually be safe and you won't lose it." "And you're taking her word for that, are you?" Gemma asks, which is a very valid point. I can sense that our friends are not going to be willing to help us, and that's perfectly understandable. But that is no good to my husband and me. "Look, I know this sounds crazy, and we wouldn't even come to you with this if we had any other option," I say. "But this is it. We would never ask you unless we were desperate." John is still skeptical, folding his arms across his chest to demonstrate his defensiveness. But Gemma looks a little more receptive after my moment of vulnerability. "You know I love you guys," she says after a quiet moment. "So, if there's some way we can help you, then I'm in." Jamie and I look at each other in relief, but John just stares at his wife like she's gone mad. He's clearly going to need a lot more convincing on this one, but Gemma lets me know that she can bring him around. Then she asks what we do next. So, as we start eating again, Jamie and I lay out the plan that we concocted with Mel earlier. It's a plan that we think can work, but is not without its risks. As the curry is devoured, the four of us put our minds together and talk it through, looking for ways we can tighten it up and reduce those risks even more. By the time we've finished eating, we have discussed the plan enough. Now it's time to put it into action.
37. Mel. I walk into the busy bar area of this hotel with Phil alongside me, looking every bit the glamorous wife on the arm of her handsome husband. But there's far more to us, too, than meets the eye, and very soon, one couple in this bar will find that out. But unlike all the other times, there is going to be one key difference tonight. This is not a bar full of strangers, at least, not to me. I know two of the people already sitting in here. With a bit of luck, they are going to be the two people whom I convince Phil that we should scam next. All I have to do is get him talking to them and not anybody else. "Let's get a drink," Phil says, as I was expecting him to do. He always likes to start these kinds of nights with a beverage in hand to take the edge off his nerves. I follow him to the bar, using my peripheral vision to note the couple sitting at the other end. Just as Becky and Jamie said, Gemma and John are here, playing the part of the gullible couple who will, hopefully, soon be falling under our spell. As Phil orders us both a drink from the bartender in the bow tie, I do what I usually do in this situation and sound out a few potential targets for my partner to consider. "What about the couple at the table in the corner?" I ask him, referring to the middle-aged man and woman sitting in front of 2 plates of tiramisu, looking very well fed and watered. but Phil shoots down that suggestion, just as I was expecting he would, because he considers them a little too old for us to easily make conversation with. I knew he would say that, which is why I picked them. But I have to make it look like John and Gemma are just one of the possibilities here, not the only ones. I'm afraid of being too obvious if I point them out straight away. I need to play it slow, distracting him with some of the other couples in here this evening. To your right, guy in the blue jacket, I say, and Phil discreetly turns his head to look, but he again rejects the idea because the man I pointed out seems to be having a disagreement with his partner. We always look for couples who seem to be having fun because they are always more receptive to making new friends. I allow a few more minutes to pass until the bartender finally serves us. That's when I suggest the couple sitting at the other end of the bar. Phil takes a sip from his drink as he diverts his gaze in their direction. I wait with bated breath as he internally weighs up whether or not they are suitable targets. To my relief, he goes for it. Let's take a seat, he says, and he leads me towards the 2 vacant chairs beside Gemma and John at the bar. I smile at the couple as I sit down near them, purely in a friendly way, and not in a way that might make Phil suspicious that I have already met these people. But I have. I met them at Becky and Jamie's house yesterday. After Becky had called me to tell me that she had recruited a couple of friends to take part in our plan. After meeting Gemma and John, which was awkward because neither of them were particularly warm to me, I determined that they were capable of playing the role I needed them to play, so we agreed to all be in this bar at the same time this evening. They've stuck to their end of the bargain, they've shown up, and now I have managed to get Phil sitting beside them without making it obvious that that was the plan all along. All we need to do now is get talking. I wait patiently for Phil to start playing his character, the one in which he makes it clear to everybody around him that he is wealthy and out tonight for a good time. It doesn't take him long. Barely 5 minutes have passed before he leans across the bar and orders champagne with the man in the bow tie. That is a sign that Phil is now very much in the game and sees the couple sitting beside us as viable targets, which is just what I wanted. As the bartender puts down 2 champagne flutes in front of us, Phil very generously leans over to John and Gemma and offers them each a glass too. They do a fairly decent job of acting like they are surprised by this, before Phil lets them both know that he is out celebrating with his wife tonight and believes in the old adage of the more the merrier. John and Gemma thank Phil for the offer, and as the bartender pops the cork on a new bottle, they let Phil and I know that they would be happy to share a drink with us. As much as I hate the man sitting beside me, I have to admit that watching Phil in full flow is a sight to behold. While he is a devious con man, he is a damn good one. And he is wasting no time in effortlessly continuing to chat to the couple beside us as the drinks are poured. First, he asks for John's and Gemma's names before shaking their hands and then introducing me to them. Then he asks them if they are local to the area, and when they confirm that they are, he compliments the city, saying that everybody around here is so friendly. He says that so neither John nor Gemma will want to appear unfriendly and will therefore keep chatting to him as long as we chat to them. Finally, Phil raises his glass and toasts to a good night, clinking his champagne flute against theirs and mine while smiling widely, as if he really is just a friendly rich guy out for some fun. I've already drilled John and Gemma on the need to be chatty, but to let Phil control the direction of the conversation. They do just that, talking when they need to, but otherwise allowing the man in the smart suit beside me to take them where he wants them to go tonight. He mentions how we are staying in the hotel this evening for fun. He is then asked what he does for work, as I told John to ask at some point, and Phil spends the next 10 minutes talking all about how he is retired, and so is his wife. For their part, John and Gemma do a good job of seeming surprised to learn this information. "Retired? But you're so young," Gemma says, and while she won't be winning any awards for her acting, Phil doesn't suspect a thing. He laughs and downplays his achievement of having made enough money to live on despite not being much older than the people he is talking to. As I listen to him talk about how he used to work in the financial industry and how he still has some contacts there who help him out with investments from time to time, I sit back in my seat and sip my champagne, pleased that everything is going to plan so far. I'm aware that the money Phil just used to buy our drinks belongs to Jamie and Becky, and that every time he spends some, they are going to be getting a little bit less back at the end of all this, but there's not much I can do about that. The main thing is that Phil is stopped, and that I prove to Becky that I am a good person after all. Maybe that way we can be friends when all of this has settled down. But right now, it's all about fake friends, and John and Gemma are certainly that. They are not our friends, and Phil knows that better than anybody. They are just people who can give us money. But unbeknownst to him, they are also the two people who can finally bring a stop to his criminal ways. I can only imagine that he is going to choke on his champagne when he finally finds out.
38. Jamie. It's been a nervous wait to find out how the meeting went at the hotel in the city. Becky and I have been sitting at home all evening, trying to keep ourselves occupied with what is going on the TV, but it's not been easy. Both of our minds are on how things might have gone between Gemma and John and Phil and Mel. Until we know, we won't be able to relax. Checking the time again, I see that it has gone 10:30, so the fact that we haven't heard from our friends yet would suggest that they are still occupied at the hotel. I guess that is a good sign. It must mean that the conversation is still flowing between the four of them. And if that is the case, then it should mean that Phil believes them to be viable targets. Surely we would have heard by now if things had gone wrong. So why can't I relax? And why is Becky now changing the channel again? I was watching that, I say as she starts to flick through the channels beside me. No, you weren't. You keep looking at your watch. I'm just checking the time. So you weren't watching it then? I was. I stopped because I realised this is a pointless argument to have. Becky knows I wasn't really paying attention to what was on screen, just like I know she wasn't either. We're both merely trying to distract ourselves until we get an update from Gemma and John. I wonder how late they're going to be, I say as Becky keeps channel hopping. It could be late. We stayed out until after midnight when we met Phil and Mel the first time. Yeah, but we were on holiday. So? So it's different. People stay up later on holiday. Gemma and John aren't on holiday. I guess. The conversation peters out there, as Becky finally decides on which channel to stick with, and we both have a go at losing ourselves in another programme. But it's not working. I find myself checking the time again while Becky's hand is already back on the remote and looking for better options. A second later, the sound of the knock at the front door almost causes us to jump out of our skins. We look at each other before realising who it must be. We are expecting visitors this evening. I guess they have finally arrived. I get up from the sofa as Becky switches the TV off, and then we go into the hallway to answer the door. When I open it, I see two people standing on our doorstep, looking a little anxious. Guys, come in, I say to Gemma and John. I offer them a drink as we make our way into the lounge and take a seat on the sofa, but both of them decline, with John mumbling something about already having too much to drink this evening. Then we get down to business. So how did it go? Becky asks them tentatively. I feel myself holding my breath as I wait for the answer. I'm aware that the plan we put into motion tonight might be our only chance of catching Phil and getting some of our lost money back. So there's a lot riding on the answer that Gemma and John are about to give us. The couple share a look before Gemma lets us know that she thinks it went well. What happened? I ask, needing more clarity. Everything that Mel said, John replies. We were sitting at the bar, and the two of them came in. They sat down next to us, and Phil initiated a conversation. I nod, because that sounds right. If Phil is starting conversations with strangers in bars, then there can only be one reason for that. He thinks he can get some money out of them. Then what? Becky asks. He offered us some champagne and we accepted, Gemma replies. Then he asked us about ourselves, names, where we're from, what we do for work. We stuck to our story, and then he started to tell us about himself, how he used to work in finance, but is retired now, how he and his wife go on lots of holidays now that they have more time. Did he mention the investments he still gets involved with? I ask because that will prove if Phil was really serious about hooking Gemma and John in. Yeah, he did, John confirms. He hinted about there being a guy he still uses for investment advice. But then he moved on quickly, offering us more drinks and making out like he was more interested in having a good time than talking business. Now it's my turn to nod, because based on everything that I have heard, the meeting tonight went very well. Mel seems to have been able to get Phil into a position where he believes that Gemma and John are just another naive couple whose money is ripe for the taking. That's part 1 of the plan accomplished. Now it's on to part 2. Did you swap numbers? Becky asks, and Gemma confirms that they did. Yeah, we talked about meeting up again in the future, she confirms. Phil seemed keen, which of course he would do, wouldn't he? A moment of silence falls across the 4 of us, as if we are all taking a minute to quietly acknowledge the fact that Phil is very good at what he does and could easily have tricked Gemma and John if they weren't already aware of his real intentions. If it's any consolation, I can see why you guys warmed to them both, John says, breaking the silence. They really are quite charming and friendly. And who doesn't want to make new friends? I appreciate John letting us know that we aren't complete idiots for falling victim to the scam. As he said, Phil and Mel are very convincing in making themselves seem like they are just 2 pleasant people looking to make new friends. So are you guys happy to go ahead with the next part? I asked the couple. It would mean inviting Phil and Mel to your home. I can see that they are a little tentative, but Gemma confirms that they are happy to go ahead. John follows that up with another nod. Thank you, guys, Becky says. I know this is hard, but it means a lot to us to have your help. Of course, it's what friends are for, Gemma replies before apologising for her choice of words, because she didn't mean it to sound like Becky and I are useless at judging who our friends are and who our enemies are. We thank the couple again for their help, and then I call them a taxi, making small talk with them until it arrives. Becky, meanwhile, concentrates on messaging Mel and letting her know that Gemma and John are still game if she is. It doesn't take long for the taxi to arrive. When it does, I show our friends to the door, wishing them a good night and letting them know that we will be in touch when we have spoken to Mel and gotten a definite go-ahead to keep proceeding with this risky plan. As I stand in the doorway and watch Gemma and John walk down my driveway towards the waiting vehicle, I breathe in some of the cool evening air and tell myself that everything is somehow going to work out well in the end. Gemma and John will be able to see the plan through. Phil will rush ahead and leave plenty of evidence for the police to move in and make an arrest. And then Becky and I will get at least some of our money back, meaning our finances won't be as dire when the baby comes along as they would otherwise have been. It's optimistic, but it makes me feel better. By the time I close the front door and go back inside, I am feeling as hopeful for the future as I have in a long time. But if only I had spent a few more moments on the doorstep, peering out onto my dark street, then I might have seen something that would have dashed those hopes and put me and my plans firmly back at square one. I would have seen the person watching the house, and, more important, watching Gemma and John be driven away in a taxi. But I didn't see the dark figure. That's why I had no idea that our plan was already in ruins until it was too late.
39. Phil. It could have been paranoia when I decided to keep Zara on secretly and to deploy her to Becky and Jamie's house to keep watch, but I view it as nothing more than a very smart decision by a very smart man. It turns out that I was right to keep Zara around and to not trust Mel, because in doing so, I am now fully aware that I am being tricked. Zara has just reported back to me that she has witnessed Gemma and John leaving the home of Jamie and Becky this evening, only a short time after I first met the couple in a hotel bar in Manchester with Mel. That tells me that Mel is working with this new couple, not against them, as well as trying to help Jamie and Becky too. That is a problem, but at least it is a problem that I'm aware of. Thanks to Zara, I know exactly what Mel is up to now. The question is, what am I going to do about it? The easy thing to do would be for me to let Mel know that I've rumbled her scheme and then punish her, while at the same time dropping any future plans to meet up with Gemma and John again. But like I said, that is the easy thing, and I don't necessarily want to go that route. The advantage that I have now is that Mel has no idea that I'm onto her. As far as she knows, I am still in the dark, still the victim of her own little scam. That means I could keep stringing her along for a little while yet, and in doing so, I might still be able to find a way of extracting some money out of Gemma and John. Based on the fact that Zara saw that couple coming out of Becky and Jamie's house last night, I can only deduce that they're friends. That's cute. And it's also very bold of Becky and Jamie to think that they could get one over on me after I deceived them so cleverly in the past. I admire their desire for revenge, and I also admire Mel for being able to convince them that she could help them after she herself screwed them over in the past. It seems like they have quite the plan underway. I'm sure all the participants are feeling very smug right now. I assume the idea is to get me in handcuffs, and maybe even get some of the money I stole back in Becky and Jamie's possession. But that's the problem with ideas. They don't always come to anything. I've decided that I'm not going to blow up this mischievous plan just yet. I'll let it play out for a little while longer, so that means playing along when John inevitably texts me soon and asks if I would like to come to his and Gemma's home with Mel for dinner and drinks. As of yet, I haven't committed any crime with them, so there's no need for me to worry about the police lying in wait for me. The only time they will have the chance to move in will be when Gemma and John are ready to transfer their funds to me, but I will have a contingency plan for that part. For now, I'm going to carry on as if this is just another regular scam. The thought of eventually surprising Mel with the knowledge that I've realised what she's up to is a delicious one, and my mind is running riot with all sorts of ways I can have my revenge on her when I do. There is no doubt in my mind that she is going to pay dearly for betraying me like this, and by dearly, I mean she is going to pay with her life. How can she not? There's no way I can let her get away with this. It was bad enough allowing her to walk away from me when she decided to quit being my partner, but I could have gotten over that in time. But the fact that she's hatched a deception that will see me end up in prison is unforgivable. Zara might not be as good a partner as Mel is, but at least she's loyal. Mel seems to have forgotten everything that I've done for her over the years. How I gave her away to make money, turned her into somebody instead of the pathetic nobody she was destined to be by herself. That's a shame, but she can't change the past now. What's done is done. Mel is no longer my partner. Instead, she's now my enemy, just like Jamie, Becky, John and Gemma, and like all my enemies who have gone before them, there will be only one outcome. I will regain the upper hand, and they will be destroyed. But first things first, I need to make sure that there is no money for Becky and Jamie to retrieve should all of this go wrong for me and I end up in police custody. I'll do that by embarking on a spending spree today. I'm going to blow all of their money and I'm going to have a good time doing it. I'll bring Zara along for the ride to reward her for what she's done for me so far. As I start to imagine all the fun that we can have spending Becky and Jamie's hard-earned cash, my mind is alive with thoughts of fancy restaurants, plush hotels, and umpteen bottles of champagne. By the time I'm finished, there won't be any money left for them to get back. Too bad for them, but it's nothing less than they deserve. They think they have me right where they want me. But just like the night I met them, it is I who still holds all the power.
40. Becky. For somebody employed as a teaching assistant, I've never actually considered myself that good at passing on lessons to another person. I generally just try to muddle through, and I've always seemed to get away with it, probably because the students I've been working with are all very young and not capable of judging me and my teaching abilities. But I need to step my game up now, because the information I'm trying to impart to today's students is very important. Gemma and John are the pupils. Jamie, Mel, and I are the teachers. We're prepping my friends for their upcoming weekend with Phil and Mel, a weekend that has now been arranged and added to the calendar. That means Phil still has no idea that we are entrapping him and, therefore, no idea that this weekend is going to be his last one spent trying to con other people out of their money. Phil won't mention anything about the money or the investments when we first arrive, Mel says, as the five of us sit around my kitchen table and go over how things will work. So, just play the good host, offer drinks, maybe take us for a walk to the nearest park. Then, back to yours for an evening meal. What should I cook? Gemma asks, perhaps worrying too much about the wrong thing. It doesn't matter, I reply. That's right. It's more about what comes after the meal, Mel says. That will be when Phil offers John a cigar out in the back garden. John seems surprised by this. But I don't smoke, he says, and Jamie smiles. Me neither, but it's not that bad, and you need to go out there, because it's there where Phil will start working on you. He likes to use that time after dinner to plant a few ideas in his target's head, Mel confirms. He'll make you feel his life could be your life. That easy? John asks, and Jamie solemnly nods his head. After a big meal and good wine, it's easy to be seduced into thinking that life doesn't have to be so hard. Phil makes it look like he is a man who enjoys himself all the time. So, to somebody who doesn't have that experience of life, it can be very alluring to learn more from him. What happens after the cigar? Gemma asks. Phil usually plays it slow after that, and won't bring up the investments again unless you do, Mel replies. Even then, he will try to discourage you from getting involved, making it look like he doesn't want you to risk your money, because he would feel guilty if anything went wrong. He's really good at making you believe that he's on your side, Jamie adds. And I can see how wounded my husband still is by the fact that he was so easily taken in by this con man. What we need you to do is keep asking us about the investment opportunity, Mel goes on. Tell Phil that you have some money saved away and are looking for ways of growing it. If you're persistent, he will tell you all about it that night. When he does, you will be recording. Mel nods at John, and he confirms that he will be using his phone to record everything that Phil says that night. If we get a recording of him telling you where to send the money, that will link him to the Shell account he always uses, Mel continues. At the moment, he can deny all knowledge of that account, unless we get him talking about it. Gemma and John nod to let Mel know that they understand what they need to do. The Shell account is the one we sent our money to, I add, to remind our friends just how serious this is. Once he has the money, he moves it on to other accounts, and the police can't trace it. The Shell account is the key to catching him. I can feel my heart hammering in my chest as I finish speaking, a sign that adrenaline is coursing through my body as I think about Phil being arrested and paying for what he did to us. It would certainly be a sweet moment to see him in handcuffs, and perhaps even face him across a courtroom before a judge sentences him to a long time behind bars. But we're not there yet, and I can't get overexcited until we are. That's why I'm glad that it's Gemma and John who have to stay calm and do the acting now, and not me. I just hope they're up to the task. But so far, so good. "What if Phil doesn't go for it?" John asks. "What if he senses something is wrong and doesn't say what we need him to say to get the evidence on record?" I look to Mel for the answer, worried for a moment that John has a good point and that Phil might smell a rat if the couple are too keen to invest with him early. But Mel doesn't seem worried about that possibility at all. She just smiles and shakes her head. "I don't see that being an issue," she says. "Phil is smart, but he's also very greedy, and he won't hesitate if you make it clear that you are willing to trust him with your money." "Wow, he sounds like a great guy," Gemma replies, rolling her eyes. "And you chose to work with him." I detect a little venom in my friend's comment, and Mel doesn't fail to notice it either. "Like I've said to Becky and Jamie before, I regret my previous actions," she says. "But it still doesn't make them right," Gemma replies, sticking up for me and my husband, which I appreciate, but it's not really helping us move forward with our plan. "Gemma, it's okay," I say, to diffuse this tense situation. "Mel is helping us now. If we can move past what she did, then so can you." Gemma rolls her eyes again, but doesn't say anything else. And with that, this meeting is over. "I'll see you on Saturday night," Mel says to John and Gemma as she leaves the kitchen. Even though it's only Tuesday now, I can already feel the butterflies squirming in my stomach. This weekend is going to decide if Phil gets caught and pays for what he did, as well as if we can get any of our money back too. It might be 4 days away yet, but I already know that I'm not going to get much sleep until then.
41. Mel. Everything is going well so far. I just need to stay calm. I just need to remember to breathe. "Do you know what I like to do after a lovely meal like that one?" Phil asks the couple sitting across the table from us. John and Gemma shake their heads, so Phil goes on. "I like to smoke a good cigar. Tell me, John, would you like to join me in the garden for one?" This is the moment we have all been waiting for. John keeps his cool, agreeing to go outside with Phil and smoke a cigar. As the two men leave the table, I remain seated with Gemma, who watches her partner go with a look of worry on her face. I wait until the men are out of earshot before I speak again. When I do, I attempt to dispel Gemma's fears. "Don't worry, everything's going to be okay," I say. "Things will only be okay if Becky and Jamie get their money back," Gemma replies without skipping a beat, letting me know that she still harbours some of the animosity that she showed to me earlier in the week. "Of course, I was just trying to make you feel a bit better." "Well, I don't. Right now, my husband is out there alone with a con man who wants our money. And the only reason I'm allowing us to be in this situation is because of how much I love Becky and Jamie and want to see them get what they deserve. That's what friends do, you see. Real friends. But you wouldn't know, would you?" Gemma is being very harsh to me, but it's probably nothing less than I deserve. And besides, she is right. I wouldn't know about real friendship because I don't have any real friends. That's my own fault because I chose to be a criminal and take from people rather than be a good human being and give to others. But I'm trying to change, although Gemma has made it clear that even if all this works out well in the end, she is definitely not going to be my friend going forward. "Becky and Jamie are very lucky to have friends like you two," I say, hoping that comment will help take some of the hatred out of the woman sitting opposite me. "And we're very lucky to have friends like them," Gemma replies curtly. "Are you finished with that?" Gemma suddenly stands up and reaches across the table for the plate in front of me, and while I was still mulling over the idea of having something more to eat, I say nothing and allow her to take the plate away. She leaves the room with a few more empties, dismissing my offer of help, so I just remain alone in the dining room, wondering how things are going out in the back garden. John should be recording his conversation with Phil, and I'm hoping that he is getting plenty of juicy stuff on record that we can later play to the police. As I sit there by myself and look around at the well-decorated dining room, I think about how far away I am from having my own place like this to have friends over for dinner. Ignoring the fact that I don't currently have friends, I also don't currently have anywhere to call a home because I don't have the finances to get myself a permanent address. I'm still sleeping on an uncomfortable mattress in a bedsit in the city. It is cheap to stay in, but leaves a lot to be desired on the cleanliness front, and I can't wait to get out of there. But I can't afford to leave it yet, especially after I gave Becky and Jamie most of my share of the money we stole from them. Phil still has the majority of it, however. I just hope that he hasn't spent it all yet, because I really hope the poor couple we betrayed can get even more of their funds back. But that remains to be seen. At the moment, the biggest victory will be getting Phil to say the things that prove his guilt and allow a police officer to make an arrest. A slight shiver runs down my spine as I sit and think about the moment when Phil will find out that I have tricked him and am not really working with him again. I imagine he will be shocked to start with, but that shock will quickly be replaced by a sense of anger so strong that I really hope I'm not anywhere near him when it manifests itself. I'm sure Becky and Jamie want to witness the moment when Phil realizes that the game is up, but I'm not sure that I do. That's because I know how dangerous a moment it could be. It would be like walking around the rim of a volcano when the meteorologists have warned that an eruption is imminent, dangerous, and almost certain to end in disaster. I wish I had some way of distracting my mind from my worried thoughts, but I don't. There's nobody to talk to, and there's no food to be eaten because Gemma has cleared it away. The meal itself wasn't as nice as the one Becky made that night Phil and I stayed over, but then again, Becky was trying to impress us, and I know that Gemma is not. She is just trying to get through this to help her friends, so I can't really blame her for not slaving away for hours to cook the perfect meal. But I don't think Phil would have noticed that the chef wasn't as committed to this meal as she might otherwise have been. He just wolfed his food down like he always does, displaying his trademark greedy appetite, the one that has led him into a life of crime, and also the one that is going to be his downfall. Right this moment, out in that back garden, beneath the dark sky and amidst the stench of the cigar smoke, John will be leading Phil to say things that are going to get him in trouble. At least, that's what I hoped was happening, but it's only a few seconds later when I hear the men coming back into the house, and I worry that they weren't out there long enough to have any kind of meaningful discussion. As Phil and John re-enter the room, with Gemma bringing up the rear a moment later, I wonder if something has gone wrong, and then Phil confirms that it has. "Poor John didn't quite get the hang of cigar smoking," Phil says with a laugh. "Don't worry, mate. It's not for everyone." John smiles weakly before coughing a couple of times, suggesting that his lungs are still burning from the smoke he just had a go at inhaling. But I'm less concerned about John's aerobic capabilities, and more with whether or not he was able to record Phil talking about the investment opportunity. "Yeah, cigars don't really agree with me," John confirms ruefully, "but I'll tell you what does. That guy you use for your investment tips. Tell us more about that." John picks up the bottle of wine and pours Phil a fresh glass, and I realise that despite my worst fears, these two men have been talking business outside. Now John is encouraging Phil to talk about it some more, and Phil seems only too keen, running through a few of the ways he has been able to make money this year with stocks and shares. I presume John is still secretly recording, so hopefully it's only a matter of time until Phil mentions the account he uses to look after investors' money. Then we'll be very close to having everything we need to notify the police. It seems like this meal is going well after all, despite Gemma's hatred of me and despite John's inability to smoke a cigar. That makes me think that it is now only a matter of time until Becky and Jamie get the moment they have been waiting for, their moment of revenge.
42. Becky. I've accompanied my husband to the local police station, where we hope for more progress than the last few times we were here. Back then, the reporting of our financial losses at the hands of Phil and Mel were noted, but were not really acted on, due to a lack of evidence and any real chance of catching the culprits. But this time, we hope that we have something that will be able to help the police make an arrest. We have the recordings of the conversations with Phil that John was able to capture on his mobile phone, and we have just finished playing them to the police officer sitting across the table from us. Now it's time to find out what he thinks. "So, is this enough for you to arrest him?" Jamie asks as the recording ends. "It's certainly evidence of him suggesting that your friends invest money." "Exactly, money that he plans to steal. So can you arrest him now?" "No, this isn't enough." I'm shocked by the policeman's admission, and I know Jamie will be too. "What do you mean? We have him on tape talking about investments, but it's all lies. He just tricks people into giving up their money like he tricked us. This is proof that he's trying to do it again." I put a hand on my partner's arm to try to get him to calm down, because I don't think it's ever a good idea for someone to raise their voice at a police officer. But I also understand why Jamie is getting so annoyed. We thought we had what we needed to get Phil in custody, but now it sounds like we need more. "I appreciate what you and your friends have tried to do here," the police officer says, "but so far, it's just words. Besides, a lawyer could argue that this was entrapment and that Phil was set up. Your friend John was certainly very leading with how he made the conversation go." "This isn't entrapment," Jamie argues, banging the table in frustration as his emotions boil over. "This is a callous, cruel man who would sell his own grandmother to make a profit. And we have the evidence of him trying to steal from our friends." "I'm going to have to ask you to calm down, sir," the policeman says, and I decide that this is a good point for me to take over on behalf of my husband. "Look, we're sorry for getting so worked up," I begin. "But you have to understand that this man took everything from us. He took the money we needed to support our baby that is on its way. Not only that, but he has done this to countless other people, and he will continue to do it until somebody stops him. You can be that person." I'm hoping that by appealing to the policeman's ambition, we may have more luck in convincing him to make an arrest. But the officer maintains his position. "We need more, like the money going into the shell account." "We can't do that. We might lose it again," Jamie cries. "I understand, but that would be evidence of money exchanging hands, and, with the recording, there would possibly be enough for a conviction. But with just the recording, a lawyer could get him out of this. That's not what you want, is it?" My husband and I shake our heads before considering our options. "We could ask Mel if there's any way we could move the money without the risk of losing it," I suggest to Jamie. But he just scoffs at that idea. "There is no way we're sending them any more money," he replies, and I can't really argue with that. "This Mel that you talk about," the policeman interjects. "She's Phil's old partner, right?" "Yeah," I reply, as Jamie continues to stew next to me. "It would be very useful if we were able to speak to her." "She won't do that. Not until Phil is arrested anyway. It's too risky for her. But I'm correct in saying that she stole money from you too. Yeah, but she's helping us now. That doesn't mean she's immune from her previous crimes. No, I get that, but she's trying to do the right thing now. You're doing a very good job of defending a woman who stole from you, the police officer muses. When he puts it like that, I do feel stupid for defending Mel. So too, it seems, does Jamie. Look, the bottom line is, we don't care about Mel, he says, his voice thankfully a little lower. We just want to see that man arrested and hopefully find some way of getting our money back from him. That's it. It's a little harsh of my husband to say that he doesn't care for the woman who is trying to right her wrongs. I'm not sure I can strictly say the same thing. I don't like Mel, and I'll surely never be able to see her as a friend after what she did. But I can't say that I don't care about her. It's obvious that she's stuck in a very difficult situation, but is determined to do the right thing, despite the risks. Therefore, there is a small part of me that cares about her, and it's not just because I want my money back. I don't want anybody else to suffer at the hands of Phil, Mel included. What if we could get to the latest possible point before money was transferred? I ask. You could be watching Phil and John and Gemma and see that the transaction is about to occur, but you could move in at the last second and make the arrest. The policeman thinks about that, as I also try to figure out how I'm going to convince my best friend and her husband to literally be one click away from sending their money to a proven conman. That could work, the policeman replies. If we can tap the phones and listen in on Phil giving the bank account details, providing those bank details match the details you sent the money to yourselves, that would prove he was going through with another scam. Okay, so we'll set it up, I say, looking to Jamie with renewed optimism. Then we'll have what we need. Jamie looks very weary, but he nods to show that he's still on board. You'll definitely be able to get him after this, Jamie asks, just to make sure, before we leave and let the policeman get on with the rest of his shift. I'd say if we get a recording of him giving your friends the details to the Shell account, then, yeah, it'll be a slam dunk, he replies. That's good enough for us. We leave the police station with a spring in our step, because despite the initial disappointment of the first recordings not being good enough, there is still a way for us to catch Phil in the act. This is going to be over very soon. At least, that's what I thought, anyway.
43. Mel. The final stage of the plan is set. Today, John and Phil will speak over the phone for one last time before John commits to the transaction and confirms that he is about to send money to Phil's account. It will be the same Shell account that Phil always uses in these scams, and his own words will link him to the account, giving the police what they need to make an arrest. All I need to do, once John and Phil have confirmed the details over the phone, is text Becky with the address where Phil is. Then the police will be able to move in. The only reason I've not provided that address ahead of time is because I don't want the police to arrive while I am here. If they do, and Phil realizes he has nowhere to run, he may take his anger out on me before the officers can disarm him. But Becky can actually see my current location right now, although nobody else knows that is the case except me and her. That's because I have shared with her the details of my phone, which allow her to see me on her tracking app. I shared my location with Becky as a way of proving to her that I wasn't going to do a runner when all of this was over, but there is another, more sinister reason why I want her to know where I am. It's in case Phil figures out what I have done before I can get away and decides to exact revenge. If I go missing, Becky will be able to find me. Or at least where my body might be anyway. But I don't want to spend too much time thinking of the worst, so I push those scary thoughts from my brain and remind myself that everything is going to be all right. I'm also pleased that in all this time since sharing my phone's location with Becky, she has never sent the police to my location to have me brought in for questioning. That shows me that she trusts me, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact that she has promised not to send the police today until I have texted her to let her know that I have got away. Becky might never be my friend, but at least she cares about me. Right now, I'd say she is the only person in the world who does. I watch Phil from my position on the sofa of his apartment. It's bigger than the last one, and I dread to think how much of Becky and Jamie's money he spent on acquiring it, but I'm hoping there are still some funds left when this is over and he is in custody. But that remains to be seen. I daren't ask him about it because I'm terrified of tipping him off that I might actually be working against him rather than with him. That's why I'm just keeping quiet and waiting for Phil's phone to ring, because when it does, it will be John at the other end of the line, asking which account to send his money to. Phil is being just as quiet as he sits at the table in the centre of the living room, kitchen area, an open laptop in front of him and his phone to hand, sipping a coffee. I suspect that his quietness can be put down to him being a little anxious about John calling because, until he does, there is no payday for him. But his nerves are put at ease a few moments later when his phone rings. "It's John," he tells me, putting down his coffee and sitting up straighter in his seat before he answers the phone. I make sure to sit up too, making Phil think that I'm just as on edge about this whole thing, which I am, just not for the reasons he thinks. "John, my friend, how are you doing?" Phil asks in a boisterous manner, as if he is greeting a genuine old acquaintance. He listens a moment, then lets out a laugh that is supposed to sound authentic, but I know is extremely fake because I've heard it many times in the past. Phil is great at making his targets feel funnier than they are. "Well, that's good to hear, mate," he says while his free hand moves across the mousepad on his laptop, where the details of the account are on screen. "I'm thrilled you are looking to invest, and I can't wait for you to see some of the profits that I am seeing right now. But I'd be a bad friend if I didn't try to remind you, one last time, that there is still some risk involved in this. That means a very slim possibility that you lose your investment if the market changes for the worse." Phil listens again, after giving John another one of his friendly warnings, but John will know to stick to the script. Sure enough, that's what happens, because I see a wide smile spread across Phil's face before he looks at me and gives me a wink. "If you're happy to invest, mate, then I'm happy to help you," he says, words that send a shiver down my spine because they are always the last words he uses before he gives the bank account details where he wants the money sent. It's the last moment before the poor sucker on the other end of the line loses everything. "Okay, so this is where I'll need you to send the money," Phil says before clicking his fingers and getting my attention. I'm not sure why Phil is now beckoning me over, but I get up from the sofa and make my way over to the table before he stands up and points at his empty seat, presumably for me to take his place in it. I reluctantly lower myself into the seat. He points at the laptop screen in front of me before speaking to John again. "Okay, mate, I'm just going to pass you over to Mel. She has the account details open on her screen. She can guide you the rest of the way now." After that surprising statement, Phil then hands me the phone as if I am supposed to take over from here, but that isn't right. We've never done it this way. What the hell is going on? As I take the phone and think about what I'm supposed to say to John, I look at the bank account information open on the screen, and that's when I realize that something is terribly wrong. Instead of the Shell account, Phil has brought up details of my own personal bank account, the one to which he sends me my share of our profit from our scams. He wants me to give John my own personal bank account details. But why? Unless... hang on a second. I say to John before looking up at Phil beside me. When I do, I see the look on his face. It's a look that instantly turns my blood cold, confirming my worst fears. He is on to me. "John, help!" I cry, before Phil can swipe the phone from my hand and end the call, shutting down the only way I have of letting the people I am working with know that the plan has fallen apart and I am in grave danger. "Did you really think you could get away with screwing me over?" Phil asks me, but before I can get out of my seat and run for the door, he grabs me and puts a hand over my mouth. Then he tells me to stay quiet if I want to live, so I have no choice but to do what he says. But as he leads me to the door, reminding me not to make a sound, I have a dreadful feeling it doesn't matter what I do now. That's because I know Phil, and based on that fact, I know exactly what he will be planning to do now. He will be planning to kill me.
44. Jamie. Slow down, you're not making any sense, I tell John before he has another go at explaining what just happened. Something's gone wrong. Phil put Mel on the line, and then I heard her cry for help just before the line went dead. I stare at my friend sitting beside Becky and Gemma as the four of us try to make some sense of it. But it's the fifth person in the room who speaks next. Could this be another game? Asks the police officer who has been listening in on John's call. I don't think so, Becky replies, looking anxious. This wasn't supposed to happen. He shouldn't have put Mel on the line. What does this mean? Gemma asks, but that's the question we all want the answer to. I don't know, the policeman replies. It could mean that Phil was onto us. If so, Mel might now be in danger. That's a troubling thought, but it's also the one that seems to spur my wife on to check her phone. I know where Mel is, Becky cries. She shows her phone. More specifically, she shows us the app that allows her to see where Mel's phone is. What? I cry because this is news to me. How can you see where Mel is? She shared her phone's location with me. And you didn't think to mention that to us? She maybe promised not to. I scoff, but Becky is already giving her phone to the police officer. Look, she's on the move. Do you think Phil is taking her somewhere? She asks the officer. He could be, he replies. You could try calling her and see if she picks up. Becky decides to give that a go as I scratch my head, trying to figure out what is going on. We seem to be so close to having the evidence we needed to have Phil arrested. Now it seems like he is squirming out of it. This can't be happening. We can't let him get away. There's no answer, Becky says before trying again. We're going to need that location on her, the policeman says, and he looks like he is preparing to make a phone call of his own. I watch as Becky again fails to get hold of Mel before giving the policeman her current location. That's when it seems like he is ready to get moving. Come with me, he tells Becky and me, and we head for the door, leaving John and Gemma behind. As we get inside the vehicle, he tells Becky to keep him updated on where Mel is before starting the engine and putting us on the road. I lean forward in the back seat and alternate my gaze between the view of the traffic through the windscreen ahead and the green dot on Becky's phone. The dot is still moving, which is more than can be said for this traffic ahead of us, and the longer we get held up, the more Becky becomes agitated. The blue flashing lights on the top of the car we are travelling in help us keep moving, though, as the other vehicles on the road pull over and allow us to pass. The noise from the sirens above my head reminds me how serious this situation is becoming. He wouldn't kill her, would he? Becky asks, as if I am in any way qualified to answer that question. He's a con man, not a murderer, I reply. But in all honesty, I have no clue as to what Phil is capable of. The only thing I have to go on is the ominous warning that Mel gave us, in which she told us that Phil has a temper and a dark side. But that doesn't necessarily mean he could take another human life. Could it? We're moving fast now, but the green dot is still moving too. It's going to be difficult to close the gap if it keeps doing so, even at the speed we are currently going. But then the traffic becomes less heavy, and we start to leave the city behind, moving out into the countryside, which only makes me even more curious as to where Phil might be taking Mel. I glance at the green fields whizzing by my window before looking back to the dot on the screen. That's when I notice the same thing that my wife has. "They've stopped!" Becky cries. "Where are they?" the policeman asks as he keeps his eyes on the road and his foot on the accelerator pedal. "It looks like they're in the middle of nowhere." "How far?" 2 miles away. Take a left at the next turning." My hands grip the seat beneath me as the car continues to speed through these country lanes. I'm almost tempted to ask the policeman to slow down a little bit in case we encounter any large farm vehicles coming the other way. But I put my trust in the officer's driving abilities, and we carry on at the same pace for a while before finally slowing down enough to make the left turn that Becky advised. "Now where?" the policeman asks, and Becky consults her phone again before looking up and scanning the horizon. "I don't know. It says they are near here somewhere, but I don't know where they could be," she replies desperately. I look around, trying to help. That's when I notice the decrepit shed poking out from the tree line in the distance, at the other end of a very narrow dirt track just off this main road. "Down there!" I cry, pointing. As we turn off the main road, Becky confirms that this could be the place. The officer at the steering wheel has no choice but to slow down now we are on the less reliable road surface. He also silences his sirens so as not to tip off Phil that we are almost upon him. I feel my chest tightening as we reach the shed and park up. Probably because I know that I am now so close to the man who stole our money. I know I have to restrain myself if I see him because I'm in the presence of a police officer. But it's going to be difficult. But as we open our doors, my wife makes it clear that she is more concerned about saving Mel than she is about getting revenge on Phil. "Mel, where are you?" she calls as she starts towards the shed, but the policeman puts his hand to his lips, telling her to be quiet. My wife and I follow quickly behind him as he creeps towards the shed. As we reach the rusted old exterior, I realise that we could literally be about to see anything on the other side of this door. That's why I grab Becky's arm and hold her back, keeping her from seeing something terrible if Phil has hurt Mel. As the policeman opens the door and calls out to alert whoever is inside of his presence, Becky squeezes my hand and looks at me as if she fears the worst. The policeman disappears inside, and I brace myself for what might happen next. Is Phil going to be arrested? Is Mel okay? Or are we now in danger too? Then I hear the policeman urgently requesting an ambulance on his radio. That doesn't sound good. Telling Becky to stay where she is, I go through the door and see the policeman crouching over Mel, who is lying on the floor, unmoving. "Where is he?" I ask when I fail to spot Phil anywhere inside this shed, but the policeman is too busy giving CPR to answer me. He is trying to save Mel's life, but he may already be too late.
45. Mel. There's a lot that sucks about not having any family or friends, but one of the worst is when you're lying in a hospital bed and realise that you're not going to get any visitors. After Phil drugged me, I was rendered unconscious and left for dead, only to be saved by the CPR skills of the policeman whom Becky and Jamie brought to me. Despite being in recovery, I'm still feeling blue. It's during my first day on the ward where I'm recovering from the trauma I suffered at the hands of my aggrieved former partner when I start to feel at my lowest about my lack of loved ones. Everybody else on this ward has had at least one other person come to see them, but so far I have only had a police officer, which I'm not counting because I don't think anybody can count that as a proper visitor. But just when I'm struggling to hold back the tears, thinking about burying my head in my pillow to stifle my sobs, one of the nurses walks over to my bed and says 4 words that I really wasn't expecting to hear. "You have a visitor." I wipe my eyes as I sit up in my bed, forcing my weary body up beneath the warm duvet that has covered me ever since I was admitted onto this ward after the medics had saved my life. Then I look towards the door. I'm hoping that it's not just another police officer, but I'm optimistic that it isn't, because I think the nurse wouldn't have called them a visitor. I'm also hoping that it isn't Phil coming back to complete the job after finding out that I have survived his attempt on my life, but that's just pure paranoia. I know that I am safe here, but when I see the person walking through the door, I'm almost as shocked as if it were Phil coming back to finish me off. That's because the person who has taken the time out of their day to come and see me now is someone whom I desperately wanted to be my friend. But I thought I had blown my chances of that with both my deception and my failure to help get Phil in handcuffs. It's Becky. And she has brought grapes. "How are you feeling?" she asks me as she puts down the bunch of fruit she has brought me before taking a seat in the plastic chair next to my bed, the same plastic chair that has pretty much sat empty ever since I got here. "I'm okay," I reply, my voice a little croaky due to a combination of my dry throat and the fact that the paramedics had to put a tube down my throat as they were battling to save me on the floor of that dirty shed in the middle of nowhere. I reach out for the small cup of water on my bedside table, and Becky patiently waits for me to take several sips of it before she speaks again. "I just wanted to say thank you for trying to help us catch Phil and get our money back," she says. "You put your life in danger, and I appreciate that. Jamie does too." I smile weakly, which is just about all that I have the energy to do right now. "I just wanted to make sure that you were okay," Becky goes on. "The nurses tell me that you should be fine." The nurses have told me the same thing. I'm very grateful for that fact, because after what Phil did to me, I know it could very easily have been a different story. After tying me up and driving me into the countryside in the boot of his car, he dragged me into the shed where he proceeded to force a load of vodka and pills down my throat, hoping that I would pass out and die from an overdose, leaving him to escape and my secrets to die with me. But despite passing out, which I'm told was down to the shock of the situation as much as it was the things Phil had force-fed me, I was lucky to be found so quickly. I have Becky to thank for that. Phil might have got away, but at least I lived to tell the tale, and I owe it all to the woman sitting next to my bed now. "Thank you for not abandoning me," I tell Becky. "You didn't have to try to save me." "Yes, I did," she replies quickly, surprising me. "Because it was the right thing to do." I know that I'm not the best person to talk about right and wrong, but it's heartwarming to hear Becky say that she came to save me simply because it was the right thing to do. She really is a good person, which makes what Phil and I did to her and her husband seem even more wrong. But the fact that she had the heart to still help me when I needed her the most speaks volumes about her character. I just wish there was some way that I could repay her, but I don't think there is. That prospect went up in smoke when Phil figured out what I was doing. Getting him in handcuffs was my one chance at redeeming myself with Becky and Jamie, and I blew it. "I'm so sorry I let this happen," I say, shaking my head. My throat continues to burn, making speaking difficult. "I messed up. I thought I could outsmart Phil, but I was wrong, and now he's gone for good." Becky would be well within her rights to simply shrug her shoulders and agree with what I just said, but again, her class shines through. "I know you tried your best," she says. "It just wasn't meant to be." I almost feel like it would be easier if Becky were mad at me, because then I could just wallow in self-pity by myself. But the fact she is being so kind only makes me even more distraught that I wasn't able to help her. "I brought you a bit of light reading material," Becky says, reaching into a plastic bag and taking out a couple of very trashy but very readable magazines. "I've been reading them to help take my mind off the stress of my pregnancy, but I thought you could use them more now. I smile as I receive the magazines and examine the front covers, taking in all the celebrity photos and the promises of juicy gossip hidden inside the pages. But my happiness is tinged with sadness at the reminder that Becky is pregnant, and I helped take money that had been put aside for the baby. Her bump isn't showing yet, but it will be soon. The months will go by quickly, the new arrival bursting onto the scene for two parents who will love it dearly, but will struggle to afford to really give the child the life they feel it deserves. I flick through one of the magazines to see if there is anything conversation-worthy inside that Becky and I might be able to bond over during the rest of her visit. But as I do, I see one of the photos inside the magazine. It's of a building that I recognise. Examining the page more closely to make sure it is exactly where I think it is, I suddenly stop feeling so sorry for myself and instead start thinking that there might be a way to give Becky what she so desperately wants after all. This photo is of a hotel in Manchester, apparently one popular with certain celebrities. But it's not just any hotel. It's the hotel where Phil repeatedly said he wanted to go on a specific date, when several high-net-worth people were going to be attending an event there. Phil saw the event as his opportunity to take his earnings to the next level. But maybe it will really be my opportunity to bring him down once and for all. Wait, I think I know where Phil is going to be, I cry, showing the photo to Becky with a newfound sense of optimism. I don't want to get your hopes up, because I could be wrong, but if I am right, then this might be our chance to stop him once and for all.
46. Phil. After all the upheaval of losing my partner, finding a new one, trying to kill my old partner, and then running from the police, it's been quite the year so far. But now all of that is behind me, I can focus on the present again. And there's never been a better time to do that, because today is the day I have been waiting for all year. It's the day of the prestigious private banking event in Manchester that will be attended by multiple Middle Eastern millionaires, all looking for business opportunities in the UK. It will be attended by me and Zara too. I look towards my current partner as the pair of us stand in this busy hotel lobby, surrounded by men and women, many in smart suits, but some in more traditional garments from their home countries, including headdresses and robes. Nations like Dubai, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia are represented here today, and the collective net worth of everybody in this venue right now must be measured in billions. One only need take a look at the car park outside to know that. It's a sea of sports cars out there, and it was very exciting to pass all those luxurious vehicles as I made my way inside to this plush hotel that, for one day only, seems to have been transformed into a millionaire's playground. I quietly discuss suitable targets with Zara as we remain on the periphery of the large room, while waiters and waitresses buzz around us, handing out snacks consisting of Middle Eastern cuisine that many of the patrons here today seem to be enjoying. But we're not here to indulge in good food. We're here to find the person in this crowd who will be most susceptible to whatever Zara and I try to tell them. There are some very rich people here today. It's time some of that money made its way to me. This is so cool, Zara muses as she watches a man in white robes walk through the room with a falcon on his arm, the national bird of Qatar. Concentrate, I remind my young charge, feeling a little irritated that I even have to remind her to do such a thing, because I never had that problem with Mel when we were starting out together. But then again, Mel certainly gave me her fair share of problems over the years, culminating in me trying to kill her. Alas, Mel survived my attempt on her life, but I made good on my escape. At least I'm able to carry on doing what I do best, while she picks up the pieces of her pathetic life elsewhere. Today is a big day for me. It marks the beginning of my ascent from scamming couples out of thousands of pounds to scamming rich business people out of millions. This has always been the real goal, the one that will lead me to finally living the life I deserve. If I can pull this off, I will elevate myself to a whole new level of society, one in which I mingle with the elite on a regular basis. More important, I'll find myself getting even closer to the marks who possess the kind of money that'll allow me to stop doing these scams and just relax on a warm sandy beach somewhere. I can really retire instead of just pretending that I have. Let's take a walk, I say to Zara, putting out my left arm for her to link her own arm. She does as I suggest, allowing us to start moving through this room, looking every bit like a well-to-do couple, here simply to socialise and network. But just like some of these business people around us perhaps made their fortunes with shady deals far away from the bright lights of this hotel ballroom here today, so too will Zara and I make our fortune by some unscrupulous means. All we have to do is find the perfect victim. Zara suggests a couple of options, but I stay quiet, my eyes scanning the crowd, while my mind processes all the different factors that I need to take into consideration before we settle on a target. I can sense my partner's eagerness to find somebody in here, anybody, whom we can start running our routine on, simply because the sooner we do that, then the sooner we have a chance at attaining wealth beyond our wildest dreams. But I am being patient. This event will run all day. The plan is for Zara and me to befriend another couple and spin our stories about how we have just moved back from living in Dubai and, having made a killing out in the desert city, are now on the lookout for investment opportunities in the UK. At some point I will mention that I have a few irons in the fire, and hopefully the other couple won't want to miss out on that opportunity too. It's not too dissimilar to how I used to play it back when I was scamming couples in holiday resorts in Spain. It's just that the stakes are much higher this time. Get it right, and I can have all the money in the world. But get it wrong, and I could end up buried in a Middle Eastern desert somewhere. It's that fine line between big success and terrible failure that gets my blood pumping and makes me feel alive, though, so I'm not going to shy away from this challenge. But one thing I am going to shy away from is the waiter across the room, who I've noticed is looking at me again. I clocked him looking in our direction a couple of times earlier, too. While it might not seem like there's much in that, I'm getting the feeling that something is not right. To prove it, I asked Zara if she's noticed anybody watching her, too. I don't think so, she replies, but that could just be because she hasn't been paying attention, so I take it with a pinch of salt and stay on my guard. It's only a few moments later when I spot another member of the waitstaff looking in my direction. Now I really am starting to get concerned. If there's one thing I've learned during my time as a con man, it is to trust my instincts. They've never let me down so far, and it's those instincts that told me that Mel might not be on my side, instincts that proved to be correct and helped keep me out of prison. Now they're telling me that I'm being watched. The only question is why. I run through all the possible reasons as I keep walking around the room with Zara on my arm, smiling at the dignitaries who pass us by, but only because that part of me is running on autopilot. But internally, I'm working hard to figure out why I might be in danger. And then I get it. I told Mel about this event. Could she have remembered and told the police that I was going to be here today? Is that why I feel like I have so many eyeballs on me? Are these waiters and waitresses secretly police officers in disguise? I'm calling it off, I say to Zara calmly. Leave by the entrance we came in at. I'll take a different exit and we'll meet up later. Wait, what? Zara asks as I unlink our arms, but I just repeat what I said and then turn and look for a back door out of this place. I find one and head towards it, only glancing over my shoulder once to check that Zara is following my orders and heading for her own exit. But she is doing as she was told, and I feel hopeful that she will make it out of here as well as me. But really, I only care that I get away, which is why I send her to the front door while I'm going out the back. She might get caught, but she can be the distraction while I make my escape elsewhere. Reaching the door, I waste no time in pushing through it and entering what looks like a service corridor running along the rear of this building. It's much quieter back here than the room I just left, and as I scurry along the corridor, I look back over my shoulder a couple of times to make sure that I'm not being followed. But it doesn't look like I am, and the further I go, the more I feel confident that I'm going to get away. Passing through a couple more doors and hurrying down more corridors filled with bin bags and piles of white tablecloths, I finally reach what looks like the door that will take me out into the fresh air. From there, I can disappear into the bustling city. But then I open the door and see what is waiting for me on the other side of it, or rather, who is waiting for me. It's Mel, and she is smiling. I have no time to turn around and find another escape route before my hands are pulled behind my back and a pair of handcuffs are slapped over my wrists. Then I'm read my rights by the arresting officer before being led towards the police car parked just around the corner, not far from where Mel is still standing and still smirking. But before I can pass her, she makes sure to let me know that she is one, and she isn't the only one. "Becky and Jamie send their best wishes," she says as I'm hauled towards the car. "They'll be watching your partner get arrested around the front of the building now, so don't worry about her." I desperately want to say something in response, like how this isn't over and how I'm going to get my revenge, but I decide against it, and not just because the policeman who arrested me told me that anything I did say would be used in evidence. It's because I can't justify saying this isn't over, because it clearly is. I don't know how I'm going to talk my way out of this one. It's not even the charges of financial crime that I have to worry about. It's the charge of attempted murder. That is why Mel is still smiling at me as I get lowered into the back of the police car and hear the door slammed behind me. And it is why I find myself shaking my head as the car drives away, leaving behind the hotel full of rich people whose social class I know I will never belong to now.
Epilogue. Becky. The sun is shining. The waves from the sea are lapping at the shore, and somewhere in the distance, a fun song is playing, making everybody on this beach feel even happier than they already were before it began. It's beautiful. It's bliss. And then the baby wakes up. "Shh," I say to my daughter Olive as I pick her up from her small bed of towels underneath the shade of the wind umbrella and cradle her in my arms. Jamie is still lying next to me, perhaps pretending that he hasn't heard our child needing attention through the headphones that he has jammed into his ears. But whether he really hasn't heard or not, I'm happy to handle this one and leave him to relax. He's earned this holiday just as much as I have, and now we are parents, we can take it in turns to look after our child. Standing up and treading carefully across the warm sand, I walk around with Olive in my arms, soothing her and wondering how long it is until she's due another feed. It's just one of the many new problems that I have in my day-to-day life since she came along, but I wouldn't change it for the world. Being a mum is a blessing. Olive has certainly enhanced my life since she arrived, and made me realize that I was definitely not prepared for her at all. Fortunately, I'm a quick learner. With the help of my husband, I'm figuring out this parenting malarkey and getting more confident by the day. It's a sign of that confidence that led us to book a week's holiday in Portugal, despite Olive still being small. While many of my friends told me I was mad to take a young child abroad because it would be anything but a relaxing holiday, I'm glad we are here now. This trip away has been just what my husband and I needed, and I think Olive is enjoying herself too, although I can't really know for sure because she can't talk yet. But she has stopped crying, so I must be doing something right. As I lower her back down onto her bed of towels beneath the umbrella that is shading her from the sun's hot rays, I smile at her little face and think about how everything has a good habit of turning out well in the end. As I lie back down on my own towel and soak up some more vitamin D, I reflect on the crazy year that has just passed. Weirdest of all, Olive coming along turned out to be the easiest and least stressful part of it. What came before her was much harder work. Dealing with a con artist, several police officers, and a woman who went from being my enemy to one of my good friends. Mel made quite the turnaround. She risked her life, and nearly lost it, to help us when it would have been far easier to just leave us alone, broke and betrayed. In the end, she showed herself to be as good as any other woman I would call a friend. After surviving the attempt on her life, Mel was able to accurately predict where Phil and his new partner would go next, and, in doing so, allowed the police to swoop in and make the arrests. There wasn't much evidence to hold Zara, but Phil is still detained, was refused bail and is behind bars awaiting trial. The prosecution are confident they can keep him locked up for a very long time yet. Seeing that despicable man in police custody was enjoyable enough for my husband and me, and we could have settled for that if it were all that had come from the arrest. But as the police investigated Phil and his financial dealings, they found details of one of the many bank accounts he used. There was a sizable sum in the account, much more than Jamie and I transferred to him. The police are now in the process of determining how many people fell victim to his devious ways, and who is entitled to getting some of that money back. It would be lovely to see some of our lost money again, but I understand it will be a long and tedious process for the police to compensate Phil's victims, so I'm not holding my breath on that one. It turned out that Jamie wasn't either, because it was only a couple of months ago when he came home and told me that he had applied for, and been awarded, the position of manager at his warehouse. The rise in his monthly wage from such a promotion has been much needed since Olive came along, and has really taken the pressure off. So much so that we felt it possible to book this short holiday abroad to round off what has been a very eventful time for us all. I smile at my hard-working husband as he continues to lie on his towel next to me and tap his fingers to the music playing in his headphones, relieved that everything worked out well in the end, and not just money-wise. I'm glad that all of this didn't break up our marriage, because it could easily have done if either of us had buckled under the pressure and felt like we needed an escape. But we stayed strong, and we got through it, and now we're doing better than ever. I only have to look at the baby girl on the other side of me to see that. I'm also thrilled that our friendship with Gemma and John has survived what we put it through, because we did ask rather a lot of them, and they would have been well within their rights to back out of the plan at any point. But if there is anybody whom I could recruit into a risky plan to con a con man, then it's my best friend. I will always be grateful to Gemma and her partner for helping us when we needed them the most. It's almost possible to say that everything worked out perfectly, but that's not quite the case. There is one outcome that I wish had been different. It's regarding Mel. She is currently in police custody too. Despite helping the authorities catch Phil at the hotel in Manchester that day, before he could commit any more crimes, Mel was arrested shortly afterwards and questioned about her role in all the scams. At some point, Mel had realized that complying with the officers' questions would make it much easier for all the victims to get some of their money back one day. So, she had decided to confess to everything, implicating herself, but again, proving that she was a woman who had turned a new leaf and was determined to right her past wrongs. Because of her cooperation, Mel's prison sentence should be a lenient one. She will be released much sooner than her former partner, although things won't be easy for her when she gets back in the outside world. With no money, no job, and no support network, she's certainly going to have a tough time starting a new life. But that's where I can help. I will help by being her friend. That's all she ever wanted anyway, and it's the least I can do after she almost died trying to help us get our money back. What I also need to do is stop thinking of her as Mel, because I now know her real name. She told me during a phone call one night after the dust had settled. It was just another example of how much she wanted to change and make friends instead of enemies. Her real name is Florence, which I told her is a very beautiful name, and she seemed to like that, before lamenting the fact that she had hidden it away for so long, using a less flowery name instead. But now I know who she really is, I feel like it will be even easier to keep warming to her and forgive the sins of her past. It might all still be a little raw now, but who knows? One day Florence might end up being one of my best friends. She's certainly very different to anybody else I know. If all else fails, she will always form part of a great story for Jamie and me to tell at social events in the future. Remember the time we got taken in by a couple of con artists, dear? Yes, I do, darling. One of them is now in prison, and the other is now a good friend. How about that? With Olive fast asleep again, and Jamie not much further behind her, I feel relaxed enough to let out a deep sigh and sink a little deeper into this bed of sand my towel is lying on. But just before I can get too comfortable, I see a man and woman around our age put out their own towels next to us and smile at me as they take their seats on the sand. The woman notices Olive and gushes over her, complimenting me on how beautiful my daughter is, as well as asking where I got the wind umbrella from, because she could do with one too. I'm happy to receive the compliments about Olive, as well as tell her which shop along this beachfront I found the umbrella in. Before I know it, we're talking about where we are from and how long we'll be on holiday. Jamie must have heard me talking, because he removes his headphones and sits up, and it doesn't take him long to get chatting to the woman's husband, the pair of them mentioning something about needing to find a bar around here that shows the football games from back home. It's all just friendly chit-chat between two couples enjoying a holiday overseas. And when a young man comes along carrying an icebox full of chilled drinks, I don't hesitate to purchase 2 bottles. The couple beside us eagerly get their own drinks too. Then we all clink glasses before taking a refreshing sip. For a second, it seems like this holiday can't get any better. But then I remember what happened the last time Jamie and I shared a drink with a couple of strangers in a foreign land, and I'm suddenly not feeling so smug. Maybe we'll just have this one drink and then go back to the hotel. There's no need to make new friends on this trip. No need at all. This recording of The New Friends was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Danielle Cohen, Jason Munn, Gemma Dawson, and Mike Cooper. Produced by Eric Black. Text copyright 2021 by Daniel Hurst. Sound recording copyright 2022 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording may not be copied or played for an audience without the written permission of Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording was produced by arrangement with Incubator Books. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.